So, saw your debate with Andrew on January 6th. I kind of helped him with his introduction a little. I think that,
Nice.
yeah, right. The problem was there were two different reasons for that debate. We could argue about whether or not following the prompt of the debate's important, blah, blah, blah. The reason that you want to talk about this debate is Democrats want to hyper-focus on January 6th so that they could have all their worst impulses to use lawfare and to dehumanize their opposition, which you did an incredible job of, saying that anybody that goes to a Trump rally is fucking around and fighting out, even when an innocent firefighter gets killed, whatever. Andrew's point is, seeing as how you've in the past actually supported the rationale for insurrections as a politically useful tool, he's totally willing to accept your definition of the term insurrection if you concede that Democrats engage in it as well, because he's making a broader point that you're only interested in looking at this issue in a vacuum to demonize your opponents, but you actually don't really give a shit about insurrections at all, and you'll support them when they occur on your side. That's exactly what my feelings are on this. And the fact that you use a definition of insurrection that I think is incredibly too broad, that would literally encompass thousands of examples in the past 100 years since the last time Section 3 of the 14th Amendment was used, shows sort of the gamesmanship of this. And I think that both you, legal scholars, prosecutors on the left and the Democratic Party don't give a shit about this at all, which is why they haven't tried to use Section 3 for over 100 years. They just see it as yet another attempt in their long-standing efforts to demonize Trump and his supporters and to go after him using lawfare, as they've been doing since 2016.
Okay, I feel like you kind of give away the whole game plan with this model, but we can walk through this. Okay, so you say that Democrats want to focus on January 6th to use lawfare and dehumanize their opposition. That is a take. It could also be that people focus on January 6th because insurrections are extremely exceptional events, and they are extremely exceptionally bad, especially when they are cheerled by a president. I think that if it is the case that you believe that January 6th was an insurrection, and if you believe that the president cheerled it or caused it, it would probably be a really good thing to focus on. I think that is completely and totally fair. For supported insurrections as a political tool, I mean, yeah, I mean, insurrections are political tools. You would support them, I guess, when you would agree with the insurrection, like in the case of 1776, when we rebelled against the British. You'd probably oppose them when you feel like the insurrection is done for bad reasons. I think that's totally fair. I don't think literally a single person on the planet would disagree with that. Obviously, it's not about whether or not you would support the concept of an insurrection or not. It's about whether or not you would support it in a particular circumstance. For January 6th, I wouldn't support it. When you would say that you could accept, or Andrew or you could accept my definition of insurrection, as long as I would declare BLM riots as insurrections, again, I feel like that gives away your whole game. Why would it ever be contingent upon me declaring other things as insurrections? The answer should be, or your requirement should be, it's okay that I'll accept your definition of insurrection, but you have to apply it evenly, which is fair, obviously. If I'm going to agree to a definition, I think I would definitely apply it evenly. However, I can already predict, and we can go down that road if you want, I can already predict how that entire conversation will go. You and Andrew both know this. There is no love lost between me and BLM. If we do this debate, and if you debate this at 20 million %, you make the best possible points. The only possible thing that you can do is just move me into believing more BLM riots were insurrections. So I don't, but if we can go down that road if you want, I'd be interested in exploring it. When you say that I use a definition of insurrection that's too broad, we can also talk about that. Again, the definition that I'm using is the one that is found historically, both in law and in writing and in Congress. And if you have a better one that is more historically and legislatively and legally supported, then we could talk about that. I've never heard one before offered by your side. And then when you say people haven't used Section 3 in over 100 years, it's also possible that after the Civil War, nobody tried to rebel against the government in over 100 years. Again, exceptional circumstances call for exceptional measures.
Okay, so how about this? In the interest of fairness, I am willing to try to, as best as possible, hyper-focus on the definition of insurrection without going to things like Black Lives Matter and things like that for the first half of this discussion, if you're willing to broaden it out for the second half of the discussion. Is that fair?
Broaden it out, like broaden out what we're talking about?
So I'm saying that what you want to get out of this is to look at, was this an insurrection using the technical legal definition? That's what you want to focus on. I'm willing to focus on that. However, I would like you to reciprocate to talk about what I'm interested in talking about, which is the fact that this is being selectively applied, and your definition would be so broad as to encompass thousands of examples of insurrections that you didn't give a shit about. And in fact, you've given the rationale for why you think insurrections could be good. So at best, it's a amoral term. It doesn't have goodness or badness attached to it. And I think you're selectively applying it. But I'm willing to
Okay, we can do this, but I
discussion.
feel like I have no problem with that, but I feel like you're literally debating the worst person on the left to accuse of being too nice to BLM. But if you want to, yeah, we absolutely can. I have no problem with that.
That's
Sure thing.
fine. We
Okay.
could get to that specifically. So let's start on the definitions of insurrection, right? I think you tell me if you agree or disagree with this. There are multiple types of definitions for a word. So there are what we understand colloquially as sort of a society to understand what a definition of a term is. Oftentimes that could be different than what the actual legal definition of the term. So for example, something like burglary. The actual legal definition of the term burglary might be different than what the average person, when they say burglary, means. Would you agree with that?
Maybe. I'm going to make this a little bit more specific. We're going to be really, really, really precise here. Okay.
Okay.
I think we're going to agree. I'm just going to reframe some of what you say into a more formal sense. Okay. When we define terms, there are words that we understand to mean certain things, but the way that we define a term or an event might be different than, say, all of the different elements of a particular crime that might share the same word, that might show up like in an indictment or in court. So, as you said, somebody might say that, wow, this guy, he broke into my house and he broke into my house and he beat the shit out of me or something, right? He broke into my house and he assaulted me. But maybe in court, maybe it didn't count as like breaking and entering. Maybe it only counted as trespassing because of maybe a technicality because the door was open or something. I think that would still be breaking, but like something like that, right? So in this case, we've got a colloquial term. He broke into my house, and then we've got like the legally accepted definition or the legally accepted crime that shows up on an indictment that has elements that are necessary for that crime to be considered a crime, and that these can be different things, right? Do you understand?
Yes,
what you're
that's largely what I'm saying. Yeah, that's basically what I'm saying. So,
cool. Okay,
and I think that the reason that we're having this discussion around insurrection has to do with what would the legal ramifications be, which is why we would prefer a legal definition in that sense, but also what we should do politically, like who should we vote for? What does it mean to have engaged in an insurrection? I think that term's more important. So I'll give you what my definition of the term insurrection is, and then I'll allow you, I assume you're going to use the same definition you used with Andrew, but I'll give you a chance to reread it. I think there were 4 parts, but this is what I came up with and what I think, and this is just off the top of my head. I said an insurrection is a group of people planning a serious attempt to overthrow the government using violence. When people hear the term insurrection, I feel that that's the generally accepted in the ballpark of what people are talking about. Has to be a group of people. They have to be using violence for an attempt, a serious attempt to overthrow the government. That's what I think people mean by insurrection. I don't think they mean protesting one law. That if you're upset with, say, mail carrying laws and that you use violence to stop a mail carrier, that you've engaged in an insurrection. So that's why I prefer the colloquial term. I'm willing to listen to what your legal definition is. I think that your legal definition, I'm going to have problems with it, which I could illustrate. And I also question whether or not January 6th meets the definition of insurrection under the definition that you'll give. But that's
sure.
where I stand.
Okay, I might try to live in both worlds here, just 'cause I'm curious, but we'll see. Okay, I'm going to ask. I'm going to torture your definition a little bit. Okay, so you said a group of people planning a serious attempt to overthrow the government using violence, right? Okay. My first question is going to be, I'm about to go full Jordan Peterson on you. When you say group, does it just mean 2 or more people?
I would say, yeah. I would say that would probably fall within that definition of it, 2 or more people. I think that I'll just sort of maybe envision where you're going to go with some of this. I think.
No, wait. Hold on real quick.
Okay.
Don't envision where I'm going. I'm not trying to trap you on anything. I know.
I'm just going to say it is a threshold argument, right? Like,
sure, yeah, I understand this. And also, if by the time we reach the end of this, if you're like, this doesn't work, okay, I'm not trying to Andrew Wilson you. You can go back and amend anything if you want to.
Okay.
I don't care. I'm not trying to, yeah. Okay. So when you say group, we mean 2 or more people, okay? When you say people, I'm going to assume that you mean like U.S. citizens / residents, right? Like Russians coming here and trying to do something you wouldn't consider an insurrection, I'm guessing?
Yeah, and I would say they also have to be non-state actors. Though I don't, well, let me be careful here. I have to think about this for a second, because I believe in 1954, the last time that U.S. Code 2383 with the rebellion and insurrection was applied, I believe those were Puerto Rican nationals that fired weapons inside the Capitol.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was 1954. That was considered an insurrection. I think that probably, if as long as you're a non-state actor. So I guess the difference here would be if a bunch
Can I
of
also,
go ahead.
can I, real quick, when you're saying non-state actor, is the state you're referring to the federal government, individual state governments, or just anybody who's part of the government, period, from top to bottom?
I think it would have to be anyone that's part of the government from top to bottom in our country or a different country. So, for example, if the people affiliated with the government of Russia attacked, I don't think that's an insurrection. However, if people that happen to be Russian attacked and they're not affiliated with the state of Russia, that could be deemed an insurrection. Similarly, if a bunch of people, like let's say a general decides that he's going to try to overthrow the government, that's more of a coup, I think, than an insurrection, because those are state actors. So I think when I say group of people, I'm not thinking through it too specifically. We could get into why this would matter differently, but I think that it would have to be, for it to be an insurrection, non-state actors like civilians.
Okay. And citizens that are civilians, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, I don't think it has to be citizens, but yes. Like, for example, you could be an immigrant that's not a citizen and still engage in
I have citizen/residents.
Okay.
But like I'm guessing, like, if a ton of, like, let's say a ton of DACA recipients were to try to like attack and overthrow the government, would you consider that like an insurrection? Or
Yeah, I think that would if they meet the rest of the threshold, I think that would be an insurrection. That group would qualify.
okay. I don't think this will even come up or matter, but I'm just saying. Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
A group
Yeah.
of people. Okay. You said planning. What does planning mean to you?
I think that the planning has to be something that they pre-planned, and there has to be violence included in the plan that is for the purpose of the overthrow of the government. So, for example, it's not enough to say, we don't like this tax law, right? For example, if we take the Whiskey Rebellion example, we don't like that they're taxing. We don't think the federal government should have that. They have to then go the step further and plan to use violence as part of their initiative to overthrow the government. So it's not enough to just say, we don't like what the government's doing here, and we're going to show up, and if we're attacked, we'll fight back. It has to be, we are going to use violence to change this government, to overthrow this government. That has to be part of the planning process.
Okay. They pre-plan a violent thing to overthrow the government. Mm-hmm. Okay. You have, wait, real quick. When you say violent and you say planning to use violence, mm-hmm. does intimidation count or no?
No.
So like, okay. So if 100 people show up and they're like, we're not going to use them, but let's all like bring guns and show up in force just so that they know we mean business. That wouldn't count. If let's say every other element was met, they want to overthrow the government. They're going to all go show up with rifles and stuff, but they're like, we're probably not going to use them, but just like bring them just so that they know we're like serious. That wouldn't count?
I don't think so. I don't think that's what people today understand when they're saying the term insurrection would apply that with. For example, it's very legal in most states to open carry. I don't think exercising your right to open carry at a protest, let's say you were against the overturning of Roe v. Wade in Dobbs, right? If a bunch of pro-choicers exercise their Second Amendment rights to open carry and showed up and protest, you might be intimidated by that if you disagreed, but I don't think that qualifies as an insurrection because there wasn't planning to use violence to overthrow the government.
Speaking then to intent here, just curious, how would you ever discern in a group whether they plan to use violence or not? If, let's say, when they when they show up to do the insurrection, the other side like gives up immediately because they see all the people.
Well, it would be difficult, just like there's always difficult in providing intent. If you had evidence...
Wait. I'm sorry, real quick, because this gets brought up so much. It's not difficult to do intent. I don't know where the solution came from, or if it only comes up in this. That's not true. All criminal prosecutions in the United States rely on proving intent. You have to have a mens rea element to commit a crime if it's not like a strict liability or whatever offense. So you can prove intent. It's not that difficult. We do it all the time in criminal court. So just to return, because I'm asking, like, it seems like you could very easily, like, I could foresee almost any insurrection being planned and be able to say, like, make sure you show up, bring guns, we might have to fight, whatever. But if you show up and nobody resists, then it feels like, well, they didn't use violence.
Then you would prove, then if it's easy to prove the intent, you would show the intent by proving that their planning included using violence to overthrow the government, as opposed to just saying we're going to arm ourselves to protect ourselves if violence is enacted against us. You'd be able to prove that easily, as you said.
What if you show up with, well, here's a question, okay? Mm-hmm. You live in a house or an apartment, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's say that I go and I'm going to occupy your living room, okay? Because I don't want to live in Florida anymore. DeSantis makes me too mad. I'm going to go live in Rob's living room. Mm-hmm. I don't care if you want me there or not. I am going to bring a gun to protect myself, though. Mm-hmm. Do you think that if I show up like that, would you say that I'm intending to use that gun or no?
It's a different
My
question.
rationale would be I'm showing up. I know I'm going to be trespassing on your property, maybe even breaking and entering. And if I bring a gun, I know you're going to want me to leave. It's probably not likely that you're going to demand that you're going to be happy that I live there, right? So at some point, I feel like if I bring a gun, I feel like we're kind of like, I'm basically planning to use it, right? I'm kind of bringing it like, yeah, go ahead.
The analogy doesn't work very well because you're allowed to show up to protest something.
Wait, real quick. Hold on. This is the only request I'm going to make of you, okay? And I'm begging you, okay? Because I love you. I appreciate you. You have a good brain, okay? That's why I'm talking about this. I like you more than Andrew, okay? Please stop trying to head off my arguments, okay? I'm not, if you say something and later on I bring up a point and you're like, oh, this doesn't work, we can go back and we can amend any definition you give me. I'm not trying to trap you or crucify you on something you said. So if you want to change something later, that's fine. But don't try to give me something now trying to head off every single potential argument.
Well, that's not what
you're absolutely correct for a variety of reasons. Me trespassing on private property doesn't mean the same thing as me going to a public protest with a firearm. I agree with you 100%. But I'm not necessarily going there. I'm just trying to figure out like how we would prove the intent of this particular thing. Like, did he plan to use a gun if I break into your house and I've got a gun on me and I know you're going to fight back? That's just my question, yeah.
No, I would say, I still think that it's relevant to say that the analogy is far off base. I'm not trying to hedge off arguments. I'm saying that it changes the way that we analyze things, right? But let's try to not do that for the sake of this argument and say this. Okay, no, that doesn't prove that his intent was to use that gun. His intent was to commit a crime, and he had a firearm on him, but that is still not in proof that he intended to use that firearm in order to commit his crime, no.
Okay, just curious. So I disagree with your assessment here, but I'm going to sidestep for a quick second and ask, are you aware, my understanding is that in criminal law, courts would disagree with you. So something that I'm pretty sure is true is if you were to break into somebody's, no, I'm sorry, I'm speaking as a police officer, not break in. Let's say you do no-knock warrant, you get into somebody's house. If you find drugs in an area and you find a firearm right next to them, I'm pretty sure it's impossible in court that that firearm can be charged like as an accessory to having like using it to defend basically drugs or whatever. That's a charge that can get added on just because of the proximity to the gun and the drugs, that a court could assume reasonably that you plan to use one to defend the other and that you can be convicted in front of a jury as a crime for this. Are you aware of this, or do you want me to? We can look up particulars on this.
I'll take your word for it. I think that sounds reasonable. It sounds like something I've heard. The problem I have with that is that doesn't prove that the intent was to use that gun for a specific action to commit violence. It could show that the way that those laws are written are specifically that intimidation is a factor that could be included that would be enough to make that charge. When I'm saying that intimidation doesn't mean what I think is the colloquial definition, then no, you would need to provide that there was some planning that planned to use violence in a serious attempt to overthrow the government.
Okay, then let's say that if I go back to the house example, so I break into your house and I say, I want to be in Rob's apartment or house. I want to be streaming from his living room because I want to. I'm going to bring a gun to protect myself, though. If I say instead, I'm going to bring a gun to protect myself, let's say that instead I say, I'm going to bring a gun because I know he's going to try to fucking attack me. And when he does, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to shoot him. Mm-hmm. Would that rise to the level of planning to use the gun or no?
So
I'm qualifying it by saying, if he attacks me, I'm going
to. If you had like, a statement where he'd said, he's sending an email to someone and he says, I'm going to rob this person's house, I'm going to break into their house, right? And I'm taking a gun because I know he'll try to interfere and then I can shoot and kill him. Yes, that would rise to the level of intent.
Okay, hold on. Let me just write these two down. Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't believe there is almost no daylight between these statements of I'm going to bring a gun to defend myself versus I'm going to bring a gun because I know he'll try to attack me, and when he does, I'll shoot him. I feel like these two statements are essentially identical if we're considering the crime of like trespassing.
I disagree. I think that there is a difference in saying that you intend, that you predict that you're going to use that gun to kill someone in the commission of you committing a crime versus you saying, I'm going to go commit a crime, and if I have to defend myself because a level of violence is bore against me, then I'll defend myself. I think those are two different things. I think the latter does not have an intent to use violence or a pre-planning to use violence to commit the crime.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me get a drink 1 second.
Now, I still would like to say, I'm being generous trying to engage in the analogy that I think is inappropriate to what we're talking about. It's not analogous to what we're talking about. But for the sake of allowing the discussion to proceed forward.
Wait, hold on, I'm back. Okay, wait. I feel like I want to fight more on this because the law, I'm pretty sure the law completely disagrees with you here. That, like, for instance, I think during the Apple River stabbing, if we wanted to prove the difference between, like, a second degree versus a first degree murder, or second degree, like, reckless endangerment versus, like, I think intentional manslaughter might be a crime. I don't, something like this. That, like, if you, we should look up. If you want to take a break, also, I got like 10 hours of stream today. If you want, we can start looking up criminal statutes and everything as well for guidelines. I'm pretty sure that if I were to start a fight with somebody and I had a firearm on me, I think legally, I think you automatically, can somebody tell me if I'm honest, do you automatically forfeit the right to use self-defense as an affirmative defense if you start conflict or if you start something illegal and you have a firearm on you? I think that's true. Do you agree with that, or do you want us to look this up and go into this?
Look it up. I don't think it'll be very germane, but I don't mind you looking up if you think it is germane. I think that I would envision that there are times that probably that's not the case. For example, if I'm going to get into fisticuffs with my neighbor and I have a gun on me, and all of a sudden, in the example of those fisticuffs, he pulls a knife and starts stabbing my child, and then I use my firearm to shoot him, I'm not so sure that I still can't make a claim for reasonable self-defense there. Or reasonable, I don't know.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Can you walk? Hold on. What does fisticuffs mean? I'm sorry.
Like a fist fight. Like if I say, hey, to hell with my neighbor, I'm going to go knock on his door. When he answers the door, I'm going to shove him, and that's assault technically. And then if he all of a sudden responds with overwhelming force, for example, he decides to start shooting at me, I'm not so sure then if I shoot back, if that still can't be made as a claim of self-defense.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Or if he attacks someone that's with me that didn't shove him or something to that.
Sure. I understand what you're saying.
But I don't... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, there's a case that we watched. I was surprised at this, but I believe that a man walked over to a house to complain about music too loud, a house party, man shoots. I believe a guy goes over to a house to complain that the music is way too loud. For a house party. I think he might even be standing at the end of the driveway. And I think that as he's out there, I want to say the owner comes out to argue with him. And the guy has a firearm on him, the guy that came over to complain. He says, stop coming near me. If you come near me, I'm going to shoot you or whatever. And eventually the guy does approach him. He pulls his gun and he shoots him. And I think it was the fact that he went over there, I think that weighed against him. I think if you bring a firearm and then you go to do a particular thing, I think that I think it weighs a lot against you in court. Maybe you don't automatically lose the right to self-defense, but I think it weighs really heavily against you when you're trying to prove your case for it.
I certainly would agree with that. I think that it would weigh against you. I'm just saying I don't know that it's open and shut.
Sure, it might not be open and shut, but I think it would weigh against you a lot.
But again, if I could just, and I don't mind going down this road, you feel free to interrogate my definition. That's fine. But again, I think that the analogies aren't going to apply because there has to be, in my definition, a plan of the action of attempting to overthrow the government, a serious attempt to overthrow the government.
Sure, yeah, I understand that. We're not even at that point. Yeah, we're not even at that point yet. Right. What I'm trying to get here is that if I hear this, okay, let me like abstract this. If I plan to go and do something and I know I'm going to be resisted doing it and I bring a weapon with me, I would say that the intent to use the weapon is 100% there, full stop. That if me and some friends say we want to go either break into somebody's house, we want to go rape a girl, we want to go steal candy bars from a store, we want to go vandalize somebody's car, we want to go, we just want to go do something bad that we know we plan on meeting some kind of resistance, okay? That if that's going to happen and we bring weapons with us, we're planning to use these weapons. We're going to use these weapons to ensure that we can commit the crime. We might not have to because they'll run away, they'll be too scared or whatever, but by bringing the weapon and going to do something where we expect resistance to happen, we're planning on using those weapons. That I feel like this is a 99% of society would agree with this. So if we disagree here, we can fight on this if we want, and then I'll figure out what we can look up or research to fight here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that, again, not to belabor the point, but I think the analogy is very different. And what I'm saying, though, specifically is because I'm not talking about what the legal definition would be. I'm talking about, in the colloquial sense, if you're just asking, did this person intend to use that weapon to commit violence to this crime? If we could read into their mind or we could see their planning and they sent an email that said, look, of course, I always carry a firearm with me, but we're going to go trespass. we're going to go break into this person's house. I just have a gun in case I need to defend myself. That is different than saying, I'm going to have this gun and I'm going to use it to brandish it in that person's face and then pull the trigger so that I could steal his stuff. The second provides a clear content that there was planning and a plan of use of violence to commit the crime.
I understand what you're saying, but I feel like that second one, then you would never, ever, it would be exceptional. You'd almost never see this show up. Because like, even if I plan to kill somebody, I'm never going to say it like that ever.
Well, that's true. That is true, though the definitions or many of the cases that you've outlined of what insurrections will be, such as the Whiskey Rebellion.
Wait, I'm not even at insurrection. I'm just trying to get on this one thing before we try to head about.
Okay,
like
let me rephrase it.
I'm trying to figure this one thing. Yeah.
Let me rephrase it real quick. What I would say is my definition seems to be better than yours then because this is never charged.
What's never charged?
The U.S. Code 2383 on insurrection
the
14th Amendment. So again,
you're
saying
I'm just trying to see how we can figure out construct intent for somebody in terms of bringing a weapon to an event that they know will be violent. That's all I'm asking right now. We're not even at insurrection. Nothing to do with insurrection.
What I'm saying though is, if one of your attacks on part of my definition of the term insurrection is, but that would be very difficult. We'd almost never find that being able to be applied. That seems to be exactly how things have bore out. So I don't think that it's a good criticism because it's in line with I'm not even criticizing your definition. To be clear, if you want, you can literally turn on my stream. I've written Rob's definition of insurrection. Okay.
I have a group of people planning a serious attempt to overthrow the government using violence. And then I said I was just going to go through, and I just want to make sure I understand every single part of this. We have group, you mean two or more people. You've got people, meaning U.S. citizens/residents, people who are generally legally, who are non-government actors. State actors, you would say would mean a coup. And then I'm trying to figure out when you say planning, you say that means they pre-plan a violent thing to overthrow the government.
Yes.
And now what I'm trying to figure out is, well, what counts as pre-planning violence? That's all I'm trying to figure out. Because like in my mind, it sounds like what you're saying is, let's say that there's a kid and I want to take his lunch money. Okay. Let's say that me and 5 people go over to steal his lunch money and all of us bring knives. In my world, and I think 99% of people would agree, they would all say like, this is obviously pre-planning violence. But it sounds like in your world, you're saying, well, if they bring knives just to defend themselves while they go to steal his money and he ends up attacking them and they end up stabbing him, that doesn't mean they pre-planned the violence. But I would, and I'm pretty sure this is true in criminal court. Like I said, we can look this up and Google around if you want. If you were to bring a weapon in the commission of a crime, I'm almost positive that you automatically get charged with having that weapon, even if you don't use it. Or if you do end up using it, I think the intent to use it is going to be shown, I think, because if you're intending to commit the crime and using the weapon or bringing the weapon with you. But it seems like you're disagreeing on this point. But just to go on the lunch money example, that if 5 people went to steal lunch money from a kid and they all brought knives with them in case he decided to fight back, I feel like that's pre-planning violence for sure. But you're saying, no, they're just planning a robbery.
Well, no. Well, the robbery in itself is an act of violence, right? Like the forcible...
Wait. We're not talking about... why is a robbery itself an act of violence?
Because is like if you're intending robbery to mean the same way that I'm looking at it, that you physically grab a possession from someone and take it, that's an act of violence. That's different than
let's assume the robbery is going to be that his lunch money is in his desk. We're going to go to the class and we're going to take the lunch money out of his desk.
That's right? So yeah, okay. So that in that case, no. I think if you thought, oh, he's not going to be there, but we all have pocket knives on us just in case we ever get into shit or in case this person would want to do something to us, but we're going to sneak in and steal that money from his desk and we just have the knives in case someone tries to intervene. No, that is not you planning to use violence to commit that crime.
Okay. I super disagree on this. I think we have to resolve this.
But you understand that's different than me being like, hey, there's Destiny. Hold him while I take his wallet out. That to me is an act of violence. Like someone physically holding you.
Sure, but if you're doing something and you know that any reasonable mind in here would assume that there's going to be some resistance, and if you bring weapons with you, then any reasonable mind would assume you intend to use them to carry out the crime.
I disagree. I think that's, for the sake of this, I think like we could get into the details of if this is going to be important, why that's the case. I don't think it's going to end up being that important.
This might be essential because now I'll look ahead because you keep looking ahead in the argument, okay? But
because I'm going to say that. I mean,
you keep saying it's disanalogous and it doesn't refer to insurrection or wouldn't.
I've said that like 2 or 3 times, right? That's. I think that I'm being pretty generous, engaging in a hypothetical that I don't think really applies to what we're talking about. But I'm trying my best to engage in it. And, again, you have to understand, I'm not talking about the legal definition of terms. I'm talking about, to me, does that mean that that person intended to commit an act of violence? If they said, I want to steal this from someone's desk, I'm hoping they're not around, but if they are around and they start enacting violence on me, I'll be prepared to defend myself against that violence. No, I think that is different than saying, I'm going to take a weapon, or I'm going, even without a weapon, I'm going to punch this person or physically assault them in an attempt to steal what I want from them. That is clearly a planning using violence as part of that plan. I think those are two different things.
Can you defend yourself while committing a crime if the other person is expected to defend themselves? So, like, for instance, if I break into somebody's house with a gun to defend myself while I'm robbing them, can I defend myself if they try to kill me while I'm stealing from them?
It's, legally, I'm not sure exactly. This sort of gets back to what you said earlier. I'm sure that there's probably...
I'm just asking, like, in your mind, like, does that count as self-defense? Like, I break into somebody's house because I want to steal some shit, but I bring a gun with me in case the owner's there. Owner comes downstairs, finds me, and he tries to kill me as I'm stealing his shit, and I shoot and kill him. Would you say, yeah, I mean, it was self-defense. It was legitimate.
I would say that probably is an act of self-defense that wouldn't held up legally, but that's still...
Would you personally, would you consider it, like, morally? You'd say, like, oh, he was self-defense. I think morally he was in the right there.
No, I would not think he's morally in the right.
Okay. Why not?
Because I think that the act of being the first person to engage in the crime means the other person has the right to defend themselves and their property. Therefore, you're already acting immorally when they have the moral righteousness to defend their property, including using acts of violence. That itself is an extension of self-defense, and so you can't claim self-defense as a moral backing to go against someone else's claim of self-defense. I could turn this.
How can you? Because I would transfer that entirely to what I'm saying about the if you show up with knives to take somebody's lunch money and then you go to take it from their desk and then that person catches you and then they try to defend you. They want to protect their lunch money and then you end up stabbing them and killing them. Why wouldn't that transfer over in the same way? Like how is that different?
I'm sorry, I cut out a little on me.
If you were to show up to somebody's desk to take their lunch money with knives and the other person caught you trying to take their lunch money and then they defended it and then you ended up stabbing them while they were trying to, kill you or defend taking the lunch money, why doesn't it transfer over 100% there?
Well, it's not that it doesn't transfer over. I would still feel the same way morally. That's a different question of, did the planning of this include using violence in order to commit this act of this crime? I'd still say no to the latter.
Let's say I break into somebody's house, let's say that I know they're there. I break into somebody's house and I have a gun with me. You wouldn't say that I'm planning on using that gun?
No.
As part of my...
Let's move the analogy a little. Let's say it's a pocket knife. If you break into someone's house and you have a pocket knife on you, were you planning on using that pocket knife?
Yeah, I think it's part of my plan. Yeah, it's to defend myself if I get caught doing the crime. Otherwise, why would I bring the knife?
Well, for example, I know people that always have pocket knives on them. I know people that have pocket knives on their keychains. So there's a ton of reasons.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a concealed carry permit or concealed carry license?
I do not.
Okay. Maybe it's different everywhere else. Okay. But one of the things I stress when you get a concealed carry permit is that, like, once you have a concealed carry permit and you have a firearm, your behavior changes, right? In my mind, maybe you disagree with this. Let's say that I'm at a bar, okay, and I'm getting rowdy like I do with my boys, okay, and some guy's pissing me off and I just want to beat the shit out of him because this is what I do when I go out, okay. I think that I would have different moral and probably legal responsibilities if I was carrying a gun versus not. If I'm not carrying a gun, I don't go fight some dude. Well, fuck it, let's fight. Who cares? Let's brawl. Okay. But if I have a firearm on me, I can't fight the guy because now if I start to lose or something escalates or whatever, well, now I have a gun. Now somebody's going to get killed. I think there's a different moral and legal responsibility there. There's a difference between, like, a guy saying, like, well, I always carry a knife in case I have to stab somebody if they try to kill me, versus a guy who's like, I'm going to carry a knife and I'm going to go commit a crime where I expect somebody to try to kill me, or at least, like, do some kind of violence against me to kick me out. Because a guy with a knife, we acknowledge, like, if a guy has a weapon and he's in a house and then the owner shows up and tries to repel him, he's never surrendering without using the weapon, right?
Okay, in general, there's little things I can quibble about, but I don't think they'll be relevant. So I'll say in general, I agree with you, but I think that it's changing what we're talking about. We've again gone to what the legal definition of self-defense would be, and morally, whether or not you have the right to call that self-defense and to act out upon it, versus what we were talking about originally was using violence part of your planning in the commission of that crime. So let's change the analogy slightly. Let's take someone like George Floyd. Let's say George Floyd had a pocket pocket knife on him. Now, George Floyd committed several crimes. He apparently stole something from a store. He resisted arrest. So if, while he's getting his head pinned down by police officers, he reaches in his pocket and pulls out a pocket knife and stabs them in the leg, trying to save his own life because there's an act of violence that's going to take his life, would you say that's self-defense?
Okay, it's complicated because we've got him committing a crime, and then we've got a secondary issue of him being captured by the police officer. So, for instance, if I were to take what you just said, and I were to say the police officer caught him like while he was committing the crime, then the answer I would say is clearly and 100% yes. I would say, yeah, he was planning. Yeah, he has a knife on him. He's committing a crime. He got caught while committing the crime, and now he's using the weapon while committing the crime to get away with the crime. I would say the answer is definitely yes. So, in the event that happened where he died, I would still say that, yeah, he committed armed robbery. Even if he didn't use the weapon, he had it on him while he was committing the crime. I think, didn't he use a counterfeit bill? I don't remember what the crime was exactly.
Yeah,
Let's say it was something, yeah, right? I would say that, yeah, he had a weapon on him. I would say, yeah, I would count that as armed robbery. I guess we could try to look up criminal statutes on this, but I would count that as some kind of armed robbery. But the thing that makes this a little bit more complicated is like if a police officer catches you afterwards, and then you're like trying to stop the police officer who's killing you, it's such a, I would say it's such a huge. The problem is cops aren't supposed to try to kill you. If he pulled out the knife and he just stabbed the cop as he was trying to get arrested, then I would say the answer is like clearly, yeah, it's still committing a crime 100%. Yeah. And I think he had the intent to use the weapon to get away with the crime 100%. Yeah, for sure. I would say. Yeah.
I disagree. I think that although technically what you're saying there is correct, it doesn't get to the broader point. I think this is directly analogous to your example, which is, can you ever, if you're committing a crime and you have a weapon on you, have a legitimate claim to self-defense? I think the George Floyd situation in that point, even though he committed a crime, even though he would have been armed in this scenario, and even though the police had the right to detain him because they went too far in how they were detaining him, he would have legitimately had a case for self-defense if he had defended himself using any amount of violence, let alone a weapon, in order to try to save his own life in that point. I don't see how that would change if it's not a police officer. So, for example, if it wouldn't have been police officers, but it would have just been citizens, for example, the owner of the shop that decided to hold him down and detain him and put his knee in his neck, and he couldn't breathe. And so he reaches up with his fist and starts punching back, which is assault, which is an act of violence. But that's clearly a case of self-defense.
I think the reason why it feels a little bit different or why it's changing a bit is because now it seems like the other guy isn't just trying to repel you from committing a crime. Now the guy's escalating it into something completely different. Like, for instance, if let's say that you didn't have a weapon at all and the store owner was like trying to kill you for shoplifting, that store owner would be charged with murder, right? He wouldn't get away with that.
Correct.
Right? He's committing a crime there. So you're committing a misdemeanor, and then he's committing like a class A felony of like first degree murder, basically. And then you're defending yourself against that. I think that we're at such a disparate level of crime here. And I could probably imagine some crimes that you could commit with a weapon where you could defend yourself. So, for instance, clipping somebody's yard, like you walk through somebody's yard, that is trespassing, right? And if the second you did it, like fucking Usain Bolt, okay, the fastest runner in the world, runs out of the house to go and beat the shit out of you because you clipped his yard, you crossed through it, and then you have a knife and you defend yourself. Like, in that case, would I say that, like, well, you lost the right to self-defense the second you step through his yard? I would say probably not. I would say that if you're committing, almost for certain every felony, if you're committing crimes where you expect to meet any type of resistance and you have a weapon with you, I would say that that weapon is automatically being used to further the crime because you have it there to help you basically commit the crime, right? Like, would we imagine ever that you're committing the crime, somebody comes out to stop you, and then you use the weapon to defend yourself, but then you're like, okay, I'm not going to commit the original crime anymore, I'm just going to leave? Like somebody breaks in, and then, they've got like a ton of your money, and then you come down the stairs, and you're like, wait, and then you pull out a baseball bat, and the guy's like, hold on, and then he pulls out a gun. He's like, now listen, you got the bat, I got the gun, I'm going to leave your money now, but I'm just going to leave, right? No, they would use the weapon to finish committing the crime.
But I don't think that that's really germane to what we're talking about, because what you just admitted was you could envision a scenario where someone is committing a crime such as trespassing that is armed, but they would still, in some sort of hypothetical, have a reasonable case for self-defense, which would mean that the mere act of having the weapon in the first place while going to commit that crime wasn't a premeditated use of violence, because a reasonable person could say, well, I'm not going to use this weapon to commit this act of violence, to commit this crime. However, I'll keep it on me just in case things escalate to where I need to defend my life, because that stuff does happen. I could be being attacked in a way that I find to be unreasonable, that I fear for my life for the petty crime that I was committing, such as the George Floyd situation that he gave. And so therefore you could imagine why he would have a knife on him, even though he didn't intend to use that knife in the commission of his crime of passing a fake bill.
Sure, but that's why I said before, and I said at the start, at the head of this, that I don't think you would necessarily automatically concede your right to self-defense, but I think that any crime that you commit where there's like a reasonable understanding that another person is going to try to stop you, if you have a weapon, I would say you automatically intend to use that weapon to further the crime.
Well, it's
you're never surrendering. You're never getting beaten up without using your weapon, and you're probably never stopping the crime unless you literally can't carry it out anymore. So, like, you're always bringing that weapon in the commission of the crime. 100%, you are. You're never giving up. You're never like a guy doesn't go to a house with a gun for self-defense, and then the owner comes downstairs with a bat, and the guy just runs away, or the owner beats him up, and the guy like hobbles away. He's got his gun to defend himself, and that gun is to defend himself while he's in the commission of a crime.
That's fine, but that's different. And we could even say that should be illegal. He should, most cases, lose his right to self-defense because, as I've already admitted, I support things like Castle Doctrine. Well, in general, I don't know specifically how it's worded or applied, but I do support people's right to defend their property using lethal means if necessary. I think that's something I support. All I'm saying is there is a difference between saying if you have a weapon and you go to commit a crime, that's tantamount to premeditation that you were going to use violence to commit that crime. I think those are two separate things. And the second thing is what I'm saying is required in my definition of insurrection, that you had to have premeditated wanting to use violence in your attempt to overthrow the government. It's not enough to say, but I will have... I reserve.
Well, sure. Wait. We don't worry about the
myself.
insurrection. Okay, wait. Here's a question: how would you, in your world, we agree that there's first-degree murder usually requires you've thought about it, you've premeditated it, and you have an intention to kill the person, right? Mm-hmm. We agree that for first-degree murder. In your world, yeah. Okay. There's that. We're gonna say second-degree murder is you've engaged in action that you know is going to kill somebody. Okay, maybe there wasn't that a large premeditation element, but you've engaged in an action that you know is going to kill somebody. And then manslaughter is maybe you've acted with reckless disregard towards human life, doing something that you know could have killed somebody, basically, right? I'm giving these as broad. Every state will define these a little bit differently.
Sure, yeah. I agree with you in general. Yeah,
sure. In your world, how would you ever convict somebody of second-degree murder ever? It seems like there would only ever be first-degree murder or manslaughter, that there would never be a second-degree murder ever, because you could never...
Well, why? You already said people prove mens rea all the time. People prove intent all the time.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying here that everything that you've given me so far, I don't think any court would agree with anything you've laid out so far. So I'm trying to figure out, like, in your world, how would you ever prove, like, a second-degree murder? It would. It feels like in Rob's world, it would always be a manslaughter because a person, well, he wasn't planning on using violence. It just kind of ended up happening as a result of some situation. But if he, like, had a whole plan to do it or whatever, it would just be first-degree murder. Like, I don't know how you would ever get...
Let me restate what I think you're saying about second-degree murder to make sure that I'm not getting confused. Sure. First-degree murder is I plan to kill that person, I take a weapon or not, whatever, how I'm going to kill them. I show up, I kill them. It was premeditated, mm-hmm. That's first degree. You're saying second-degree murder would be I'm planning to commit some sort of crime, but that doesn't rise to the level of murder, which predictably could escalate. And then when I commit that crime and it escalates and I kill that person, that's second-degree murder.
I guess I could be, yeah, if you kill them during the commission of some crime.
So I'm going to break into your house and steal all of your possessions, and you wake up and you come at me and I shoot you. That's second-degree murder, not first-degree murder, because I didn't premeditate to kill you, but I was committing a felony and then killed you in cold blood in the heat of the moment when you came. That would be second-degree murder?
Fuck, actually on that one, I don't know if that would be second degree or first. I'm not sure if that might actually be first degree murder. I'm not even sure.
I guess I'm just confused. I understand the difference between first degree and manslaughter, but like you said, I know each state defines these differently. But mm-hmm. Can you just as clear as possible identify what you mean by second degree murder? How it's differentiated between manslaughter and first degree murder?
So I think that so for second degree murder, let's say that you're it would be it would be something that could come up like spontaneously, but you're doing something with the intention to kill somebody that you know will kill them. So I think the difference between first and second degree might be like first degree murder is I'm talking to my wife. I find out that she, fucked 20 people at this bar. And I'm like, okay, well, fuck, I'm going to go to this bar and do a mass shooting. Okay. You go to the bar, you bring an assault rifle, you got it fully loaded. You go to the bar, you start shooting, killing everybody. Okay. This is first degree murder, right? You went in with you knew you were going to do this. You intended to kill them all. You know you're committing lethal force, right? And then second degree murder, like let's say that you're at a bar and then you find out that some guy is saying something like, oh yeah, like last night I came in your soup and you didn't even realize it. And you're like, the fuck, you what? And then you reach down. Let's say that you reach down and you. Let's say somebody says that to you. You reach over, you grab a knife, you stab them in the neck like 10 times or whatever. You're so fucking pissed off. That might be second degree murder. Let's say that somebody says the same thing to you. Okay, I came in your Fruit Loops, 20 times this morning when you weren't watching, and you're like, what? And you punch this guy, like 5 times in the face, and he ends up dying, right? So I think the first case, when you go in and you shoot everybody because you find out, your wife fucked everybody in the bar. Okay, you shoot them all and kill them all. That's first degree murder. The guy tells you something about, coming in your Fruit Loops, you stab him 20 times in the neck. I think that would be second degree murder because you're engaging in an action that you know is going to kill somebody. And then I think the third one where you punch somebody like 5 times right in the nose, you punch him even when he goes down to the ground, you're so fucking mad. I think that might be like first degree manslaughter or voluntary manslaughter because you didn't really know it was going to kill him, but you're acting with such reckless disregard and you know that you should know this, you could kill him, right? But it wasn't the same as like the second degree where you're intending to kill the guy. And for the first degree, it lacked that the deliberative element, I think. Yeah.
Okay. So then I think you answered the question. So then your question then becomes, how would there ever be a case for second degree murder? Well, you gave the argument. The difference is the premeditation. First degree murder is you hear something, you're premeditating, okay, I'm going to show up and I'm going to kill someone, and you act that out. That's premeditation, first degree murder in the example you're giving. Second degree murder is more of the heat of the moment. You're taking an action that you know will most likely result in the death of someone, like you shoot them, but it was a heat of the moment type thing. Manslaughter would be do something in the heat of the moment that you didn't necessarily know would result in death, like you punch them in the temple and they fall down.
But here's my issue. The thing that I'm doing is I'm kind of transferring the intent, the first degree intent, from the crime to the murder. So for instance, if you would have that premeditated element if you were committing a crime, and if you brought a weapon with you and something during that crime happened where there was a back and forth and you end up killing a person, it's like, well, bro, you went to commit a crime where you knew the guy could oppose you with violent means and you brought a weapon. Of course, you're basically planning on killing a guy if he stops you from committing a crime. That's why I'm saying that the plan to use violence would be there if you're committing a crime and you have a weapon on you from the start and it's a crime where you know that you're expecting to meet some kind of resistance.
I don't know. I don't know how that plays out in the legal field. Again, I'm not talking about my definition, particularly in the legalese of it, but my guess is there are an awful lot of times where people get charged for second degree murder in that very example that you just gave, such as you're in a gang and you're armed all the time and you show up to rob a rival gang, and then in the commission of that robbery, violence breaks out and you pull your gun and you shoot. That's, I'm guessing, more often than not going to be charged as second degree murder. Would be my guess. I could be wrong about that, but for me,
well, I think that might actually fall under felony murder.
Maybe
if you're doing a robbery that involves violence, and if you had a weapon on you and somebody dies or you kill somebody or something happens during it, I think that would de jure be like felony murder there, because the law system has decided, well, listen, you're going to commit a crime where somebody, it's reasonable to expect during certain, I think these are only for like class, it depends on the state, but like high level felonies, there's going to be violence here, and then you bring a weapon and somebody dies, I think you would just get a felony murder charge there. And I believe felony murder, at least I'm looking here for, is this Florida law? Felony murder might be treated the same as first degree murder, at least in the state of Florida.
I don't know. It might be true. I'm telling you right now that I'm not a lawyer and I haven't looked into the difference between first degree and second degree. I'm saying that one of those is premeditated and the other isn't. Like saying, I'm planning, you acknowledge that there's a difference. Saying, we're going to go steal this.
No, I don't. To be clear, I don't.
I completely disagree. I think that there's a difference saying we're going to show up and shoot John and steal his drugs versus, hey, get your weapons in case John fights back, but we're going to go steal his drugs, but we're not planning to kill him. I think those are two different things. One is clear premeditation, the other, premeditation to commit violence, the other is not. And again, we're spending a lot of time on this, which is fine, but I don't know how germane it is because, again...
Okay, well, to be meta, we're spending a lot of time on this because I don't truly... I don't know if I believe you think this, or if you're really just trying to head off. If you feel like this is like a linchpin to the J6 argument.
I think
in
that if
any circumstance, if somebody showed up to your house with firearms and their goal was to break in and steal like some family heirloom or some shit, and you caught them and you resisted and then they shot and killed you, I would 100% say, you guys this is what the fuck you were planning on. If you showed up to do this, you were gonna kill him the whole fucking time. Like, you brought a gun to this crime, like you're planning, it's gonna get violent if he catches you. Yeah, this is basically you planning on killing the dude.
No, I disagree. I would say that that's different. I would say,
or at the very least, you're planning on using violence to commit the crime.
Well, I think I don't know. Like, it would depend on the situation. For example, if I planned on going into the house that I knew people were there, that changes the different. That changes what I would think about it versus I assume that everyone would be out of the house. Like, they're on vacation. So I plan my burglary attempt then, but I'm armed just in case the watchman shows up or someone comes while I'm doing it. I think in the first scenario, there seems to be more propensity to understand that violence is likely to occur versus the second scenario, which is that I seem to be taking steps to avoid violence, but I do protect myself by having a weapon or something. But again, to get it back, I understand you don't want to do this, but try to bring it back to what we're talking about with insurrection. I think that I'm being legitimate and good faith in what I'm determining to be what is commonly understood when we talk about the term insurrection, because I think that almost no one was calling the actions of many of the Black Lives Matter, including the initial Minneapolis situation, an insurrection. I didn't call it that. I don't know anyone that did, because I think that the common vernacular when we're using that term is that we assume that it means sort of the things that I'm saying. That it's like people planning to use violence in an attempt to overthrow the government.
Just curious then. So would you say then, okay, sorry, we'll move on from this in a second. We can't agree, I guess, and we'll just mark this as a disagreement.
Okay,
but I think this is probably going to come up in the future.
That's
Even
fine,
in my definition, this might come up in the future.
Okay.
Does this mean that you would never ever say that violence was pre-planned unless the planned crime itself included violence then? So for instance, if I were to plan to do assault with a deadly weapon or to murder somebody with a deadly weapon, those we would both agree, those obviously include a plan of violence, correct?
Sure, yes.
But if we plan to do every single other crime, as long as the plan didn't include violence, then we would never say that violence was part of the plan. So I could plan a break-in and entry, I could plan a rape or sexual assault, I could plan to beat somebody up with my hands, with my fists, I could plan to steal every single dollar a person owns, I could plan to steal a person's car, I could plan to set their house, I could plan to do all these things, but none of those plans, even if we brought a gun to every single one, you would never say any of those plans include like violence with a deadly weapon. None of those plans include it, even if I bring a weapon to commit all of those crimes.
I mean, this is difficult because the examples you give range from clear acts of violence like rape versus stealing money. So like, then the definition changes to violence with a deadly weapon. I don't know. I think if you're committing a rape and you have a knife on that's clearly visible and being brandished, I think.
Well, wait, no, it doesn't have to be visible brandish. Don't add to it. What if you have a knife in your pocket? Sure, okay.
I would say in that definition, because you're already committing, it seems to not matter at that point because we're talking about whether or not violence was being intended. You're clearly intending to commit violence if you're raping someone. Would I say that it's violence with a deadly weapon?
You wouldn't say
sure.
You wouldn't say you're clearly intending violence if you're breaking into somebody's house and stealing things?
No. You think that's clearly an intent on violence? Like if you
hell yeah. Like if I'm in my home and somebody's broken in, that person's dying. I'm not gonna have a conversation with that guy. You're in my fucking house, right? I'm sneaking through with my fucking laser strobe light on my little alien Luago, and I'm gonna use that $5,000 pistol to unload all 17 rounds into you and your fucking friend. We're gonna have a conversation. My assumption is already that this is like the end game. You're gonna have a conversation with a person, right? That's a little bit just like on a personal level, I guess. But like, I'm pretty sure you would say the same. That if somebody's broken into somebody's house and they're stealing things, we're already at the maximum level of escalation.
I disagree. I just do. I don't think violence is premeditated. Again, it depends on the scenario. If we use the scenario where you fully expect someone to not be home, right? That's not a premeditation of violence then to attempt to break into their home while they're not home, And then you end up using, you've already conceded the example where you could see where someone could have a weapon and use it even in the commission of crime and it would still be a legitimate
Hold on,
case
wait a
of
second.
self-defense.
When I say, you keep saying I've conceded that point, and I didn't. I said at the very beginning that we could imagine some crimes where maybe it wouldn't happen. So, for instance, you clip somebody's yard, okay? But we're very squarely in the area of we're doing a crime where we expect there to be some sort of resistance, and we bring a weapon while committing that crime. I am saying that the intent is already automatically there to use the weapon in the commission of that crime, and that if it happens, the violence was essentially planned for, I would say. But you're saying that, no, it's not planned for. You could be trying to avoid violence, and you'd have the weapon just in case. If the weapon is there just in case, it's just in case of what?
Just
the person protects himself from you committing a crime?
Yes.
Like, so how is that not an intention to use the weapon to commit the crime?
Because, right, again, if George Floyd's passing fake money and he has a pocket knife on him, and then is that his intent to use that knife to commit that crime?
If the difference here is I mean, it would depend on how it works. Let's say that he uses fake money that's like obviously fake, and then the storekeeper like sees it, and the storekeeper goes to arrest him or something, and he like stabs the storekeeper on his way out or some shit, then I would say, yeah, what the fuck? You're using a knife to make sure that you're safe while committing your crime. It's harder to imagine this one because like you're giving something to somebody like walking away or whatever, as opposed to stealing something in a traditional way. Like, for instance, like if I were to scam you of $1,000 through PayPal, could you like, and I've got a knife on me in my computer room, am I like using my knife to commit the crime? Like fake money, but if we make it a little bit more tangible, like shoplifting. Yeah, if you're shoplifting and you've got a weapon on you, yeah, 100%, you're using that weapon with the intention to commit the crime, and you're using it to further the crime. 100%.
Oh no, even in that example, I mean that's a better example than I completely disagree with that. Like
if somebody has a knife or a gun on them and they shoplift, you don't think that they're using the knife or gun with the intention of furthering the crime?
No. If they have mace on them and they shoplift, that's probably, most women I know carry a little bit of pepper spray in their purse, right? So that would mean any woman that shoplifts is intending to commit violence because she has pepper spray in her purse?
Yeah, I would say that you have, the intent is basically there, yes.
No, I think that's
to defend
crazy.
yourself in the commission of the crime.
But that's not premeditated attempts to use violence. That's
so then
crazy.
Going back to this then, so then what I said initially then is there's no such thing in your world. There is no premeditation to use violence except for on explicitly violent acts themselves. So like you have to be planning to assault somebody, planning to murder somebody, planning to use a weapon. But otherwise, a weapon that's used in the commission of another crime never counts as a plan for violence. It's just the other crimes.
I think that the plan to use violence to overthrow the government in that, like the Whiskey Rebellion, they created a militia, to fight against the federal government. That's enough at that point to say that they intended to use violence to achieve their goals. I think that, so maybe we're arguing much to do about nothing because you may end up saying that that's what January 6th was. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that there needs to be premeditation to be willing to use violence in your attempts to overthrow the government. I don't think.
Okay, well, in this case, then, just curious, then, and this isn't a kill shot argument to you, so you can concede this. You can say this, and it doesn't necessarily destroy everything you say. But like in this case, shouldn't you never, if you were planning an insurrection, you would never say we're going to go here with the intent to use force. You would always just say, all right, guys, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go and overthrow the government today. Everybody come with me. Make sure you guys have your weapons just in case like a cop attacks us or something, okay? But everybody bring your weapons. We're going to go insurrect and overthrow the government. That wouldn't be an insurrection in your world because they weren't planning on using guns. They just brought them for self-defense.
No. I think that there are thresholds to this, and I think if they're legitimately saying that their attempt is to overthrow the government and they are bringing firearms in that example, I would say that would probably meet the threshold for insurrection.
Hold on. I'm going to write this down and tell me you're good. So you're saying if they were planning on overthrowing the government and they brought firearms with them, then that would exceed my threshold for using violence to commit an insurrection?
Yeah, I think that if they said, okay, boys, we're going to overthrow the government, bring your weapons, I think that would be, like, I guess it would determine what they mean by overthrow the government. But to me, to say it like that, first off, To go more to your example, I don't think anyone would talk like that. That would seem to be a really dumb thing to say. But at that point, when they're saying that, I think that entails the act of overthrowing the government entails sort of violence being necessary anyway. So the weapons there would be further example of that, even if they never said we intend specifically to use violence. That would be different.
Okay,
than
but then, sure. The only reason I'm asking this is because you had. So right now we're looking at the word planning as part of your definition, and you said planning violence. But then a counterexample you gave earlier is, well, you can open carry at a protest. That's totally fine.
Yep.
So what if they just said we're going to go to try to like overthrow the government, but we're going to open carry on the way there? You're saying that would exceed your threshold for planning violence?
Well, to admit the overthrow of a government, I think, entails some sort of willingness to commit violence. It's part of the plan in the first place.
Why? You can have a bloodless coup or a bloodless insurrection, theoretically, right? Like, let's say you show up and everybody just like runs away, right? I mean, that might be like an atypical example, but
yeah, no, I don't think that's what people are meaning when they refer to the term insurrection. I think that they think that there has to be some sort of overthrow of the government and that violence has to be part of the planning of that. I think that's different than someone saying, and again, I know you don't want to hear this argument. I'm trying my best to engage in the analogy that I just think from the outset is not germane to what we're talking about, because that's different than saying we don't like something that happened. We don't like an election and we're going to protest that. And guys, we think Antifa is going to show up, or we think that that security is going to come fuck with us. So you have the right to defend yourself, etc., etc. We have to be ready that they could try to come after us. That's different than saying we're going to use violence to overthrow the government. We're going to use violence to get the political outcome that we want.
Okay, all right. I'll have these bolded and quoted points here, and maybe we'll come back to some. Okay. The next part of your definition was so you said a group of people planning a serious attempt to overthrow the government using violence. Okay, you have serious attempt. What qualifies in your mind as a serious attempt?
Okay, that's going to be the hardest part, because I think that this basically comes down to a threshold argument. So, for example, if 3 15-year-old graffiti people say, down with the system, fuck the man, let's put our black belt gear on, and we're going to go, kick some police cars because we want to bring down the man, I don't think that qualifies to the threshold of what we would consider colloquially to be an insurrection, even though it could be people that legitimately want the government to be taken down, because I don't think that it rises to the level that it would be serious enough to say that there was any serious threat that would have any attempt at remote success in doing it. Now, if those same kids then have...
This is a real quick question. Is there a difference in your mind between an insurrection and attempted insurrection, or like rebellion and attempted rebellion?
Yeah, I would say.
So is an insurrection only an insurrection?
Of course there's a difference. Is there a difference legally? Is that your question?
Well, hold on. You say, of course there's a difference, but we won't go to my definition yet, but in my understanding, historically, there is no difference between, you would never say there's like an attempted insurrection or an attempted rebellion. People either rebel or they don't. If you attempt to rebel, you're rebelling. If you attempt to insurrect, you're insurrecting. So I'm just asking, in your mind, is there a difference between like an attempted insurrection versus an insurrection? And is the only difference between the two that an insurrection is successful, or that the attempted insurrection... Yeah, what's the difference, I guess, in your mind of the two?
It's a difficult question. I guess I haven't thought about it, right? So, let's just stick to the term insurrection. So, just thinking through this, so, maybe it would be an attempted insurrection if a bunch of people said, we want to take down the government, but they're literally so incapable, it's just a bunch of teenagers that there's no ability to do anything about it. Maybe that would be considered an attempted insurrection. But, if the planning phase of the insurrection reaches to the point where it would cross these threshold issues, then I think at that point there wouldn't really be a difference between an attempted insurrection versus insurrection, at least how we apply it legally. So, for example, a failed insurrection is still an insurrection for all legal intents and purposes and sort of what we would consider colloquially.
Okay, what is... So here's one question, and you can answer this either way, and maybe it doesn't influence anything else. So it's not like a kill shot or anything. Okay,
yeah.
But is there any other crime ever where you would make the same consideration? Where let's say somebody was to attempt a crime, but the crime was so unlikely to work that we wouldn't even bother viewing it as a crime or charging them of the crime, or even morally thinking they're culpable of committing the crime.
Yeah, there's probably, I don't know. It has to do with sort of the idea of the planning phase of it and what we would mean. So, for example, if a bunch of kids say, let's steal from our teachers' mailbox or some shit because we don't like them, and then they never get around to it, we probably wouldn't charge them with that theft, right? I don't know.
Well, because I haven't even done the thing. But let's say for instance, okay, I'm gonna use a crazy example, okay? And this is a crazy one, okay? I might even lose the audience, okay? But I would feel strong about this. I'm curious how a court would deal with this. Let's say that a couple of 18-year-olds are talking, and one guy, okay, they tell him, listen, all right, we've got this college professor, freshman, huge fucking dick, okay? Classes are way too hard. We actually found out that this guy has a severe allergy to Nerf darts, okay? That if you were to shoot like 3 Nerf dart things at this guy's face, you would actually kill this dude. 100% he would die. If a guy heard that and he went through a whole plan to buy a Nerf gun, get the Nerf darts, and then he would show up in class and shoot him like 15 times with those Nerf darts, I would say that that's attempted murder.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Even though he had no chance of succeeding because you're never killing somebody with Nerf darts.
Well, does this guy have a legitimate allergy to Nerf darts?
No, I'm so sorry. No, that's part of the thing. I'm not aware of an analogy to Nerf darts.
I don't know then. I don't know if that's attempted murder. Like, it's clear in the colloquial sense that guy is attempting to murder. Like, if he's in good faith believes this story and attempts to do that to kill him, yeah, I would say that that's clear. But would it rise to the legal definition? I'm not sure.
Oh, hold on, no, wait. I'm just sticking with your kind of like moral, personal.
Yeah, I think personally, I would consider that was an attempt to kill that person. Yeah.
Okay,
that's
but then
what I would say.
But then, sure. So then I'm trying to square this away with when you're saying that if too few people were to show up for something to rise to the level of a serious insurrection, like why would that matter? If the people themselves think they can do it, why would it matter if it was possible or not?
Because it has to reach a certain threshold before we would consider it an insurrection. Like, so when we get to your definition and the people that created your definition, it's going to be so overly broad that it's going to include thousands of things that no one would consider using common vernacular to be insurrections. And so when we use
wait, hold on, wait, we're running ahead too far.
I understand that. But that's what I'm saying.
No, wait, I'm not even talking about my definition. I'm only on yours. You said a group of people planning a serious attempt. And it sounds like you're trying to define serious attempt as though it has to basically like succeed. Otherwise, you wouldn't consider it an insurrection. Or people that are just very misinformed or are bringing way too few people, you wouldn't consider it an insurrection. I'm just curious, like, what the line separating the two is.
Well, it's difficult, right? The serious attempt, it could be both in the level of violence that they are willing, so it has to be a serious level of violence. For example, 3 people using AR-15s aren't going to overthrow the government, but it could still be considered an insurrection if they decide to unload those firearms on members of Congress, because the serious level of the violence would rise to that level. Even though both me and you could probably agree, the chance of that actually overthrowing the government are slim to none. Or
so you wouldn't consider that. So even if they drew up huge plans and everything, you wouldn't consider that, and like say that was their plan. You would say, well, that's not an insurrection because the chances of them succeeding are very low.
No, I'm saying the opposite. Because of the serious level of violence carried out in doing that, I would probably consider that an insurrection.
Okay, 3 people with AR-15s would be, but 100,000 protesters or whatever wouldn't be.
Correct, because they're not pre-planning to use the violence to overthrow the government.
Well, no, wait. I'm not on the pre-planning part. I'm just on the serious attempt part.
No, I don't think that protest is a serious attempt to overthrow.
But, okay.
Like, you think, no,
wait,
I don't.
When you say serious attempt, I'm trying to figure out, like, because it seems like you're evaluating the attempt as the, it's, okay. When we're trying to define what we think is a crime, I'm pretty sure, generally, when we're looking at our definitions here, all of this is being viewed prospectively, I think, not retrospectively. But it sounds like your serious attempt is only a retrospective analysis on how likely was it for this particular thing to have worked based on if it worked or not.
Well, no, like, again, I think there's 2 levels of it. There's how likely would it have been to actually succeed in its effort to overthrow the government, but the serious also applies to the violence. And I think that matching either of those would be sufficient to call it an insurrection. So for
so then let's say theoretically one guy walked in with wooden nunchucks, and he got through the security and everything, and he had one friend also who had wooden ninja stars. And let's say that these 2 guys captured Mike Pence, and they convinced Mike Pence to give the election to Donald Trump. Would you say that even though that was a successful insurrection, you wouldn't consider it an insurrection because it doesn't count as a serious attempt, because the chances of that succeeding are so unlikely? The violent means they brought wasn't even that much. They didn't bring enough people. So it was a successful insurrection that would have failed your definition of insurrection on the outset, or?
I guess at that point there's questions as to whether or not them convincing Mike Pence to change his mind would have worked, because presumably it's
No, I'm sorry. Let's assume that they change his mind to like literally delete like paper shred, something that would be clearly illegal. That we don't have to fight over the electricity yet. But let's say like we're going to tell Mike Pence to we brought black Crayola crayons and he's going to rewrite all the electoral votes to convince everybody that it was fake. Something clearly illegal, right?
Okay, but in this analogy, we also have to assume then that Mike Pence never tells anyone that he was forced to do this. That's necessary for the analogy.
I'm just saying that like if there's an unlikely to succeed insurrection and it does succeed, then it feels like you would say that, well, that was an insurrection, but only because it worked. But if they would have gotten caught, we wouldn't consider it an attempted insurrection.
That is true. I think there are many, many problems with this analogy. But yes, is there a chance that there could be something that we would all look at and be like, that's a joke, it had no chance to succeed. But then hypothetically in some crazy fucking world, it ends up succeeding when we say, oh, I was wrong. I didn't think based on the planning aspect of that. If you told me that two people with nunchucks were able to overthrow the government, I would say that's a fucking joke. Clearly that's not an insurrection. But it worked, so yeah, I guess it was an insurrection then. Yeah.
Okay, I guess my two issues are the two challenges that I would bring to this, and we don't have to fight as much on this. The two challenges I bring is one is it would go back to the one thing. Can you think of any sort of attempted crime that we would say wasn't the attempted crime because it just didn't have a high likelihood of working? Because I feel like any time you've got the mens rea, the criminal intent to commit a particular crime, even if it's unlikely to work, we would still say that person attempted this particular crime always.
But again, it would have... I don't know. I would have to think about it strongly. I'm sure I could come up with some sort of example, but I'll be honest with you. I can't off the top of my head think of an example that maybe as we go, I'll be able to think of something.
Sure, that's fine. Okay. And then my second question is, can you think in your mind ever of any failed insurrections? Because it sounds like, using your definition, basically the fact that an insurrection failed would basically automatically make it not an insurrection. Can you think of a single failed insurrection?
No, that's not true. I'm not saying that. Like, there can certainly be insurrections like there have been insurrections that didn't result in the overthrow of the government, like the Whiskey Rebellion, the Chaz Zone.
Okay, wait. Okay, sorry. So in your mind, an attempted insurrection would be trying to overthrow the government, and it would only become an insurrection if it overthrows the government.
Well, again, for the purposes of legalese, I think that there's not probably much of a difference in how we would act on those. But yeah, I would say that in common...
Well, hold on, well, because you gave Chaz and BLM as examples of failed insurrections. So that would that make them...
No, I didn't say BLM. I said the Whiskey Rebellion and Chaz.
I'm sorry. Whiskey Rebellion and Chaz. Yeah. So you would say that these are failed insurrections, so that would make them just insurrections then? And then they failed, or would that make them attempted insurrections?
I would call them insurrections, but they're also I would say they're insurrections, but they failed.
Okay. So an insurrection that fails is still an insurrection. Okay. Let me think. Hold on. Let me just think. I have one more question on this. Mm-hmm. Okay. If an insurrection fails, it's still considered an insurrection, but the insurrection would have needed to have had a reasonable chance to succeed for it to fail and still be called an insurrection, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, hold on. But in order for it to be called an insurrection, to be called a failed insurrection, it would have needed to have had a likely chance to succeed in the first place. Okay, then just curious, and I don't know the details of these, but we can read into these if you want. Why would you consider Chaz a failed insurrection then? Like, do you think that Chaz had a reasonable chance of peeling territory off from the state of Washington, the city of Seattle, or the United States of America?
Well, it did. It succeeded for a period of time, but it didn't achieve its ultimate goal of overthrowing in that particular area that level of government. But it did succeed for a matter of weeks, almost a month, right?
Chaz succeeded for a limited period of time but it succeeded in what?
And stealing land from the United States government, emancipating that area of the world from the U.S. government.
What does success count as here for you? I'm getting very pedantic. You don't have to have exact answers. I'm just curious. Well, does success just mean that they've declared a thing and they successfully
kept out all authority and it was an autonomous zone that they declared themselves separate from the government of, what was it, Seattle, and presumably the United States then, which Seattle falls part of.
Okay, Chastised for a limited period of time and stealing from the United States government, because they declared themselves separate and autonomous for a period of time.
Well, it's not just they declared themselves; it worked. They used violence. They kept police out. People were murdered there. Police had to ask them, and first responders had to ask their military. Basically, it was tantamount to their military security for permission to enter, to treat people that were shot. So it wasn't just they attempted to keep them out. They did.
Nothing that you've described so far is like taking territory from the United States. All of this could literally just be like a violent event, though.
I would think that would fall into the overthrow the government portion.
Because the police need assistance in entering an area?
No, because they took over that part of the country with physical violence, removing all authority, and then setting up their own military.
Did they have their own military set up?
They had the security guys. They had security barriers set up with armed guards.
Security guys and security barriers is a far cry from their own military.
Well, define military.
Well, the onus is on you here because you said part of your definition is like a serious
when I'm
attempt.
saying military, I'm saying armed enforcers designed to keep out other countries' armed men. That's what I would qualify as. So it acted as both their police, their security, and their military. I don't know what the actual definition of the word military is, but that's how I'm using the term. That it was used to prevent outside governments from getting into
other countries. Oh, okay. Okay, we can roll with this. That's fine. Okay, for now. Okay, we've got a group of people planning a serious attempt. Okay, and then we've got to overthrow the government. What does overthrow the government mean to you?
I think that's another term that's difficult, right? So I think that it needs to mean that there is a level of severity in that as well. So it's not just protesting one law. It has to be something that takes away a portion of the government, such as their land, takes away the leadership or the people that lead, such as murdering people in positions of power.
Okay. So it takes away some portion of the government, such as land. Can you give me a few more things here? What do we mean by that?
So like if the South seceded, right? Took away land from the federal government, that would be an insurrection. Trying to take away a bunker, or a fort, that would be an insurrection. Need more examples, or forcing the government out?
You said
forcing the government out from their ability to tax you using violence. That would be an overthrow of the government.
Okay. Okay, overthrow the government. Okay, and then we've got at the end, we've got using violence. What counts as violence to you?
I would say violence. Shit. Okay, a little pedantic. I would say violence is non-self-defense, physical aggression that results. I don't know. It can't just be physical aggression because I could just.
Here, wait, real quick. I'm gonna go pee and you can think of this, okay? Also, keep in mind we can go back to this. You can change anything you want. I'm not gonna capture you on anything here, but I'm gonna use rest for it. 1 second.
Okay, no problem. As we wait for Destiny to come back, I think I have no problem going through. You can see sort of the ridiculous nature of, it's not ridiculous, but you can see how the interrogation of a definition, and you could understand why the broader point that someone that me is interested in is talking about the selective application of the term in order to demonize political opponents and use lawfare against them. You can see why this sort of debate is sort of uninterested when I think that that broader conversation of how this is playing out. However, I am someone who tries to debate in good faith, and I hope that it's obvious, even if people think that I'm full of shit and wrong, that I'm actually trying to go through analogies that I don't think really apply whatsoever, and trying my best faith effort to give what I think is my understanding and to be able to explain this stuff. And I understand a lot of people, particularly on my side of things, are going to say, this is a mistake, you shouldn't be going down this rabbit hole. I'm just trying to be fair, and I've agreed that for the first half of this conversation, I will do my best to allow any of these definitions to be interrogated to the maximum effort possible. So I have no problem doing this. I'm also admitting that I can't claim that this is some definition that I've written in stone. It's just the definition when I hear the term insurrection is the things that I normally think about. And I understand from the outset of it that there's going to be problems with a definition like this, because when we're talking about common vernacular, there's always going to be certain threshold things. And I'm admitting that. Like, what does serious mean? Well, it might mean different things to different people. But I think that that's what's going on. When I look, for example, at what I see is the riots of Black Lives Matter, there are all sorts of things that I think once we get to Destiny's definition that I think would qualify as insurrections. Most of the time, no one called those insurrections. And I think that proves that with the common vernacular that there's something more to it that we're not saying. Are you back, man? I'll stop rambling if you're back.
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yep.
Okay. Well, okay, so for using violence, you've got non-self-defense, physical aggression.
Here's the definition I looked up real quick. It says, behavior or treatment in which physical force is exerted for the purpose of causing damage or injury. Sure, sounds good. Other than self-defense, I don't think that
Okay.
qualifies. You would agree with that as well, right? Like self-defense is, you could engage in violence, but it's morally legitimate if it's self-defense.
Sure.
Yeah. So that's not the violence I'm saying in this definition. It would have to be.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm going to reread this and let's see if we're on the same page. Okay. All right. So Rob's definition of insurrection is a group of people planning a serious attempt to overthrow the government using violence. For group, you've got two or more people. For people, you defining this as like basically non-government actors and people that are either like U.S. citizens, residents, people who are generally here legally, right? For planning, you mean that they pre-planned a violent thing to overthrow the government. They have to plan to use violence. Just having weapons as self-defense isn't enough. You have a serious attempt, meaning that there has to be like a reasonable chance of this particular insurrection succeeding. You've got overthrowing the government, which means not just protesting a law, but taking away some portion of the government, such as land, forcing the government out from their ability to tax you, or taking a portion of their leadership away. And then you've got using violence, meaning it's behavior or treatment in which physical force is used to cause damage or injury.
Yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable.
Okay.
Now, you weren't here, but I am admitting this is literally just a definition I came up with on the top of my head. Which seems like bad form, but ever since you offered to talk about this, I've worked or been on vacation every day. So this is what I'm just being as honest as possible. When I hear someone say there was an insurrection, this is the God's honest off the top of my head what I would think. Like, oh, okay, this is what I would think insurrection is. And I think that matters because I think that there's a reason that we haven't really called anything an insurrection other than January 6th for a long, long time.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Now...
But I don't mind the interrogation. That's fine.
Yeah. So there's a ton of different arguments that I would use against this. Namely that well, let me write, hold on. So Stephen's issue with this definition is that one, there is no historical or legal basis for this definition. I think you agree with that, right?
No. Here's why. What does historical or legal mean?
As in if I look at like historical, when people are talking about insurrection, whether it's Congress or like law drafter, or that is Congress, whether it's Congress or whether it's like courts that are analyzing insurrection, that you're not citing or alluding to any of that.
No, that is true. You are correct about that. What I would say though is that I don't think that the only place that we could get that is through case law. because case law is a place we could look at to see if there was a historical or legal basis. However, there are things in which cases are not brought, and which it seems that there could be that the definition isn't there in case law because it's changed or it's morphed, etc. And it is proven by the fact that what we used to think the definition was hasn't been charged or hasn't been brought up or in over 100 years.
So I agree with you there, but you haven't cited to any of that either, right?
That's
people
true.
that talk about passing laws, so conversations in Congress might be recorded, some of which I've cited for my debate against Andrew, but you're not citing to any of those as well. So you have
That's
no
true.
historical or legal basis for your
let me
definition.
be clear. I will say with legal basis, I'm pretty confident that there isn't any that speaks to this because it's way too vague for any sort of legal basis. You would agree with that? Like, no one's going to write a law.
No, I wouldn't agree with anything. No, I would not agree with that.
You don't
in fact,
think
the highest courts of the land so far have all agreed with me. So
no. I'm not saying on the term. I'm saying my definition is too vague to ever be written in law. Like you wouldn't
probably, sure.
Yeah. Now historical though, I'm not quite sure. Like, is it true that I could find some sort of historical book or text, from some author in 1830 that agrees largely?
You could,
but I didn't do that.
Wait.
If that's what
you
you're asking.
could. Yeah, sure. So there is no historical or legal basis, or I'll say legal foundation for your definition.
Correct.
Right?
So I'm not saying that like, oh, I read Thomas Paine, in Rights of Man, and no, I'm not saying that.
Okay. I would say the second issue is that things in history that were commonly thought of as insurrections would easily fail under Rob's definition. Do you agree with that or no?
Like, give me an example.
So, like, for instance, I don't believe the Whiskey Rebellion would, in your mind, I don't think that would count as an insurrection at all.
Why not?
Those people never had a chance of ever overthrowing the government whatsoever. It was a bunch of, like, retarded farmers. No
but didn't I say, but I included in overthrow the government of, like, their ability to stop the government from being able to tax them.
Oh, okay.
Right.
You did include this, but at the beginning of our conversation. Also, none of these are gotchas. If you want to amend or change anything, you can.
Yeah, that's fair.
Sure. So in the beginning of the argument, I deleted this quote because I thought you'd change your mind on it. In the beginning of the argument, it sounded like you said an insurrection has to be an attempt to overthrow the government. It can't just be resisting a particular law.
Correct. So, like, for example,
so why does taxation count here?
Because the government, it's a fundamental duty of the government to be able to tax people, and saying that the federal government
1780 or whatever.
Well, yeah, that's sort of what now listen, I'm no great student of history. I'm just some redneck that works in home healthcare, but my understanding of the Whiskey Rebellion was basically a bunch of people in Pennsylvania were pissed that there was going to be like a federal excise tax on their whiskey, correct?
Not just and again, my history is not great either, but we can read this. But I don't believe that it wasn't that it was a federal excise tax. It was the first tax. So the idea that the federal government even had a right to tax you, now we take that for granted. But back then, that would have been that was a really big deal. Like,
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying it's different, right? So they're saying that foundationally, the federal government doesn't have the right to tax them. So they're overthrowing that portion of the government that says it is a fundamental right, like a government can tax you. They say no. No,
okay, if you want to go with that, that's fine. But I think I would tell you have to walk back your entire part about overthrowing the government, and you have to come on board with me saying resist a law.
No, I disagree.
I think you get nothing. Hold on, because there is no person that would agree that resisting taxation is the equivalent of overthrowing the government.
I disagree.
You're not.
I disagree. I think that I think that you have a criticism that's legitimate, that there is a threshold problem with what I'm saying here. That's absolutely true. And it's going to be hard for me to pinpoint down exactly what I mean. Granted, I'll give you that. But I think that there is a clear, bright line that we could see that something saying like, no, the federal government doesn't have the right to issue taxes is different than saying my local meter maid or, the local mail truck doesn't have the right to deliver mail to my neighbor's house or to deliver mail to my house. Or that I'll give you an example. Something that's happening in my area. There's an
Hold on, wait. I'm curious. I'll push. Why wouldn't resisting U.S. mail, U.S. certified mail, could be a way that you deliver like a court summons to somebody? Or what about resisting like police officers arresting you? Like, would that count as an insurrection? Like, what? Because it sounds like overthrow the government here. It has just become resisting the law.
I don't think that preventing police officers from arresting you would qualify as an insurrection because that's not an attempt to overthrow the government, right?
Wait. Hold on. You can't use that word anymore. Overthrow the government, because you said that resisting taxation, that's not overthrowing the government. You agree with that, right?
It's overthrowing a core action of the government, a foundational principle of what the
You
government
understand
is.
that a foundational principle of the government is the executive branch, which is to enforce laws, which includes police officers. So a core action of the government is the enforcement of law way more than taxation. So resisting police.
I think that, again, it's different on a threshold argument. I think that the core action, while you are right that the executive branch has the ability to enforce the law, I don't think you being pissed off that cops are coming to arrest your uncle because he was having a kegger is the same as saying we are going to pick up rifles and create a militia to stop the federal government's ability to have taxes.
What if you created a militia to stop the cops from arresting your uncle?
No, it's not an insurrection. It has nothing to do with overthrowing the government. It's maybe something that I'll eventually need to amend in my definition, that one of the things that I think in the definition you'll use is the term of public purpose, right? And
No, wait, don't jump ahead.
But it's not jumping ahead. It's making I'm saying that maybe it's something I'll eventually have to amend in my definition, which is that there seems to be a different, overthrowing the government seems to entail sort of things that the government has the ability to do to you that's foundational to their existence, not just interrupting with law enforcement doing.
Wait, I don't. You're saying words foundational to its existence. You understand the government doesn't exist without law enforcement, right? It's literally one of our three branches. It's more. Do you agree that the executive branch is more important than taxation?
Well, that's sort of a weird qualifying question. I don't know.
You don't know if the branch that enforces the law, like with no executive branch, the legislative branch doesn't matter, and with no legislative branch, the judiciary has nothing to adjudicate. So you have no government. If you don't have an executor of laws, you have nothing. You have no government. The government can't exist with only two branches. I would say
hypothetically, if there was zero executive branch, if there is no enforcement whatsoever, yes, that's a bigger deal than the government isn't allowed to tax you. However, I think that there is a clear threshold argument. So, for example, would be the difference of saying, we don't think that police can exist, therefore we will create a militia to fight all police to stop police from existing, is different from saying, we're going to stop the cops from arresting our neighbor.
Well, hold on. To be clear, the Whiskey Rebellion wasn't them trying to stop all taxation from happening. I think they were just resisting whenever the tax collector was showing up to their area to collect taxes for the whiskey bullshit or whatever.
Well, be careful.
It was not like they were trying to get rid of all taxation in the government.
Be careful. You're going to talk yourself out of thinking it was an insurrection under your definition because it has to have public purpose.
Wait, we're not even at my definition.
I understand. What I'm saying is that there was a public purpose, that they were criticizing the federal government's ability to levy taxes. Now,
but hold on. Resisting the cops would be criticizing the government's ability to enforce laws, no?
No. It's a different standard because one is a foundational ability, a core ability of what the government could do. The other is stopping police from doing things that have nothing to do with your attempt to overthrow the government. So, for example, I'm not saying, when I say overthrowing the government, it does not meet the definition of overthrow the government that I'm trying to stop this cop from arresting me right now. And you say,
No, wait, you're not talking about stopping a cop from arresting me right now. I'm talking about if you form a militia to stop cops from arresting your uncle, versus forming a militia to stop cops from taxing your uncle, you're saying one is clearly an insurrection and another is clearly not an insurrection.
Well, I'm not saying it's clearly an insurrection. I'm saying it probably is an insurrection.
Okay, even probably one or the other. There's like no, yes. But in my mind, I'll ignore the fact that all this is, I would say, a little absurd. If anything, I would say that the police and the execution of law is far more fundamental to government than taxation. We can imagine a world with no taxation. It would be weird. Maybe the government would have to produce and sell products, or maybe they would raise money through donations. It'd be weird. But you literally cannot imagine a government with no executor.
I just want to be clear. We're not going to your definition. Just for right now, I want to be clear. You're saying that it is a more obvious attempt to overthrow the government to stop police from arresting a relative of yours than it would be to stop the federal government's ability to tax people. That's your argument.
Under your definition of overthrow the government, yes.
Why under my definition? In general, you would say one of those. You would say based on your definition of overthrow the government, however you want to define it. Based on that, you would say, yes, it is a more obvious attempt to overthrow the government to prevent police from arresting a relative of yours than to try to stop their ability using violence to tax.
Well, no, in my world, I would say that the resisting the cops part, I would call that most likely obstruction of justice, right? You would get arrested. That's a crime. Resisting the government's ability to levy taxes, to resist like one of the like fundamental purposes of a government to carry out something like that. I would say that in my mind that would probably be an insurrection. Yeah.
Okay, that's
fighting
exactly
against
the
government.
argument I'm making. The exact same argument that I'm making.
No, hold on.
One is
You can't-
obstruction of justice.
You can't
the
borrow.
other-
Wait. You can't borrow any of my definitions because
fine.
we're working completely in your world. You can't go to mine when it's convenient for you.
No. Then okay. Then if we're going to do this, can you define overthrowing the government?
No, I can't. I don't. I wouldn't. I don't think I would ever use this.
Okay,
well,
well
no,
then-
actually, I probably could. But so I can give you a definition if you want. But in my mind, there's a difference between, and this is going to be point 3, right? So in my mind, a coup, an insurrection, and a rebellion are all different things. Okay. So when you talk to me about overthrowing the government, I would say that you're probably you're either replacing leadership in the government in like an illegal way or in a subversive way, maybe we could say, or you're like, it would be replacing the government, or you're probably stealing territory from a government to establish your own. I would say that these things are probably under the definition of like rebellion. I would say that's like an overthrow of the government. That would be. I would probably say those two things. Yeah.
Okay.
But these are further along in my mind than an insurrection. Like an insurrection in my world doesn't necessarily include any of these things. Every rebellion probably starts with an insurrection, but plenty of insurrections would never go to rebellion because that wasn't the goal of the insurrection.
I don't. Right. But again, first off, I don't understand why you include the word coup there, because a coup would not necessarily have to include violence or intimidation under your definition, correct?
I agree. That's why I said a coup, an insurrection, and a rebellion are all different
Right.
things. I could imagine an attempted coup with one person with no violence
Right. So then we're really talking about like insurrection is sort of all rebellions would include an insurrection, but insurrections would not all include a rebellion. Is that a fair way of saying this?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I agree there's a difference in those sort of things. I still think that the way maybe you could argue that the way that we use the term insurrection right now is more akin to rebellion, but I still think that that's the way that people use the term insurrection right now. I also want to say...
No, we're not talking about it. I'm just saying that for the Whiskey Rebellion, it feels like you just have to bite the bullet on this because you literally have to. But under your definition, we would never include like resisting attacks as an overthrowing of the government. Like especially if you want to appeal to common parlance, nobody would say that, oh yeah, like if you're saying like, I'm never paying taxes, we're going to do what we can. We've got a militia, and when the tax guy comes here, we fire him until he goes away. Nobody said you're overthrowing the government doing that. That would be closer to my term of like resisting a law, resisting the implementation of a thing of government. But that's not overthrowing the government.
I think that it becomes closer. Maybe there is a better way to phrase it than overthrowing the government. There has to be a difference to like I'll give you an example that I was trying to give earlier. Like I live in a town that's near an interstate. One of the things they're trying to do is put toll booths on the exit where my town is from for the interstate. Now, the businesses around here are pissed because they think that that will stop a lot of traffic going on the interstate, which means that this town will suffer because less people will be driving by. So let's say that they decide that they're going to get some people together and they're pissed off and they're going to go fight with cops or whatever because they don't want this toll booth to be placed. I don't think that that rises to the level of an insurrection. I think that it has to be something more than that. That is a law that they're against and they're trying to overthrow. Now, if those same groups of people are coming together and they're
wait. Why would this not rise to your level of insurrection? You said before resisting attacks, and a toll booth is a tax, literally. How would this not be an insurrection in your world?
Because I'm saying it's not just a matter of resisting a tax that affects you. It's a matter of resisting the core foundational principle that the government has the right to tax.
By resisting a particular tax. Isn't that what a toll booth is?
Well, no, it would be like the people, correct me if I'm wrong, the people of the Whiskey Rebellion were saying the federal government did not have the right to tax them. They do not have the right to issue taxes because they didn't give a shit about the federal government. They gave a shit about being citizens of Pennsylvania. So they took this one particular tax, but to make a broader point. Am I wrong?
Let's see. I don't know. We can read. I know that they were protesting in particular a whiskey tax.
Yeah.
But like for the people who are protesting in your area, if they were to do this like insurrection, I guess maybe you would say, or I would say, maybe not. But I imagine they would probably protest all forms of like toll roads or toll booths. I would guess, right?
No. No, I don't think so at all. I don't think the people in my town are pissed off about the existence of toll roads. They're just pissed off that it'll affect them. Because,
Well, I mean, like if they were put up in like any similar areas, right?
no, they probably
How is that
don't give a
not
shit.
using violence to resist a function of government, like the ability for your city to raise taxes using violent means and a group of people with the plan to do that?
Because they probably, I think you're just fundamentally wrong. I don't think they. I would assume that 30 years ago there was a town with a similar beef, and no one in my town gave a shit. It wasn't like they were like, I'm outraged that fucking 70 miles over there that they're putting a toll booth on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. They were like,
Hold
yeah,
on, I don't.
okay.
The people in Pennsylvania weren't going down to like Virginia or whatever the fuck to. I don't think were they to go and help them insurrect or whatever.
No. Wait, what? No. Okay, let's just keep it to Pennsylvania then. What's the difference? I'm sure there are towns in Pennsylvania that have had toll booths that were put outside their towns that people were pissed about. No one in my town gave a shit. And again, I will say that I think that there might be part of when I'm saying overthrow the government that's entailed in that I think when I say that, maybe there's a better way to phrase it, is the idea that there has to be some sort of public purpose. It can't just be that you're doing something just because you want to prevent yourself, right? So I'm stopping my uncle from being arrested. That wouldn't be of public purpose. Public purpose would have to be something like we're resisting the federal government's ability to tax in general, not just to tax me. Oh, you all of a sudden you say, never mind, you, Rob Nord, don't own taxes. Okay, my protest stops.
Okay, we can sure. Okay, I'm leaving this here. I don't agree. I think there are lots of things that would be considered insurrections that wouldn't fall under your definition. But we can.
Okay,
we
can
can
I say
come back to
two
that.
more things real quick?
Go
on
for it.
this?
Yeah, you don't even have to be quick. Go
I
ahead.
think that historical and legal definitions can change. So those may have been true at the time, but things could change as we go on. So what someone
Wait. No. Historical
that's-
definitions literally can't change. That's why they're historical.
Okay, let me rephrase.
These are the definitions found in history. Sure, go ahead.
Rephrase, right? We could change, legal definitions could change, right? Historical definitions, we could no longer accept the historical definition as the correct legal or colloquial definition, and colloquial definitions absolutely change. So what someone meant in 1850 is an insurrection, not talking legalese, just when they were talking, they said, did you hear that there was an insurrection in North Carolina yesterday? Could mean something completely different than what someone in 2024 says, did you hear there was an insurrection in North Carolina yesterday? You
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
it could be.
yes.
And it could also be that the legal definitions could change as well. But for a legal definition to change, we would look at case law, or we would look at the writing
That's fine.
of
And
judges or whatever, to see if it
we will
changed, yeah.
interrogate that when we get there. The other thing that's worth mentioning is you say that I would have excluded things that were insurrections, but my argument will be that we would be better to err on the side of excluding things. In other words, to narrowly tailor this as opposed to broaden it to the point where thousands of actions would be insurrections. Because by that broadening, I think shows one of two things. Either that, one, there's not good legal basis because the fact that that's been broadened so much and these charges are never brought. Or second, that there is selective application of the law. And I am sure that you will agree that a foundational principle of our legal system needs to be that the law is applied evenly. And that it would be a travesty for this to be applied selectively for political reasons.
For political reasons, absolutely, I would agree with that. No part of my definition or no part of anything that I've argued having to do with any of this has anything to do with like a legal application in terms of criminal law. But we can get to that later if we get to my definition. Okay.
All right, so do you want to get to your definition?
Not yet, but we will. Okay, so
I just got to be fair.
Yeah.
I don't have anything planned. I could probably go to like 9 o'clock or so, but I just want to be reasonable with my expectation here. So
yeah, that's fine. We can go as late as you want. You can come back tomorrow. We can do whatever you want. Okay. So, I've got issues with your definition. That's fine. Okay. Here's my big issue, okay? And we'll talk through this, okay? My big issue is, as much as I disagree with different types or a ton of different things relating to your definition, I'll try this. I'm pretty sure even with your definition, I think I could still say that January 6th was an insurrection, even going by your definition. Let's try that. Okay, I'm just gonna write a thing out, and then we can fight through this. Okay.
Okay.
So, Rob's definition was a group of people planning a serious attempt to overthrow the government using violence. I would say that on January 6th, tens of thousands of people united with a common purpose, and that purpose was to resist the certification of the electoral vote in favor of Biden. I would say that thousands of these people brought weapons. There was plenty of violence. The government lost control of a key part of the ability to govern. Serious attempt using violence. Yeah, I would just say that. The government lost control of a key part of its ability to govern. Okay, this would be the paragraph that I would write. On January 6th, tens of thousands of people united with a common purpose, and that purpose was to resist the certification of the electoral vote in favor of Biden. Thousands of these people brought weapons. There was plenty of violence, I'll say violence, against the government. And the government lost control, the key part of its ability to govern. Going back to your definition, you've got group. There were tens of thousands, so more than two people, easily exceeded. People is easily met here as well. They were obviously U.S. citizens or residents, people that were here. For planning, everybody knew the plan in advance. There were people that brought weapons. There were people that brought body armor. There were people that brought vests. There were people that brought all sorts of things with a plan to with a plan to basically use these to break into and penetrate the Capitol. Serious attempt in that the goal was to cancel or at least delay the certification of the vote. There was a serious attempt to do that. If anything, I can show that that serious attempt was serious because it succeeded. They did delay the certification of the vote. When you say overthrow the government, you defined it as taking away some portion of the government, like some key function or key portion of the government, a core thing of the government. I don't know what could be more core than the peaceful transfer of power or certifying the electoral vote for the next president, and then using violence. I mean, we can see videos. Obviously, there's tons of violence. How does like what happened on J6, what part of your definition isn't met or easily exceeded by the events of the day?
So you have no evidence that they planned to use violence. Let's start with this. You say thousands of people brought weapons. Okay, prove
Yeah,
it.
we'll go here. We'll do one thing at a time. Yeah. Okay.
Thousands of people brought weapons. Define the weapons.
Weapons as in guns, knives, nunchucks, whatever.
Okay.
Like
so
anything
so
is a weapon,
let's start with that. So guns. How many guns were found there?
How many guns were found?
Correct.
I think there might have been a vehicle outside with hundreds of rifles, but I think the key evidence that the Secret Service points to is that you agree that people went to the ellipse to see Trump talk, right? That's why people showed up, right?
Sure. I mean, that was most of the reason that they were there. Sure.
You think most of the reason why people went was to see Trump talk?
I think most of the people that were there January 6th, most of them wanted to see Trump talk and wanted to voice their displeasure with what they saw as the election being stolen.
Sure. So the vast majority of the people that showed up at the ellipse refused to go through the magnetometers, the things that would do detection for firearms. And the Secret Service, in scouting the crowd, saw plenty of people. They saw, you can read the reports, we can go through them if you want. They saw people with weapons in that crowd.
Okay. Was it illegal for them to have the weapons?
Never said it was.
Okay. So
we do have people, we do have weapons, correct?
Okay, how many weapons are you alleging? So I think there were what, 5
Wait, hold
guns
on. Doesn't matter. We didn't set a threshold. Do we need a threshold for weapons? We can go back and amend your definition if you want.
I would say that yes, it implied weapons were never part of my definition, so I wouldn't need to amend anything. You're trying to stretch and say, if people had weapons, they clearly intended to commit violence.
I never said that at all.
Okay,
we're just going through your definition part by part.
So then I said, you even wrote it down, to pre-plan a violent thing to overthrow the government. Give me your evidence that they pre-planned violence. Go ahead.
So the pre-planning was, hold on, wait, we're on the planning. They pre-plan a violent thing to overthrow the government. Did we consider breaking and entering with a weapon? Did we say that wasn't violence?
No, we didn't say that was planning to commit violence.
Okay, we're going to skip this one part. This is the thing that I said we would probably never agree on, and then we'll come back to this and see if I meet or exceed all the other definitions. Would you agree that it was a serious attempt?
No. Well, it was...
If the goal was to #stop the steal, if that was the goal, would you agree that certifying the vote is a key part of the government?
The problem is serious attempt is directly modifying the term overthrowing the government, right? So
Okay, well, for overthrow the government, do you agree that stopping the certification of the vote is like countering a core function of the government?
No. Protesting what you see as thinking that the certification is going the wrong way and want it to be delayed until there is an investigation into what you think is corruption is not overthrowing the government. Any more than...
Hold on, wait. How is that any different from the Whiskey Rebellion people thinking the government can't levy taxes?
No one was saying that they don't have the ability to pick the electors to pick the government.
To be clear, that's literally what they were saying. That's why they were saying
That is
Pence needs to come through for us because Pence has the ability to throw out the votes. They don't have the
Untrue.
ability to vote for the...
Untrue. What they were saying was that they thought that their slate of electors were correct. They thought that the slate of electors that they preferred that said Trump won were correct because the election was stolen from Trump. And they understood, most of them, I would guess. I would say that
What you're talking about is just a coup, right? Like, I don't think the election was fair.
Let me finish just real quick because I don't want any confusion. I'm letting go your first part that said they were all there basically for the same purpose. I don't think that's necessarily true, but I don't know that it's worth debating. I think that probably the majority of people there didn't know shit about the electors. They're probably just like,
when they were all hashtag stop the steal and all of that, what are they talking about?
I think they thought the election was stolen. Like, how civic-minded do you think people are? I don't think
when they were all cheering that Mike Pence needed to come through and do something, what did they think Mike Pence was going to do?
I think most of them had no fucking clue, if I'm honest with you. You disagree? Now, there certainly
I
were
think
those that did
when
know.
they're walking through and they're all saying Mike Pence needs to come through, they're holding Confederate flags, they're chanting 1776,
Yeah.
and Donald Trump mentions like 6 or 7 times in his speech at the Ellipse, he's mentioning over and over again that Pence can choose who wins the election, and tens of thousands of people are listening to Trump speaking. Yeah, I think they do know what he thinks. Pence needs to do.
I think they're probably just repeating shit they heard Trump say. And again, it's not a point that I really want to argue because I could concede that there were many people. So it doesn't have to be tens of things. I'm just saying I don't think it was all a singular purpose. Though I would agree that even without that, there was enough people with the purpose that you're alluding to that it's not worth me arguing about. Right?
Okay.
That's
Sure.
the point that... But I just think that the majority of the people that were there basically are just like, boo, this shit got stolen. They fucked with Trump the whole time. They used all of these corrupt lawfare shit to go after him the whole time. The media's out to get him. Academia's out to get him. Fucking FBI's out to get him. This is horseshit. They stole the election. I went to bed that night and I saw that Trump was winning. And then all of a sudden there was this fucking spike in all these votes in these places. It was bullshit. And I heard all these stories online. And so I think that's what the majority of it was. And
Just as a quick thing, I agree with everything you've just said. And this happens over and over in these debates. Everything you're giving me is a justification for an insurrection, though.
No, it's
yeah. You're saying that the government lawfare. So you're saying the judiciary is corrupt. You're saying Congress is corrupt, right? If the government is corrupt and you need to go protest the actions of the government when it comes to certifying who wins the next election, that's an insurrection, no?
But again, I'm saying they don't even fucking know what the certification was about. Because
no, wait. I'm going to repeat that question. If you think that the government is corrupt, the judiciary is corrupt, okay, Congress and the judiciary are corrupt, and you're going to go protest the election, that's an insurrection. You're trying to change what the government is doing through a huge violent protest, right? You don't trust the government. You think the government has been scamming them. Not an individual, not a private citizen. The government has been scamming them, right? The judiciary and Congress.
You have the right to protest, and it's not an insurrection.
Stop. Wait, I'm not talking about the right to protest, because this wasn't a protest. At the very least, it was a riot, which you agree.
Right.
But I'm just saying that when you're showing up there to protest, we'll say, if we say protest, you're protesting the government.
Correct.
The judiciary and Congress, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then if this turns violent and they're trying to, they're trying to do violent ends or whatever, you're protesting against the government, right? You're justifying everything you just laid out is good justification for an insurrection. Right, the government is lying to us. The government tried to steal the election. The Congress and the courts are working against us. Even Trump's own executive branch. You're justifying an insurrection.
No, you're using the word justify there to do a lot of work. You might say, this would have given them the rationale to want to carry out an insurrection. That doesn't mean that their pre-planning was to carry out an insurrection. It's not meeting the other criteria, right? So
what would you need to see to think that somebody was pre-planning an insurrection? Like, what are we looking for? What kind of language? What kind of ideas?
That they would have to use violence, that they had to plan for violence to overthrow the government. So far with
But when you say overthrow the government, that could also, well, like, we agree the overthrow the government threshold is met if it's to prevent the certification of the vote, right?
We'll get to that point. So if you go back to what you typed there, we can get to the rest of it if you bring it up on the screen. But so far, the very first thing that I quibbled with was your idea that they pre-planned violence. And you seem to try to do this sleight of hand and say, well, there were weapons there. And I said, but that doesn't mean pre-planning violence. And you're like, well, okay, we'll skip
Wait, wait. To be clear, I'm saying we're skipping that because, like I said, when we were initially laying out our definitions, I know that this is going to be a huge sticking point because this is probably going to come up in terms of like what it means to pre-planned violence. That's why I skipped this one. But that's why I even notated here that we're going to have a huge disagreement on this.
Okay, but that's fine. But when you say it meets all those criteria and you're like, where do you disagree? And the very first thing I say is pre-planning violence. And you're like, put a pin in that.
Yeah, because now we're moving on to the serious attempt part.
Okay, so what I say, serious attempt is modifying the term overthrow the government. No, I don't.
Yes, and that's why we're on overthrow the government. Yes, so that's why we're here right now. Yes, understanding that we've put a pin on the pre-planned violence. Yes.
Okay, right. And so what I'm saying is I don't think that being upset and thinking that you think the wrong slate of electors were put forth is overthrowing the government any more than protesting that you think the Electoral College, for example, is wrong. And so you think Hillary Clinton should have won the 2016 election was your attempt to overthrow the government.
Wait, so if a whole bunch of people started rioting because they thought that the Electoral College was unconstitutional and they think it should just be a popular vote, and everybody showed up to riot at the Capitol in order to prevent the certification of the vote because they think we should have went by the popular vote, you wouldn't consider that an insurrection?
No, I think it would only be they use the term riot there. If they pre-planned to have attacks on government entities in order to overthrow the Electoral College, then yes, I would say that could potentially be an insurrection. But just showing up.
Okay, but hold on. I don't want to do the pre-planned violence yet because that's going to be the whole rest of our conversation. I'm just saying that let's assume that threshold had been met. What I'm focusing on is the overthrow the government part. That if people are if Democrats are trying to fight against the Electoral College, wouldn't that count as overthrowing the government? Is that not a core function of government?
If they argued that the other person should be put into power because they did not believe the Electoral College, then yes, that would be overthrowing the government. Not necessarily, yeah, that's what I would say. That yeah.
Okay, then I'm asking, how did this not meet that? Was overthrowing the government?
Would you acknowledge that saying we don't think that the Electoral College should exist, which is you acknowledge that that's in the Constitution that the Electoral College exists, right?
I think yeah.
Okay, were the people on January 6th saying we don't think that the vice president should have the ability to certify electors?
Were they saying that they think that he does have the ability
right,
to?
And they're just saying that they think that the slate that he's certifying is incorrect. And so that he needs to delay it, and you agree with this, that the strategy that Trump was employing was to delay it so that it would go back to the states who would.
Well, no, hold on. I want to no, Trump's goal was to just win the election. That was his goal.
Well,
but ignoring that, but when we say that when we say that he didn't agree that these were the lawful slates of electors, or the crowd said that, you could just as easily say that Democrats could agree with that too, that really the lawful slates of electors should just be the ones that agree with the popular vote.
It's fair.
Like that could be but we would still probably consider that an insurrection, no?
Well, it would be, no, I don't think we would consider it an insurrection.
Wait, so let's say that instead of protesting,
did you consider it an insurrection? We saw when Trump got inaugurated, we saw a bunch of violence in D.C. and many other places. Did you call that an insurrection? I didn't.
We can go through my test on any of them to see if it was.
Okay, but I didn't. Do you think it was an insurrection based on the definition that I've outlined?
I would need to collect the facts and analyze it.
Okay, let's just say hypothetically that a bunch of people were pissed off, showed up, engaged in acts of violence. We're not going to say whether it was pre-planned violence, but you'll agree, you do understand there was violence, correct?
Yeah, I imagine it's probably violence
every
single protest ever, yeah.
Let's say hypothetically, I know you don't have the facts in front of you, but hypothetically that violence was directed at the fact that they were pissed off that Trump won and they didn't want him sworn into office. Let's say hypothetically that was the case. Then you would say that's an insurrection based on the definition that I've given here?
I don't think so, or not unless they had the intention of changing the outcome, right?
Okay, let's say hypothetically they didn't want Trump in office.
Yeah, let's say that they thought if they could protest hard enough and blow up all the cars or whatever, that Trump would flee the country or didn't think he'd be sworn in, then I'd say, yeah, probably, yeah.
Okay, well, no one made that argument, including myself. There seems to be a threshold argument that is more serious than just saying we're pissed off about who's winning. and we're pissed off.
No one, yeah, but that's not what happened on January 6th. They weren't just pissed off at who was winning. They wanted to change the results of the law of the ECA. They wanted to change how the government functioned to prevent the certification of Joe Biden as president. And there was a ton of violence that we used. Some people even pre-planned this hardcore in order to do so.
No, I don't think most of them knew. I would think almost none of them, in fact, knew exactly what the actual processes were and whether or not there was. Well, let me rephrase.
Why did people show up on January 6th to protest during the electoral certification? Do you think that just by protesting outside, they were going to just not certify the election? What would Mike Pence need to do?
The majority of them had no idea, I would guess, what exactly Mike Pence was doing. They showed up because they heard that there was a rally planned for January 6th, and they knew that something was special about that day, that was, once that was over, that Trump wouldn't be able to win. But they didn't know anything about electors, alternate slate of electors, the majority of them. Now, there were enough that did know that it would still be more than 2 or 3 people, which would still qualify the amount of it.
What would you have to see for these people to show intent? What about all the tweets that Trump made up to the day of the January 6th protest?
Such as?
So I'll just looking at ones relating to electors. So starting on December 20th, and then on the weeks leading on, I can read all of these. Donald Trump is trying to get senators on board to follow through with challenging the certification of the vote in the Senate. This was a big deal at the time, was getting people to challenge the certification in the Senate. So on December 20th, he retweeted a tweet about Senator-elect Tuberville challenging the Electoral College. On January 6th, on December 21st, Trump tweets out calling for conservatives to call on state legislators to appoint new electors. On December 22nd, Trump attacks John Thune because he had made a statement that the Senate shouldn't try to overturn the election, and he was pressuring other Republicans in the Senate to follow through on January 6th with a plan to overturn the election. On the same day, he also tweeted out a video from OAN with Newt Gingrich saying that he wouldn't accept Joe Biden as president, and he quotes, "Newt Gingrich gets it. We are going to win." On December 23rd.
None of this is evidence of insurrections, right? None of this is
no. This is all evidence. All of this is
evidence of attempting to overthrow the government, whether or not violence was planned or not.
That's fine. I read through 2 days worth of tweets. I've got about 3 weeks here, okay? But what I'm saying is that people going there knew that they were protesting the certification of the election. They felt like the election was fraudulent. They wanted to protest against the certification. Correct. They thought that they were going to a historic march, okay? Something that would live in infamy, okay? Right? So but you keep saying, and it's this claim that's made over and over again, oh, well, nobody knew what they were going for there. They didn't know what was going on. No, yeah, they did. They knew that senators needed to resist the certification of the vote in the Senate. They knew that Pence could do something in order to make it so that Trump wouldn't lose. Let me rephrase, right? What I said was that there were enough people there that would have known that this is sort of a moot point anyways. But just for the sake of being technically correct, the vast majority of the people there had no fucking clue anything about slates of electors and shit. They were just repeating stuff. It doesn't matter what Trump tweeted out. What they thought was this: the election was fucking stolen. And right now in front of our eyes, the courts have refused to hear these cases, and now that's going to be it. They're going to say today that Biden's president, and it's bullshit. They refused to hear these cases. That's what they were there. They weren't like, the alternate electors. Yes, I remember in Arizona there was an alternate slate, and in Pennsylvania there was an alternate slate, and in Michigan there was an alternate slate. And what will happen, what we're wanting is to pressure Mike Pence to take that alternate slate. That will then force it back to the states, where the states will adjudicate. I never said it would be that complicated, but so then I won't read the rest of these. You do agree at least people following his Twitter knew that there was something to do with resisting the election in the Senate and something to do with electors, right?
Yeah,
at least for the people who reading Twitter, right?
I'm saying this isn't a point. I'm not trying to argue the point saying that this would, even if there was only 10 people that exactly knew the alternate electors, they're still within my definition, could meet the definition of insurrection. I'm just saying to make it sound like tens of thousands of people were here with this united purpose of the alternate. That's not really what was going on.
So if we look at everything that for the people that were speaking at the ellipse that day, So there were, I think, 11 or 12 different speakers at the ellipse that went on before Trump. Mo Brooks was a U.S. representative from Alabama. He gave a speech to fire up the crowd, and he was telling them, quote, "Start taking down names and kicking ass." And he was comparing the people there to the people of 1776 who fought to establish early America. He also made a challenge to Republicans in Congress to stand up to resist the certification of the vote. We have... We've got Katrina Pearson. She spoke after him. She said, quote, "We are going to fight for our president," end quote. And she said, "Every politician who turns their back on Trump will, quote, lose their seats," end quote. And she talks about Republicans flipping in Congress for the certification of the vote.
What does any of this have? What do you think this is proving? Calls to violence?
No.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me refocus this one more time.
But again, we're arguing about
Hold on,
something that I've
I'm going
already
to refocus.
conceded.
I'm going to refocus. I'm going to speak to your intent a bit. Okay, you're trying to pretend because I think you realize it's essential for your argument that the people that were had no clue what was going on and they were just protesting, walking around LOL. But what I'm telling you is all of the rhetoric and everything up to this point was very clearly leading them to the idea that something could happen in Congress that would change the outcome of the election. And I think that Trump had plenty of tweets leading up to it. There was plenty of media coverage leading up to it. And if you don't want, we don't have to. I can go through every single speaker at the ellipse where 50,000 people were. So they were there listening to it. They heard them on the day of, okay, talking about all of this. And then they marched towards the Capitol. All of this was pointing towards doing whatever they could to stop the election certification from happening.
I don't understand. This is what I said. Let's rehash this out. This is what I said. There were certainly people that knew this exact process. That would be enough for an insurrection. I was just quibbling with your point that everyone knew about alternate electors.
No, hold on. And that's fine. But okay, so Eric Trump and his wife went up and they spoke and he said, quote, they were going to descend on DC, end quote. Quote, "We are in this fight to the bitter end and we are going to take our country back," end quote. He also said that people in Congress need to, quote, "stand up," end quote, while the protesters were marching on the Capitol. Trump Jr. said that you know, quote, "You could be a hero, you could be a zero," end quote. "You need to, quote, choose wisely and fight," end quote. He says to the lawmakers, "If you don't fight, quote, we're coming for you," end quote. Madison Cawthorn goes up and he mentions state legislatures and the Constitution have the idea to choose.
None of this is saying anything. It's all irrelevant. If you want, you could read all these, put a funny accent on, yell it real loud, whatever you want to do. Like, that's fine. You keep going through it. Let me know when you want me to hop back in. It's all irrelevant to what I'm saying. What I'm telling you is you're just full. I'll guarantee you right now.
I'm asking what you think. What do the people think?
If you took 50 random people that were there January 6th, fucking today, after all the charges against Trump and all that, and said, "Can you explain to me like what was going on with the alternate electors?" I'm guaranteeing you that fucking 80% of them. Let me finish.
I'm not saying that they understood the electoral plan 100%. I'm just saying that they thought that if they went and they showed up and they protested, they rioted, whatever, that the elections could change because of something.
Wow, how is that different than what I said? That I said they felt that they knew something was going on that day, that there was all this shit that was stolen from them. They thought the election was stolen and the courts refused to hear that. And all they knew was that there was something that day, that it was too late. And so something needed to happen that day.
But it was, yes.
Right,
insurrection.
that's what I said. And then your answer to that's like, let me read 10 more tweets that are completely irrelevant to the point Rob just made.
These are speeches that were made the day of.
Okay, let me read 10 more speeches that's completely irrelevant.
How is it irrelevant? This was a speech right before the march on the Capitol.
Okay,
These are the speakers marching right before the Capitol march.
Okay, so let's go back to this. Did you not just say that you basically said you're not saying that they understood the alternate elector scheme, right?
No, they just knew that they could protest and something is going to happen in Congress to change Pence or somebody or the lawmakers can change the election outcome.
How does that different than what I said was that they knew that that day was the last day, that was the day that something needed to happen to finally have it being said that, no, we're not going to swear Biden in until we see what these court cases are all about, until we
investigate. Because I think people knew that what they were doing was not, it wasn't like if we protest really hard, the courts will take it seriously. They knew that it was like a crazy event where Donald Trump was doing something probably not on the up and up. That it was an insurrection. That's why everybody's saying revolution. That's why they're saying 1776. That's why we're saying we need to fight so we don't lose the country. Like
you're conflating two arguments, right? The reason that they're saying this stuff, it has nothing to do with sort of the calls to violence or whether or not there was plea-playing violence. What they were doing is, and what Trump wanted to occur was, he sincerely believed that the election was stolen from him. He thought that the courts were unwilling to hear this shit, and he wanted people in Congress to see, like, look how people are so upset. They are united in being upset that all of these things that occurred in the election that seemed completely odd and serious questions that have been raised aren't being addressed. And so this
What
is
do you
why we
what do
need
you
to
say?
go.
Wait, but what do you? Let's say that I even grant you all of that.
Okay.
So then you're having a violent protest in response to court decisions.
No,
all the court decisions. You're protesting the results of the courts. Then the verdicts.
Yes, they're protesting. No, they didn't pre-plan violence, as you've skipped over that section. That's different than a serious attempt to overthrow the government. Protesting court decisions. Just like a protest of Roe v. Wade isn't a serious attempt to overthrow the government. It's not an insurrection.
Well, because they're not protesting at the building when they're signing the law with the attempt to get them to not sign the law.
Okay, so when the Dobbs decision was leaked and they protested outside of Supreme Court justices' homes, is that an insurrection? Remember, there was an assassination attempt as well.
You know how you're cutting me off right now because you know I'm about to agree with you and it's going to destroy your whole fucking argument. I don't know why you think you can run these arguments by me. You know I was opposed to that, right? I don't think you should be. In fact, I'm not even legally if you're allowed to protest outside of a Supreme Court justice's house because there's contention over what was there's a term like lawyer or judge or whatever that's contested and whether it even applies to a Supreme Court justice that you would be allowed to protest. So I don't think I would be in favor of that. But again, if you want to push really hard and if you were to give me the correct if you would give me the correct set of facts and you would push really hard, you're never getting me to change what my definition is when it's historically and legally founded. You're just going to get me to say, okay, yeah, I guess that probably was a type of insurrection then, sure. That's the only thing you can ever do if you debate me in that direction.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, right, like, one, no one called that an insurrection. I didn't call it an insurrection. There was something that was clearly different than something like the Whiskey Rebellion there, right? You didn't call it an insurrection. You didn't demand that Chuck Schumer have to step down from office because he said that Kavanaugh would reap the whirlwind. You didn't mind that Garland be removed from office because, as you just said, it was probably illegal for them to even protest there. Yet Merrick Garland knew it and allowed it to occur, even after there was an assassination attempt, right? You didn't say any of that. And my point is, I'm not bringing it up to get you to say like, oh, you're right, that was an insurrection as well. I'm bringing it up to show that I didn't consider those insurrections, and neither did anyone else colloquially.
You could probably find a ton of different things that would be considered like murder, rape, insurrection that I've never talked about before. That is true. I don't have, I haven't covered every single event, and I haven't given opinions on every single event. Whether or not that particular thing was an insurrection, for me, hasn't really been that relevant because I don't know what the relevancy of the insurrection thing would even be here. For Donald Trump, it is relevant because we had a changing of an entire constitutional amendment because we were so unhappy that Donald Trump would have probably been disbarred from running office. That's why insurrection is way more relevant to me and pertinent here.
Wait. Let's get to that part in a second. But again, I don't know if you understood what I said. We'll have plenty of time in the second half of this to talk about your double standards and the Democrats' double standard. What I'm saying is that's specifically not what I'm saying right here. What I'm saying is that under my definition of insurrection, which you may disagree with that definition, that's fine, I didn't call that an insurrection, and if I'm right that this is colloquially what people use as a vernacular for insurrection or something close to what I'm defining it as, show me the people that called that an insurrection. Show me any of them. Show me Republicans. Show me Mitch McConnell. People said it was illegal. People said it was dangerous. People said that Schumer maybe should have been held responsible for his rhetoric, but I don't remember the term insurrection from anyone, myself included. So it's not about, you didn't talk about it.
But I don't know what this has to do with anything.
Because it has to do with the fact that you're saying like, oh, well, if you're right that this is your definition of the term insurrection and this is how people colloquially use it, well, then clearly this...
Wait. To be clear, I've never, ever used this colloquial term of insurrection. That's your argument. Okay? So I'm trying to live in your world. So maybe in your world, you would have a difficult time arguing why this wasn't called an insurrection or whatever. But like I don't use your definition of insurrection, this colloquial thing.
I understand. So. But you do agree, and you've said at the outset, that there is legal definitions and then there's sort of the common use term that people use. Like, I hate the word colloquial. I don't know what other word to use in place, but common use, right? So common use, I'm saying that maybe not everyone uses my same definition of insurrection, common use. I'm trying to argue why that wouldn't meet the criteria.
Okay, then I'll satisfy you, okay? Maybe let's find out exactly. This was a protest outside, was it Kavanaugh's house?
Yeah, I think several Supreme
Okay, protest outside Kavanaugh house. Are you saying that in your definition this would be an insurrection, or are you saying in my definition this would be insurrection?
I'm saying not in my definition. Yours we'll have to look at. Probably would be under yours.
Okay, I'll read the I'll read the Fox News report on this. Okay, so we got a good right wing. Okay, a group of pro-choice protesters protesters, gathered outside the home of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh on the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade in the landmark abortion case. The protesters converged on the sidewalk outside Kavanaugh's Chevy Chase, Maryland home. The march appeared to be organized by the far-left group known as Our Rights DC. The group tweeted a poster inviting members to participate in the march within the neighborhoods of Justice Kavanaugh. The tweet then encouraged members to attend a fundraiser concert for the DC Abortion Fund. Video taken outside Kavanaugh's home showed protesters carrying signs reading, "Our rights are not up for debate. Abortion saves lives and abortion is healthcare." The group chanted as they marched in the rain, saying things like, "Cut his time short, a rapist should not rule the court, and no privacy for us, no peace for you." Several members of law enforcement could be seen. Kavanaugh's home has been the target of multiple protests in the past. The unrest led to an assassination attempt against Kavanaugh. Nicholas John Roski, 26, allegedly traveled from California to Maryland and showed up in Kavanaugh's neighborhood in the early morning hours of June 8th. This was 6 months ago, I guess, okay, or before this. Ross pleaded not guilty. The Supreme Court did overturn. Okay, wait. So why would I consider? So it sounds like, how many people showed up to protest? How many people was this?
I have no clue. I don't know the exact number.
Oh my God. Okay, sorry. Fuck. Okay.
But again,
I can't grant. Hold on. I have to remember. I cannot grant anything to a conservative in conversation without fact checking everything live. My bad. Hold on. I erase everything I said and conceding anything of this. My bad. Okay. This was 15 or 20 people in the rain that were outside holding up signs. You're saying that my definition of this would be an insurrection?
We'll get to your definition. Yes, it would be. I think. Yeah, I'm saying under my definition, this was not an insurrection. It was them.
Do you think that this event here is comparable to January 6th?
Comparable doesn't matter. We're talking about the definition of the term insurrection. You want to get to your definition and we'll discuss whether or not this was a...
Sure. How are these people violently resisting a law?
Do they have to use violence, or is intimidation under your definition?
Intimidation would count, obviously.
Okay. So when they're saying things like he's a rapist and he won't know peace, you don't think those are intimidating?
Intimidation means the intimidation to use violence.
Okay, when you say that you won't get peace.
No, that does not count as intimidation to use violence.
When you continue, I completely disagree, and we'll talk about it when we get there if you want to move on to your definition.
If somebody is protesting with pink umbrellas and the gay pride sign fucking umbrella, and they're saying no peace, you think that that's an intimidation to use violence? Or is
did they continue protesting after there was an assassination attempt?
I don't know. I think that sounds like it was 6 months earlier.
Oh, so they knew there was an assassination attempt. They continued
6 months earlier?
Then I also believe, I could be wrong.
Hold on, wait. So when people before, was this civil rights where they were saying no justice, no peace, no justice, no peace? That no peace, that means violence?
I would say that there is a good chance that means intimidation or violence. We'll get to what your author said. You want to move on to your definition now? You should probably give it. And I'll feel free. The reason I brought this example up was to say this was an example of people protesting a court decision, like you were saying was occurring on January 6th, and I was bringing a direct apples-to-apples comparison saying, under my definition, I didn't say when people were protesting court decisions that was an insurrection. I did not say that.
And I didn't say this either, and this wouldn't even come close to meeting my definition of...
Well, we haven't got to your definition because we're hyper-focused on my definition. So the reason I brought this up...
Wait, we're not... Hold on. We're not hyper-focused on your definition. I was just going through and getting you to define the parts of it. That's it. We're not hyper-focused. I just wanted to understand your definition.
That's perfectly reasonable. We've been here for like 2.5 hours. We haven't got to your definition, which is fine, right? And the problem is, and by the way, this is exactly why Andrew Wilson wouldn't have wanted to define a definition in your debate, because it allows you to, in a structured debate, get out of actually having to defend what your definition is. Which is, we have all the time in the world.
Clear, so if you want, we can go through this all the time in the world. So to be clear, the reason why your definition is so difficult is because you've invented this completely off the top of your head. You have no historical foundation for it. You have no legal foundation for it. You have no foundation for what the writers of the 14th Amendment thought about insurrection at the time. And your definition would easily exclude basically every single prior insurrection, including probably the Civil War, using your definition if we go through to apply it. It relies on nebulous or undefined concepts like core power of government, which apparently taxation is one of, but law enforcement isn't. And it relies on a very nebulous understanding of what like intimidation or plan to use violence, which stands in the face of every single criminal statute, every single legal charge, all of our jurisprudence around intimidation for violence and everything, all of that. That's my issue. If you want to go through my definition, I'm glad to, and we can torture the fuck out of it if you want, but mine are going to be based on historical court cases. It's going to be based on things that people said around the time. And when I say people, I mean lawmakers, I mean justices, I mean other members of like Congress and the judiciary, and it's going to be based on what the 14th Amendment was framed around when people thought things were an insurrection, and language about other insurrections happened. We can go through that right right now if you want, just to be clear. There is no comparison here between our two definitions. I'm only asking you about yours because, one, it seems like January 6th would easily meet or exceed it, which I think it does, but you've got very interesting ways of defining things. And then two, no, that was it. I feel like it meets yours, and then you only got
one. You don't got a number two. You've conceded defeat. Okay, so here's what I'll say in response to this. Right, like I would say that there are obviously at the outset problems with my definition because I'm admitting that it's something that I just came off from the top of my head, which I think is very close to what the average person means when they hear the term insurrection. Of course, there could be specific things that I'm incorrect about it, but I think in general this is the direction that the definition's going. And there are also problems with my definition that there are threshold problems, which is a problem.
Okay.
Any sort of so I'll admit that, right?
Okay, sure.
No, let me finish. Like I gave you a large chunk there. If it happens, if it helps, I could talk louder and faster too. If it actually makes it easier for you to understand. So that's number one. I do that shit too. I'm not worried about it. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I think that I'm trying to be good faith and give you a target, right? I think I saw that your criticism with your debate with Andrew Wilson was he just focused on criticizing your definition and did not give a definition of what he himself was doing. So I think it's completely fair that I give you a definition and you be able to interrogate that definition. I don't have a problem with that. What I will say is, with admitting some of the downfall or the faults in my definition, it's still going to be preferable to yours because yours is going to show problems with either the fact that it's not true, that it's the standard legal definition now, or that there's selective application of it. And we should prefer, given the sort of stakes of what we're talking about, of the lawfare or the rhetoric and jeopardizing, particularly when it comes from you, my man, that's basically saying anyone who shows to a Trump rally is fucking around and finding out if they get shot. And you were very hesitant when you were talking to a friend of yours on stream in Pisco to say that you didn't want that bullet to kill Trump. I think given the stakes of that, that's a great example of why we should prefer more narrow definitions that exclude things. That should be our preference as opposed to things that are so broad that it includes thousands upon thousands of things. So with all the faults of my definition, I still think it's preferable to yours.
Okay. Also, to be clear, you keep calling it my definition, but it's the one that existed when the 14th Amendment was framed. Okay, but
it's not true. We'll get to it.
We can go over that. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Final question. Okay. If we narrow, here's the thing. If you have 1,000 people at a particular event and 10 of them are rioting, would you call the event a riot?
That's a difficult question. I understand why you're saying it. I would say I wouldn't have a problem saying that it was a riot. I think that that's fair. And I'll even go further, right? The one area where I think that what was it? Let me just ask you, see if you come to the same conclusion. This isn't a gotcha. What do you think was the most serious thing that was like the scariest thing that occurred January 6th?
Donald Trump holding the rally there.
No, I just don't think that. Like the actual act of violence that would have been the worst.
I can think of things, but what you tell me.
Pipe bomb.
Okay, I disagree, but okay.
I think that's when you talked about thousands of weapons being there, like we're talking about are you gonna start telling me about projectile weapons and piercing weapons like flags and rocks? Like I've heard these claims of the thousands of weapons that are cited. Pipe bombs, serious fucking business. And if two or more people plan to plant those pipe bombs, I think that you could probably make the case that that's an insurrection. That seems to, I almost consider that sort of a separate event of what's going on at the ellipses and then the people that are
the Capitol. Okay, so can we agree on this? Okay, if there are 10,000 people at an event and 500 of them are rioting, that maybe we wouldn't call every single protester there a rioter, but we would say that that was a riot. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think that that's fair. And I think that it can also be fair to apply that to insurrection. If only 5 people were engaged in an insurrection there, can you say there was a January 6th insurrection? I think that's probably fair. I think that
my big question is going to be is if everything alleged in the Enrique Tarrio indictments and in the other 11 people that were nailed on seditious conspiracy was true, and there were over 100 Proud Boys involved in that event, why wouldn't we consider with those people committing an insurrection? They seem to have in much more plain words like the intent and everything.
I would have to look at exactly what they were accused of, like to see if they pre-planned violence.
Well, so they were convicted of the crime seditious conspiracy. So I mean,
right, but they weren't convicted of insurrection. So I don't think you citing the crime that they were included. What exactly,
So seditious conspiracy is if two or more people in any state or territory or in any place subject to the jurisdiction of the United States conspire to overthrow, put down, or to destroy by force the government of the United States, or to levy war against them, or to oppose by force the authority thereof, or by force to prevent, hinder, or delay the execution of any law in the United States, or to force, seize, or take possession of any property in the United States contrary to the authority thereof. So this seems to be actually maps onto your definition of overthrow the government would be seditious conspiracy. So if 11 people or 12 people were convicted of seditious conspiracy, and they led over 100 people, and they did all the initial break-ins and everything, would we not say that these guys, like, they were convicted in criminal court of seditious conspiracy? Does this not meet or exceed what you would consider to be an insurrection?
I would have to see what they pre-planned of violence that they were doing, like how they were doing. Just because they were convicted of seditious conspiracy doesn't mean that it would necessarily meet my definition. However, let me say that, yeah, that goes stronger to it. Let's say that Enrique Otario and them were saying things like this. There were 10 of them that said, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get in there. We're going to take out these guards. We're going to break in. We're going to hold Mike Pence hostage. I think that clearly would be, at that point, I would say that that's enough for me to say that those people engaged in an insurrection. I don't know what exactly they said that was their plan by force, exactly that they premeditated to use violence.
I mean, they were the ones that showed up with body armor. They showed up with radios. They were the ones that did all the initial break-ins. They were the ones that stole the riot shield to break into the building.
But that's, again, that's breaking into the building and things like that seems to be different.
Breaking into a government building where government officials were certifying the election with the goal of preventing the certification of the election in favor of Donald Trump remaining president against the laws of the United States and the Electoral College Act.
Yes, I don't think that's an insurrection unless they pre-plan to use violence against people to do that.
Well, breaking into a building and fighting the cops and breaking through is violence.
If they pre-planned
to break in. Wait, hold on. Wait. If you plan to break into a place with guards, do you think that counts as pre-planning violence? We're back on that again.
No. Like,
okay, we're never. Okay,
well, the reason I would say it's like, do I think the pussy hat people that were batting down the doors of the Hart?
No. This is a totally different thing. So this is the linchpin then, or I don't know if you decided this in advance. This is the place where you've decided to stake out the most bad faith position possible, and so nothing. You're telling me that if I plan to break into a place with guards, that doesn't count as me pre-planning violence?
That's what I'm saying.
Then none of the, you're right, your definition, none of this was an insurrection. Literally nothing would meet, nothing in the entire criminal court system or world would ever use your definition here of pre-planning violence. So this is an absurd definition.
That is not what I'm saying. And I also don't know if it meets the definition of planning to overthrow the government. Again, I've already given you that I could say, based on what was said in that.
Hold on, don't stop saying overthrow the government, because for you, resisting taxation counted as overthrowing the government. You can't go back to the strong thing, but then use the weak thing to count.
And again, what I said was resisting a core function of the government, like their ability to tax.
But their ability to certify the election?
They're not resisting their ability to certify the election. They think that the wrong slate of electors were being certified.
And the other people thought that they didn't have the right to tax them.
Right, but that's a core function. Right? They're saying
so it's certifying you're living in both worlds. No, certifying the winner of the election. You don't have a right to resist that process just because you don't like the outcome, which is what is happening. They don't like the outcome.
Whether you have a right or not is different than whether or not it's an insurrection. It would be the equivalent of this, saying that the government doesn't have the ability to tax me, period, versus saying I think that the taxes that the government's taxing me are incorrect.
You're going by whether or not somebody has a. Do you think that a coup or an insurrection could ever have a legal foundation?
I would say almost by definition, no, right?
So when Hitler passed the Enabling Act or whatever, that gave him the ability, I think, to unilaterally pass and execute laws, right? I think that was technically passed in their parliamentary body. I don't know the history of World War II if you were to go to Germany or whatever, but a lot of these were done through procedure. Do you think it's impossible? Let's say somehow the government were able to pass a law that gives the president of the United States, let's say he sneaks in the bottom, I have the right to pass and execute laws, by the way. And as soon as that particular law passes in Congress, the president passes a law to abolish the Congress or whatever. Would you say that that's an insurrection or a rebellion? Or since it was all done by the letter of the law, it doesn't count?
I mean, almost by default, it wouldn't be an insurrection if it was done by the letter of the law.
Then in that case, hold on. You realize the states thought they had the legal right to secede, right? In the Civil War, they made the argument that they had the legal right to secede from the Union.
Right, but they lost.
So if they would have won, you wouldn't have considered it a rebellion?
Well, I mean, I don't like it. It seems to me, right, that if the courts would have said, yes, this was legit, if they win and the courts say this was legit, then
No, stop. You can't use the courts because the courts already said Trump lost. Maybe they're protesting the courts, just like on January 6th they were protesting the courts. You can't use the outcome of the court there.
I don't understand your hypothetical then. It seems to me you're making a simple hypothetical that said, like, can there be an insurrection that the party in control says, yep, this was legit, it's perfectly legal. Is it still an insurrection then? I don't know. That's my honest answer.
Like technically, even the coup idea that Donald Trump was trying, that was illegal, right? It violated the Electoral Count Act. Like that was an illegal act that they were trying for.
I would have to, like, I find it interesting, by the way, I've never delved into this, but if it was so obviously illegal, why did they amend it? Do you have an answer for that?
I remember they amended it just to clear up the language a little bit because they just didn't want to risk some bullshit happening in the future. But I mean, technically, you can find a loophole in a lot of laws if you really try. But there was nobody seriously thought that the vice president could do this.
If
it was only Eastman.
Let me ask you this. Let's say, I understand that you don't agree with it, but let's say hypothetically that you would look at this and a bunch of lawyers looked at this and they're like, yeah, this was a legitimate legal challenge. This is something that's legal. And for whatever, I don't know who the legal experts you would look at, but ones that you trust, right? And they would say, yeah, this was legal. Same actions occur on January 6th. Is it still an insurrection?
I would say it was probably an insurrection, but I might have a different feeling about whether or not it was a coup from Trump.
Okay, but why would it still be an insurrection then?
Because people were using violence as a means to resist the peaceful transfer of power.
But they were using violence to promote what they thought and is a legal theory and strategy.
If that's the definition you want to run with, then there's no such thing ever as an insurrection, because everybody could always argue, like when sovereign citizens say, well, actually, I'm in the legal right because of the charters of confederation or whatever. You don't have a right to stop me as a police officer. Well, then all of those people are in the right, or at least they could never do an insurrection because they always think they have a legal backing as well. Like that doesn't.
But again, the question, so again, we'll get to when we get to your definition. For me, it wouldn't be an attempt to overthrow the government if what they were saying was something that's legally allowed to be done, right? They could engage in all sorts of felonious actions in the attempt of it, but it's not an overthrow of the government. And we'll see then what we get to in your definition.
Here's the feeling that I have, and we can watch footage on the day of that absolutely backs my feeling up, is if they would have succeeded, they would have called it a successful insurrection, and they would have celebrated it. They had American flags. They had Confederate flags. They were chanting "Hang Mike Pence." They were talking about 1776. They were talking about if they would have won and Donald Trump would have remained president, they would talk about it as a successful insurrection. But because they lost and they still have to participate in our system, they don't refer to it that way, obviously, because it looks really fucking bad.
I don't think they would have. They'd have probably said it was a revolution. I think insurrection.
Well, wait. Revolution doesn't count as that's not the end stage of a rebellion that started with an insurrection?
Well, maybe, but you said they would have been bragging it was an insurrection. I don't think they would have used that.
Well, that's what. Okay, I'm sorry, but if they say revolution, that has insurrection within it, right? Every revolution starts probably with an insurrection into a rebellion that is successful and is a revolution.
I don't think that's the case. Revolution could have many different terms. For example, there are peaceful revolutions that don't have anything illegal whatsoever. And you could have a revolution of that.
Hold on. You might be correct, but I'm so curious. What is an example of like a peaceful revolution?
Well, there could be cultural revolutions, correct?
Stop. We're not talking about cultural revolutions.
Let's
peaceful
say that.
Revolution.
All right.
Why did you just
so let's say peaceful protest under Gandhi that result in the overthrowing of the British colonizers. Is that a revolution?
Has it ever been referred to as such?
I don't know. Seems like it would meet my definition of what I think a revolution is, right? I mean, what about it would you say that's not a revolution?
I've just never heard it referred to as such.
All right. Anyways, ready to get to your definition?
I
think I've taken the challenge.
I don't want to. I'll just throw this out here as a bit of bad faith because I don't like to rely on dictionary definitions, but I just Googled and I'm curious. The revolution, according to the dictionary, says a forcible overthrow of a government or social order in favor of a new system. Now, maybe the dictionary definition isn't good here, but I know people love their dictionary, so I'll just hang that out there. But
I mean,
okay.
I don't know. I could also be shitty. I just type in Gandhi's revolution and the AI, the first thing it brings up. Mahatma Gandhi's revolution was a nonviolent civil disobedience movement that aimed to end British colonial rule in India. It was characterized by mass protests, boycotts, and satyagraha, holding firmly to the truth. That's something I believe in as well, against British policies. So, I mean, I don't know, what did people call, Gandhi is considered, quote, India's greatest revolutionary, according to Wikipedia. Nelson Mandela, I think it's called a revolutionary.
Well, careful, because that would much more fit the traditional terms, because right,
you don't like
right?
you don't like Mandela, but no, you see what I'm saying.
I never said I didn't like Mandela. I'm just saying you can't compare Mandela to Gandhi. They actually used violence.
Here we go. This will go right there with the Rittenhouse and the assassination clips. All right, you ready to get to your definition?
Sure. Okay. What is the? Hold on, let me find my. Okay, I think I had 4 points for mine. I think one is you have an assemblage of people that are usually united for a common purpose. You've got you're resisting, I guess, like the implementation or the execution of a particular law or interfering with the course of a government proceeding. You are doing this by way of force or intimidation, and it's for like a public purpose, like some kind of like public grievance or whatever, not to like protest like a particular like outcome of a particular court trial or something, I think.
Okay, so let's focus on that fourth part first, because I think it's the most confusing, just so that we can both clear this up. Public purpose, like, so specifically when you were talking about earlier, like the police coming to arrest my uncle, that would not be public purpose, right? That's only privately purposeful to me because I'm just protecting some. That's not something that's, unless the intent of that was to say the police don't have the right to arrest people that X.
Yeah, like if you were to form a militia to try to protect every single murder accuser or accused person of like trying to be arrested, then maybe that could be like for a public purpose. But if it's like a particular criminal conviction of a particular person or a particular arrest, I don't know. I don't think that historically that would have counted as like a public purpose.
Okay. So
I don't think it would have counted as an insurrection.
Just clearing that up to start, because I know that was, I think, listening to you previously, I think that was one area of difficulty that I didn't really understand. I talked to this hack left-wing lawyer I know, and he was kind of explaining it to me a little. Anyways, so I think in general, the problem with this definition is it is way too broad. Like, way too broad, to the fact where I think thousands of things would be considered insurrection. So let's go through these one by one.
First, let's go through one particular. Hold on. The way that we're going to do this, okay, because this is important, is you're going to hold on. You're going to bring up one, but we need to read and look at the facts of what happened, because that's more important than just a summary of it and then seeing if it fit, because the facts here are very important. So we can go through however many you want for as long as you want, but let me be clear that we're going to look these up. I'm not going to let you give me one sentence and then say, was it an insurrection? And then go to the next thing. We're going to look up the facts of what happened.
Well, I'm not even interested in doing that right now. I thought that was the second part of this debate. When I said we're going to go through them one by one, I meant these 4 things.
Oh, my bad. I thought you meant we were going to go through events one by one.
No,
my bad.
We could
forget everything I just
said.
Right.
So what you're saying is this definition says in order for something to be an insurrection, these 4 criteria must be met. Now, is this necessary or sufficient?
Elements. These are 4 elements, meaning all 4 are necessary.
Okay. So is it sufficient? If all 4 of these elements are made, anything that meets all 4 of these are an insurrection?
There's a name for this kind of incorporation in criminal law. I don't know what it's called, but no, it could be a different thing that's like further down the thing. Like, so for instance, rape has all of the elements in it that is included in like sexual assault, or murder has all of the elements in it generally that are included in like assault. But that doesn't mean that murder is assault or whatever. So like I would say that all 4 of these are elements of an insurrection, but they might also be like elements of a rebellion, which would be or a revolution, which are further stages of like an insurrection. I would say. So I think I would answer your question like yes, hesitantly, but I don't know where you're going with that. But so I'll say yes.
But wait a minute, because it seems like those were too contradictory. Because on the first hand, you said it seemed like you were saying, and obviously this isn't a gotcha. If you want to clarify, that's fine. It seemed like what you were saying the first half of that answer is no, there are things that could meet all 4 of these criteria and they wouldn't be insurrections. But then it seemed in the latter half you were saying, well, no, there are things that could be beyond insurrection that meet all 4 of these things. So my question is, let me just be as clear as possible. Are there things that could meet all 4 of these criteria that would not rise to the level of insurrection?
No. It would be things that were at least an insurrection, but they could be beyond.
So then this is sufficient then, anything that meets these 4 criteria. So because you had a huge problem if you said no, obviously, because then this wouldn't be a definition. This would just be some criteria that would be necessary. So, okay. So let's start with the first one. The first one is, I think I have where you got this from, an assemblages of persons. Right? That's number one. I'm getting this from, I think,
An assemblage of people, I think, united for a common purpose.
Okay.
So, like, you put out a notice, like, say, hey, everybody show up to D.C. on January 6th. We're going to go protest the election. People all there for a common purpose.
Okay. That seems fair. I don't think I have much to quibble about that. So, for example, if we could just hypothetically go through this. Like, if you're there to protest fucking your favorite sports team losing, and I'm there to protest Costco raising the price of their hot dog, we'd say, well, that's not really an insurrection, no matter what happens, because there's too many disparate, right? So I think
maybe, but you can have an assemblage of people united for a common purpose that isn't an insurrection, right? Like if you go to a Destiny fan meetup, that's an assemblage of people united for a common purpose, I think, right?
You could do, and let's just clear this up. You could do any one of these four things or a combination thereof. It must be all four to be an insurrection. So you could do 1, 2, and 3, but if it's not 4, it's not an insurrection.
Correct.
Okay, so just want to be clear. So in a situation where and I'm not even going to argue this because I think it's clear that there were enough assembly, even if it wasn't every person there was certainly a group of people that were there January 6th with the intent of we're pissed off and we don't want Biden to be sworn in. So I think that easily meets that criteria. Fair enough. We can move on to point 2. Okay. Second, and what you're reading slightly different. I'm reading directly from, I don't know. This is what Pisco sent me. I thought it was directly from what's the name of the court case? I can't remember.
Are you reading the amicus curiae or whatever?
I think so. So number 2, acting to prevent the execution of one or more federal laws. Okay. Does it have to be federal law? Was your definition federal law?
For me right now, yes, that's what I'm comfortable arguing. It probably could carry over to states. I'm just not sure if you can insurrect against a state.
Well, that seems to be problematic. Why couldn't you insurrect against a state?
Can you commit treason against a state?
Well, I would assume. Why not?
Okay.
What would treason
I'm not prepared to argue that against.
Okay,
but I don't know if that's possible.
For example, let's just take a hypothetical like the Chaz Zone, right? You don't have to agree that it was an insurrection or anything, but if they take land away from the state or city government, and that government is also part of the United States government, wouldn't that be insurrection against the federal government as well?
I don't know. I wouldn't be prepared. I would have to do more research.
Because
my definition, hold on, to be clear, because my definition is historically and legally founded, I can't expand beyond what I've researched this definition to encompass.
Okay.
So you could give me hypotheticals where I could imagine maybe it would be. However, it's possible that there are parts of the law or parts of state legal codes or something granted to the states by some amendment or the Constitution that make it so that you actually can't have an insurrection against a state. That's possible.
Okay.
I haven't done that research yet.
Instead of doing a hypothetical, why don't we go with an argument that you've already made? You made the argument previously that interfering with law enforcement itself is interfering with the executive as they have the ability to, quote, enforce the law. So wouldn't that mean that interfering with law enforcement of a local nature or a state level would also be interfering with the executive idea of enforcement of the law in the first place?
It could be, but law enforcement and the executive is also part of the federal government, right? FBI agents could be showing up to arrest somebody. They could be part of the federal government. If you want to try to expose a flaw or look at something here, I can say, this is the only thing I'm trying to head off, okay? If you want, I'm pretty sure that this definition of insurrection, I think it could evenly apply to a state. But if I say that and then you go, oh, well, actually, in 1872, there were 2 debates between people in Congress. And I said, well, you can never insurrect against a state. Insurrecting is only to be understood. Then I said, oh, okay, well, never mind. I'm just not, because I haven't done that research for a state insurrection, because January 6th was a federal government, I'm just not aware of that. I don't see personally any reason why this couldn't happen against a state as well, though. That is possible, sure.
I will say that my very limited reading of this, which I'll admit is very limited, seems to suggest actually the opposite. It seems to suggest, particularly the authors that you're using, like Graver or Bode and Paulson, seems that they're suggesting that the intent was that they were worried, particularly when they came to the Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, about people in the Civil War that would run for state office or insurrect against their state, like against the government of Tennessee or against the government of North Carolina. And there would be a new governor there that was adherent to the Union, and the federal government, and they would insurrect against that person. So wait.
Mm-hmm. The fear is that another civil war would happen, right?
Well, if you want me to read exactly what Bode and Paulson said, and I know you've cited them previously,
Yes, and I read that entire paper, and I don't remember them saying that they worried about state elections.
Bowden-Paulson said, broad interpretation. They argue against the United States should be interpreted broadly to include insurrections against state governments. They point out that they point out that the text does not explicitly limit itself to federal insurrections, and that against the United States can be read to include actions against the constitutional order as a whole. Historical context. They provide evidence during the. They provide evidence.
Okay, so it sounds like they're essentially saying what I said earlier, in that, like, I don't know if they've talked about specifically against states, but they're saying that there's no reason why it wouldn't include state governments as well, which is fine. I can agree with that. I'm just not aware of anything.
I won't read the whole thing. This is third. I didn't read the whole paper. Being honest with you, I read someone's review of the paper, so it is possible that they're wrong in what they're saying.
Wait, are you reading from the paper right now, or are you reading the review of the paper?
I'm reading review of the paper. So it says, historical context. They provide evidence that during the Reconstruction era, Section 3 was applied to individuals involved in state-level insurrections. So again, I'm willing to have you go through the paper. Like, I started to read some of the paper. I think it's 114 pages.
Wait. Whose paper who? Can you link me what you're reading right now?
Believe it or not, no. I could send you a screen cap. But I just took a picture.
Or can you tell me who the author is, or tell me what this paper is?
Yeah, it is The Sweep and Force of Section 3 by William Bode and Michael Stokes Paulson.
Wait, I thought you were reading a review of that paper.
Oh, yeah, I'm reading. So this was, let me see. I don't know. I only screen capped the article I was reading, so I don't know the exact article. So what happened was, I talked to Pisco like 2 weeks ago. He sent me articles that he was using and you were using, such as this Graber testimony in the Coy Griffin hearing, and which linked to, from that testimony, it linked to Bowden-Paulson. And so as I was searching Bowden-Paulson that evening, was just doing, I don't know what I have, a Safari search, right?
So you searched for a response to Bowden-Paulson debate.
Well, no, I just searched what they thought about state insurrections, and that's what came up. And then I downloaded the paper. I have the paper, but I haven't read it through. I've only read.
Wait. So are you reading the paper itself, or are you just reading? Because it sounded like you said you were reading like a review or a response to the paper.
It's not a response. It was just like an abstract of the paper, or someone else.
Can you tell me what was the? Give me one quote from it so I can find this just in the paper and I can read it real quick.
Sure. Let me see what I have. Well, shit. The only thing they have quoted. Let me see. Right. These aren't quotes, but it's sort of summary. So they argue that the purpose of Section 3 was to protect the constitutional order at all levels.
Hold on. Protect the...
I'll see if I can find this boat.
Constitutional order.
Sweep and force of Section 3. The sweep, force...
Oh wait, can you send me even the picture of what you're reading?
Yeah, I could try to do that.
I'll go for
it. Maybe. Yeah. Discord work for you?
Yep.
Okay. I also got some sweet pictures from the water park this weekend of you.
Nice. Later.
Well, shit, I don't know if they're sent or not. No, but yeah, okay. There we go. All right. I'll look for this as well. I think I got...
Okay. This isn't a ChatGPT summary, right, Rob?
No, it's not ChatGPT. I think it's Claude.
Okay.
Abstract. Son of a bitch.
Okay. Purpose of the amendment.
Do you guys got like some fucking like these legal articles? How do you get them? Like everything's always behind a fucking paywall or like.
Oh, there's a website called Sci-Hub, and if you go there and type in like links to papers, usually you can download.
Okay.
Okay. Purpose of the amendment. They argue that the purpose of Section 3 is to protect the constitutional order at all levels, not just the federal government. Consistency with other parts of the Constitution. The other parts of the Constitution treat attacks on states as attacks. Okay, this sounds like, I could be totally guessing, it sounds to me like somebody went to ChatGPT and they typed in, does Paulson and Baud's paper apply evenly to the state as it does to the federal government? That's what it sounds like was typed in as a prompt, and it sounds like this is an AI summary in response to that prompt. That doesn't mean that it's wrong. I'm just saying that's what it sounds like.
I would say that's probably, yeah.
Okay, so the sweep and
That's
force
what I'm
section 3,
telling
William
you.
Bauer, Michael.
Go ahead. Go.
Oh, okay. Paulson actually argued for a broader interpretation of the Section 314 Amendment, including its application to state-level insurrections. Their key arguments include broad interpretation. They argue that against the United States should be interpreted broadly to include insurrections against state governments. Okay, can I find that? So there is that quote, against the United States, against the United States. Do they have that? Hold on, still looking. Okay, what is this? It's the same thing. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Under the odds. Okay. What is this? Oh, okay. Oh, I have something written about this. Okay. Or, I'm sorry. The Boston Appellate wrote in an annotation here. Of course, mere protest is not okay. So they have a footnote here. What about other disruptive, disorderly, even violent protests during the same year? For instance, the many such events that erupted during the summer of 2020 in the wake of the police killing of George Floyd. So far as we can tell, none of these were covered by Section 3. Of course, mere protest is not insurrection. Some of these protests devolved into riots, but even a riot is not necessarily an insurrection. And even if some of them went further, amounted to, quote, concerted, forcible resistance to the authority of government to execute the laws in at least some significant respect, end quote, and met the definition of insurrection, they would seem to be insurrections against the state governments, not the United States, and thus outside the scope of Section 3. But of course, if there were other insurrections against the United States, Section 3 applies to them all. Okay, this is what I remember reading. Okay, make me guess.
So I found the article, page 87. Okay. Right? It's talking about the 1795.
Wait, when you say article, are you talking about the
Bowden
paper?
Paulson. Yeah, the paper.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you talking about 87? Hold on.
Page 87. Top of page 87.
Okay.
I'll read
here.
1975 Act explicitly, this is talking about the 75 Insurrection Act. 1795 Act explicitly recited that it was an act in part to carry out execution of power to suppress insurrections, but it also applied to repel invasions and enforce federal law. Together, these were the three circumstances where Congress had the power to provide for calling out the militia. Section 1 of the act allowed the president to call forth the militia whenever the United States was invaded or in imminent danger of invasions from any foreign nation or Indian tribe, as well as upon the request of state authorities in the case of an insurrection in any state against the government thereof. Section 2 allowed the president to call forth the militia whenever the laws of the United States shall be opposed or the execution there obstructed in any state by combination too powerful, suppressed by the ordinary course of judicial proceedings. Section 2 encompasses insurrections against the United States. And then parentheses. Section 1 specifically deals only with insurrections against a state government. So that seems to at least answer your question as to whether or not there could be insurrections against state governments. Yes, according to the 1795 Insurrection Act. And it provided expressly, which, as you know, these insurrection acts were used as the basis for the 14th Amendment in Section 3.
Sure. So it looks like in 1795, there was an understanding that you can have an insurrection against a state government. That seems to be the case, yeah. But when we're looking at like how it was passed, when the amendment was passed, was the 14th Amendment 65? Hold on. Let me check. 14th Amendment. I should know this. 68 was 1868. So the 14th Amendment was passed about 70 years later. It looks like there was a historical understanding around 1795, which also kind of makes sense because we're really close to the founding of the United States, that you could have insurrections against state governments. I don't know if that same train of thought carried through, but there's at least, I agree, there is a little evidence here that at one point in time you could have an insurrection against the state government. And also, like I said, it might be that today we could think of insurrection against state governments as well if we'd want to as well. Sure. I don't know if that would change any part of my argument. I don't know how relevant that is. I'm just uncomfortable biting the bullet on that because I don't know if there's like another law or something like in 1890 that would have explicitly said otherwise. Right. But
so then page 91.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom of it, right before the footnotes, the last paragraph.
Which one?
Starts with finally, page 91.
Wait, page 91, hold on. Okay, final paragraph?
Yes. So
You mean this whole last thing? Okay. Finally, several notable invocations of the Insurrection Act occurred during the period of Reconstruction, during the presidency of Ulysses S. Grant. While these events occurred after ratification of the 14th Amendment and thus could not have formed any part of the subjective understanding of the drafters and ratifiers of the meaning of Section 3, they nonetheless deserve mention as roughly contemporaneous evidence of the objective meaning of insurrection as displayed by important usage within a few years of adoption of the 14th Amendment. Briefly summarized, in South Carolina in 1871, Grant invoked the Insurrection Act as well as suspending habeas corpus, among other actions, to secure order in dealing with the Ku Klux Klan. In Louisiana in 1872, a contested gubernatorial election, which would be by definition a state election, spawned efforts by white supremacists to overthrow the elected pro-Reconstruction Republican government, culminating in the infamous Colfax Massacre of April 13, 1873, in which a white mob attacked and massacred perhaps 150 black citizens who had been defending a courthouse in Colfax, Louisiana, and more broadly, the Reconstruction Republican government. Okay, we can keep reading, but so then it would seem to be the case that, yes, historically, insurrection has been understood as a thing that can happen against a state as well. Sure.
Okay. So, not to belabor the point, that'll come into importance later, but I just think that it's worth clearing up that, and I think that there are other people that I looked at that seem to suggest similarly that insurrection against state government would be tantamount to having you revoked from 14th Amendment Section 3. So, it would qualify as definite. All right, now on to.
Well, hold on. That's a separate argument. It might be true as well. I would have to reread the exact language of Section 3. But what you're saying must make sense though, because I believe local offices people already have been barred based on Section 3. So that should be true. I think that's true. Yes.
So this is now we're on part 2. So we're agreeing that it wouldn't just be federal. This could also be state. And it would still be termed an insurrection. Okay.
Seems to be
prevent the execution of one or more laws. What does prevent the execution of mean?
My understanding of resisting any law or interfering with the course of government proceeding would mean to resist essentially the United States in their execution or carrying out of a particular law because you're resisting the implementation or execution of that particular law. If you want, I can go to the paper and I can read what they give as definitions or quotations or citations of this.
You can if you want, but would it be fair to say if we're just looking at this in a vacuum now, so this isn't looking at has to be for a public purpose. We're just saying for preventing the execution of a law. So that would literally be anything where I prevent the ability for a police officer to do anything. That would be preventing why not?
Because preventing the execution of a law isn't the same as just I think the idea of preventing the execution of a law or preventing the implementation of a law, resisting the law, is that you don't think that law should exist. So, for instance, if you say we were going to kill every single cop that tried to arrest people for jaywalking, then that would be resisting the that law of jaywalking. But if you were to try to run from a cop who was trying to arrest you for jaywalking, you're not resisting the law of jaywalking. You're not resisting in any way to say that this law shouldn't be a law. You're just trying not to get arrested. That these are fundamentally different things.
I guess I'm going to need you to look up those definitions then that you had of that, because it seems a little tenuous. So you're saying
an
that
insurrection against the United States required resistance to any statute or some public law of the United States. Curtis reminded a grand jury.
Can I cut you off just real quick? I'm not trying to be rude, but that's going to be different because insurrections requiring all 4 of these to be met. I'm only talking about Section 2. So when you say an insurrection required, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what is the term execution of law mean? To prevent the execution of law. What does that mean?
That's what we're reading about right now, right?
But you just started reading a definition. In order for it to be an insurrection, But that's going to be
Oh
different.
yeah, it's talking about what that resistance means. That's what this paragraph is for. Okay, an insurrection against the United States required resistance to any statute or some public law of the United States. Curtis reminded a grand jury, the law does not distinguish between a purpose to prevent the execution of one, several, or all laws. An insurrection could be directed at a legislature as well as at executive officials. William Rawle declared an effort to coerce repeal of a general law to be an overt act of levying war. Justice Field's opinion in Great House held that any effort to coerce the conduct of government constituted an insurrection. So I don't think that fighting against police officers trying to do something would necessarily be an insurrection. But if you went to say a courthouse, or they were passing a law, or you were trying to violently protest against legislatures in order to make them change a law, this is resisting a law. It's not just trying not to get arrested for breaking the law.
I'm not trying to be rude, but can you reread the last two sentences or three sentences that you read there in that definition?
Insurrection, yeah, an insurrection
about coercing, yeah.
Yeah, an insurrection could be directed at a legislature as well as at executive officials. William Rawle declared an effort to coerce repeal of a general law to be an overt act of levying war. Justice Field's opinion in Great House held that any effort to coerce the conduct of government constituted an insurrection.
I mean, that's... You don't see how broad that is? Not really.
You can complain that it's broad, but I mean, this was literally enshrined. Do you acknowledge that the word insurrection was enshrined in an amendment to the Constitution, which is the highest form of governing anything in our entire country? Do you agree with that?
The word is there. They don't define it. But yeah, they use
the
word.
So were they just stupid, or?
Well, no, we'll get to exactly what we're saying. So that
do you think that they had an understanding at the time of what an insurrection was?
You could say that, right? But what we're doing is looking.
No, wait. I need a clear answer to that question.
Yes,
we can't go on until you give me.
No.
You could say that. I'm asking you. Let me ask again. Do you think that they had an idea in mind of what an insurrection was when they enshrined it in the Constitution?
I will answer the question, and then I would like you to answer mine. Fair enough? Yes, yep. I think that they did have an idea of what they thought insurrection was, which is going to actually hurt you, because they're looking at insurrection was looking at things like the examples you're giving are post-Civil War, where they were literally worried about literally the Civil War, and at the foundation of our country with things when the federal government was just coming into existence with things like the Whiskey Rebellion, where there were individual states that weren't cohesive and were challenging the authority of the federal government. That's specifically what they were worried about the insurrection, and it even comes more into effect because the people that wrote the 14th Amendment within 10 years basically granted, I don't know what the term is, clemency, or basically waived people that fought for the Civil War that would have been unable to hold these offices under that amendment, and said, we forgive you all. Even those people they forgave, right? So it's clear that they had a unique fear of what exactly was going on in the Civil War, which is far different than any of the shit we're seeing today with January 6th or anything of that nature.
So that last part hurts you a lot, because when they waived clemency, they were reasserting the fact that you did indeed engage in insurrection. That's the point of section... that would be the point of Section 3. At the end, they said that Congress can pass a law that remedies, this injury. They can get rid of the injury, but you did engage in insurrection. That's why Congress has to make an act to forgive you for it.
Well, that's fine. Yeah, no one's arguing that the Civil War wasn't an insurrection, right? But what we're saying is, even then, it's clear that that's what they were fearful of, that type of shit. They weren't looking at things like January 6th.
They were absolutely looking at things like somebody resisting the peaceful transfer of power. I promise you, yes.
So, we'll get to that, right? So the part that I wanted you to answer was, it doesn't matter what the foundational idea of what they thought an insurrection was, what your interpretation of that is. What matters is the legal scholars that you're getting that from and what they're saying. Right? And what you just read to me was, any attempt to coerce the executive or legislator is a levying of war. Any attempt to coerce them to change a law is a levying of war against the United States. Now, I've read this enough to know that actually a lot of these court cases that you're going to claim defined insurrection from the 1840s and 1850s, they don't actually define the term insurrection. What they do is define the term levying of war. They then go on to later, other court cases say, well, levying of war is like an act of insurrection or rebellion. So given that they use that same language here, any coercion of the government to change a law is an insurrection? That's what you just read?
It sounds like if it involves like violence and a group of people, yes.
No. Read again what you just read there. That's not what you read. That's not what it said. It said, any attempt to coerce the legislative or executive to change a law is a levying of war against the United States.
Okay, hold on. I'm just Control F, coerce. That law defined an insurrection as an assemblage resisting law or coercing a legislature by force or violence for a public purpose. This one was persons engaged in insurrection when they knowingly or voluntarily incite or assist an assemblage resisting law or coercing a legislature by force or violence for a public purpose. This isn't what I read before. What did I read? What was it? What did it say? Coerce repeal of a general law. Okay. William Rawls declared an effort to coerce repeal of a general law to be an overt act of levying war. Justice Field's opinion in Greathouse held that any effort to coerce the conduct of government constituted an insurrection.
Okay, so define coerce. Coerce, to compel or enforce.
Do you think that if we read this court case, do you think he's just going to say, like, make a strong argument? Like,
well, I don't know. It's evidence that you're...
Okay, wait. We have all the time in the world. Let's read it. United States v. Greathouse. Let's find the source of this quote. When Justice Field said, coerce the conduct of government constituted an insurrection. Okay, control.
Can you wait 1 second so I go grab a water? You all right with that? All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, go for it. Let's see if we can figure out what exactly this court case was. The United States v. Greathouse et al. So there were other people involved. This was a circuit court in the Northern District of California. So this would have been, circuit court means it's the first appeal from the district court, unless it was different back then. And these are your federal courts. So this was being tried in federal court. And let me check here. We've got a quote from... If somebody's referred to as a justice, that means they were a Supreme Court judge, I think. So back then, I think that's only for Supreme Court judges. So if he's giving an opinion in this case, it means that he was likely riding circuit back then, meaning that sometimes the Supreme Court justices would drop down to do circuit court decisions because they were bored and had nothing else to do with their time, I guess.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
All right, okay. Okay, so I'm looking up this case. So this seems to be on the first court of appeals, a federal case, United States v. Greathouse et al. Okay, so in reading, I'm just going to read this paragraph to see where this comes from. Okay.
Okay.
Or should I go up? I'll start here. Wait. The constitutional provision, as you perceive, is divided into two clauses, levying war against the United States and adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. The term enemies, as used in the second clause, according to its settled meaning at the time the Constitution was adopted, applies only to the subjects of a foreign power in a state of open hostility with us. It does not embrace rebels and insurrection against their own government. An enemy is always the subject of a foreign power who owes no allegiance to our government or country. We may, therefore, omit all consideration to the second clause in the constitutional definition of treason. To convict the defendants, they must be brought within the first clause of the definition. They must be shown to have committed acts which amount to a levying of war against the United States. To constitute a levying of war, there must be an assemblage of persons in force to overthrow the government or to coerce its conduct. The words embrace not only those acts by which war is brought into existence, but also those acts by which war is prosecuted. They levy war, who create or carry on war. The offense is complete whether the force be directed to the entire overthrow of the government throughout the country, or only in certain portions of the country, or to defeat the execution and compel the repeal of one of its public laws. So coerce here, I could keep reading or go back if you want, does not just mean like protest until somebody changes their mind. We're talking about compelling through like force.
Where does it say that? It uses the word force, but what does force mean?
Really, bro? Are we going to do this?
Yeah.
Do you want me to...
What I'm saying to you is...
Okay, no, hold on, wait. I'm going to read. I'm going to back up and I'm going to read through this and I'll read longer. And if we can't figure this out, then who knows, okay? All right. The defendants are indicted for engaging in and giving aid and comfort to the existing rebellion against the government of the United States. The indictment is framed under the second section of the Act of Congress of July 17, 1862, entitled An Act to Suppress Insurrection, to punish treason and rebellion, to seize and confiscate the property of rebels, and for other purposes. And it charges the commission of acts which, in the judgment of the court, amount to treason within the meaning of the Constitution. Treason is the only crime defined by the Constitution. That instrument declares that treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them them, or and adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. The clause was borrowed from an ancient English statute enacted in the year 1352 in the reign of Edward I.H., I don't know what the fuck this is, commonly known as the Statute of Treasons. Previous to the passage of that statute, there was great uncertainty as to what constituted treason. Numerous offenses were raised to its grade by arbitrary constructions of the law. The statute was passed to remove this uncertainty and to restrain the power of the crown to oppress the subject by constructions of this character. It comprehends all treason under 7 distinct branches. The framers of our Constitution selected one of these branches and declared that treason against the United States should be restricted to the acts which it designates treason against the United States, in the language adopted, shall consist only in levying war against them or adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No other acts can be declared to constitute the offense. Congress can neither extend nor restrict nor define the crime. Its power over the subject is limited to prescribing the punishment. At the time the Constitution was framed, the language incorporated into it from the English statute had received judicial construction and acquired a definite meaning, and that meaning has been generally adopted by the courts of the United States. Thus, Chief Justice Marshall, in commenting upon the term levying war, says, "It is a technical term. It is used in a very old statute of that country whose language is our language and whose laws form the substratum of our laws. It is scarcely conceivable that the term was not employed by the framers of our Constitution in the sense which had been affixed to it by those from whom we borrowed it. So far as the meaning of any terms, particularly terms of art, is completely ascertained, those by whom they are employed must be considered as employing them in that ascertained meaning, unless the contrary be proved by the context." So as you're saying, if they obviously believed in a word at the time, but we can see that, then obviously this is what they meant when they put the words in the law. It is therefore reasonable to suppose, unless it be incompatible with other expressions of the Constitution, that the term levying war is used in that instrument in the same sense of which it was understood in England and in this country to have been used in Statute 25 of Edward III, from which it is borrowed. The Constitution's provision, as you perceive, is divided into 2 clauses. This is the one that I read before, where he goes on to say that to constitute a levying of war, there must have been an assemblage of persons in force to overthrow the government or to coerce its conduct. So this sentence, to constitute a levying of war, there must be an assemblage of persons in force, comma, to overthrow the government, comma, or to coerce its conduct. An assemblage of persons in force to coerce its conduct implies force. It doesn't imply it. Explicitly, grammatically means force.
Does it say in force or in force?
In force. To constitute a levying of war, there must be an assemblage of persons in force to overthrow the government, comma, or to coerce its conduct. The words embrace not only those acts by which war is brought into existence, but also those acts by which war is prosecuted. To levy war, to create war, the offense is complete, whether the force be directed to the entire overthrow of the government throughout the country, or only in certain portions of the country, or to defeat the execution and compel the repeal of one of its public laws.
I don't think assemblage in force means that they used force like violence. I think
No, it could be intimidation as well.
I don't even think it means that. I think the term assemblage of persons in force means a gathering of people for a specific purpose or activity.
No.
Yeah, I think that's...
No.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm not, that nothing that's said in here. This is talking about levying war against the United States. However we possibly imagine it's just people gathered for a common purpose. You think in the United States of America in the year 18 whatever, we would want to ban assemblage of persons to protest?
It says, let's see.
I can link you this, and I'm on page 8, so you can read it if you want. Here you go. Page 8 of this PDF.
Let's see. No. Just one sec. Again, oh, there we go. Nope. Nope, no good. One sec. I'm just looking for something real quick here.
Sure.
So it's difficult to find an exact definition of persons in force.
Because this is a common, well understood meaning. What we would say is
so when I type it into Brave, this is what comes up. Define assemblage of force of persons.
Wait, what is
in
Brave?
Force. It's like Google, just less corporate. Based on search results, an assemblage of persons in force refers to a group of individuals gathered together, typically for a specific purpose, event, or activity. This collective gathering can be formal or informal and may involve people with a shared interest, profession, or affiliation. Key aspects: a collection of persons, people, gathered together, assembled, in force. Present, assembled.
What is it? Yeah, can you link me what it's sourcing, and we can read?
It's so I'd like it linked like dictionary.com and shit, and it doesn't include the terms in force. What it's doing is defining the term in force, right? So then I guess we have to go and see what the term in force is defined as, in regard to an assemblage, which is what makes it difficult. In force, from Collins Dictionary. A law, a rule, or system that is in force exists or is being used. When people do something in force, they do it in large numbers. This is from collinsdictionary.com. So in force, they're defining as people doing something in force means in large numbers. Dictionary.com, in force, in full strength, in large numbers, as in demonstrators were out in force. So it seems all the dictionary definitions are saying the term in force when revolving.
Okay, does this sentence make sense? To constitute a levying of war, there must be an assemblage of a large number of people to protest the government. Does that make sense?
Yes. To coerce
Wait,
the
do you
government.
think that somebody would say that if you're going to protest the government with a large number of people, that's an act of levying war against the United States?
It's exactly what I'm telling you, how overly broad this definition is. What that's saying
No, wait, hold on.
no.
I'm reading a guy this is a judge that's ruling on this case. You're saying that what he meant to say was, he's saying that, oh yeah, because I'm just reading his words, right? To constitute a levying of war, there must be, and then Rob's definition, an assemblage of a large number of people that are just protesting a law.
That's not what it says. It says coercing.
Yeah, but you're trying to say that
law.
coerce means just protesting.
Coerce means compelling to change.
Through violence.
Not necessarily.
What do you
Coercion.
think? What do you think it means to compel something? If I say he compelled me to do it, there's some type of, that doesn't mean just asking somebody, right?
Well,
even
there
in
could
common
be-
parlance, you know that, right?
No, compel could mean a lot of things. For example, I could compel you by saying, I won't vote for you again. Right?
I don't
could
think
compel
so.
some. You
I
could
think
do
that when
all kinds of things.
when somebody says a person is compelled, generally that means there's like a requirement, like there's something like a court compels you to pay. Generally, that's what it generally means. Yes, to compel something like it.
I don't disagree. That's what generally means. You're the person that's saying that means violence. It doesn't. It doesn't necessarily mean violence. Are you seriously
in this
telling
context,
me
it would mean violence because a protest would never compel you to do anything. You're not compelled by protest.
that's not true at all? Like, you don't think the Million Man March was designed to compel people to change laws?
No, it was designed to convince them to.
It was certainly designed to compel. You could say we're not going to vote for you. You could say that we're going to do sit-ins. We're going to disrupt your economic flow. All of those are nonviolent ways to compel change. That's how broad this definition. There's another thing to say about this as well.
Wait. So then, can you just say? So then, this judge that was writing in this case, these guys are all fucking retarded. Then, right? When they're talking about this, they're saying this guy is saying to constitute a levying of war means to protest the government, and he was an idiot for saying that. You agree with that, right? He was an idiot. This court justice should have never said this, right?
What I'm saying is that the
no, wait. I need don't
yes,
pivot.
that's
Here,
it.
here's the thing.
No, what I understand what
Read
you're
this
doing.
and tell me what he meant by this. I gave it to you. Read it. We can read it together. To constitute a levying of war, there must have been an assemblage of persons in force to overthrow the government or to coerce its conduct. The words embrace not only those acts by which war is brought into existence, but also those acts by which war is prosecuted. They levy war who create or carry on war. The offense is complete whether the force be directed to the entire overthrow of the government throughout the country, or only in certain portions of the country, or to defeat the execution and compel the repeal of one of its public laws. Tell me what he meant there.
What I'm saying, what he meant was that people that come together and compel or try to force or coerce a group of people or legislators to change even one law would be an act of levying war.
Yes, wait, but compel.
Now let me finish.
Coerce.
Let me finish, right? Okay. The reason that they had such a broad definition at the time is because they're dealing with things surrounding the Civil War. And so it was very serious. They saw the implications of what just happened. Now, this occurs several times throughout history where we could see that laws are very much more strict in certain times And there's more strict interpretations of what was meant. So the founding fathers, when they're looking at sort of things constituting us fighting as a fledgling country, the Articles of Confederation falling apart, states not agreeing with other states, so they create the Constitution, they were very concerned with the cohesiveness of the United States. So they were going to have a more thorough and expansive definition of what levying war against the United States was. Also true when it came to sort of worries about, and this is particularly using the term treason, because they were worried that there were people sympathetic to the British Crown that were still in the United States. The reason that I'm saying that this definition no longer applies or hasn't applied legally as either the legal standard or the colloquial standard is because if we accept this definition, there would literally be thousands upon thousands of examples in the past 100 years where Section 3 of the 14th Amendment or the seditious conspiracy or the insurrection laws would have been applied or could have been applied. But no one thinks that way. No.
Okay, let's assume, so I'm not going to grant this, and we're going to come right back to this.
Sure.
But I'm just, to check for consistency, you agree that the Second Amendment should basically be completely repealed, right? Because no part of what a firearm was understood to be at the time or how state militia, no part of that exists today. And back then, when they were writing that amendment, they had no idea that fully automatic, semi-automatic, AR-15s, 60 round, they had no idea that existed. So none of what they wrote back then is relevant to today because under the Second Amendment, there would be crazy guns that were made legal that back then they had musket balls, right? You would agree with that, right?
No, I wouldn't. Right?
How? Why not?
Because now I do think that there are some things that are true of those, such as like nuclear weapons. I don't think
there's no part of nuclear weapons in part. I'm saying guns, firearms, guns.
Right. What was understood was that actually there were more sophisticated firearms that you might imagine that were around at the time of the Second Amendment, guns that would be considered assault rifles by today's standards, which were legitimate for people to own. But basically the idea was...
Hold on, what is one example? You're telling me that there is a firearm that an individual could hold where they would pull a trigger and without activating the trigger again, it would fire multiple rounds?
No, that would be automatic. That's not what people consider assault weapons, correct?
Well, I don't know. What do you consider to be an assault weapon?
Well, normally it's one trigger pull, one bullet flies.
That's a semi-automatic weapon.
Right.
Were there semi-automatic weapons at the time?
Yes. Define assault weapon. Like there are people that cheer for assault weapon.
Semi-automatic weapon means that you pull the trigger one time and without having to manually cycle a round or without having to manually reload a musket, it'll fire again over and over again. Did these weapons exist at the time?
Yes.
Can you name one?
Gatling gun?
A Gatling gun cannot be held by an individual, no.
But could you own a Gatling gun?
I have no idea. Did anybody own Gatling guns?
Yeah. I think so.
You think so or you know so?
Now, let me be clear. I'm talking about
Hold on. The Gatling gun was invented in 1861.
Two.
Try again. Wait. The Gatling gun was invented in 1861. Try again.
All right. Let's look this up. First semi-automatic weapon. First.
Also, I'm not even sure if the Gatling gun would count as a semi-automatic or automatic rifle because you have to continually cycle in action. You can't just pull a trigger. You're like literally cranking a thing to fire these, I'm pretty sure.
Why wouldn't that be semi-automatic?
Because you have to... semi-automatic means that you just pull a trigger and one trigger action fires a bullet, and you can pull a trigger again and another action fires a bullet. You don't have to manually cycle an action. You don't have to manually reload single shots or whatever. For a Gatling gun, if you're rolling a rotary wheel the entire time, I'm pretty sure this would count as you're doing the actions over and over and over again.
Puckle gun was invented in 1718. It's basically considered the first Gatling gun. It's a revolving firearm. The Puckle gun is tri-mounted, single-barreled flintlock weapon fitted with manually operated revolving cylinder. Puckle advised that its main application is an anti-boarding gun for ships. The barrel is 6 feet. Let's see. Fire mechanisms. After each shot, the crank in the rear threaded the shaft that runs through the cylinder's turn, allowing the cylinder to be rotated by hand to the next chamber. Rotating the cylinder causes the
I think they made one prototype of this weapon, and it was never produced again. Wait, 2 prototypes. Apparently, during 1740 to 1749, they purchased 2 guns for an unsuccessful expedition in 1722.
Okay. But did the Second Amendment say that you couldn't own those?
I don't even know if an
People
individual could have this. This looks like a ship. This is like a ship gun.
What I'm trying to tell you is like that there were more significant guns that existed at the time of the founding of this country than just a flintlock musket. There were more significant guns than that, and they didn't put restrictions saying, well, you could only have certain types of guns. For example, there were cannons. It might not be the same as an AR-15, but certainly in certain contexts could have been far more damaging than even an AR-15. They didn't put.
Do you think a cannon is? Do you think people would have referred to a cannon as a gun back then?
Do you think? I think it would have been an arm to keep and bear arm, correct? That it shouldn't be infringed. Nonetheless, the point you're making is moot because the intention of the Founding Fathers was clearly that the Second Amendment was primarily for stopping tyranny of the government. So it was expected...
Don't you think these amendments was explicitly for stopping insurrections against the government, like preventing the peaceful transfer of power?
No, it's clear that what this was about was unique situations, as is evidenced by the fact that they were actually giving clemency to people within 10 years.
They gave clemency through... Careful, they gave clemency through the amendment that defines what an insurrection is. So by giving clemency, they agreed that all these people engaged in insurrection. So if you wanted to argue this, you could say, well, Congress could give clemency again, but they're not. They haven't.
Again, what I'm saying is even they at that point realized, okay, what we had intended this for, right? This was an insurrection based on what we called it, but after 10 years or whatever, 20, whatever it was when they finally gave clemency, or I don't know what the correct term is, if they pardoned or gave clemency, but whatever, when they basically said, okay, it doesn't apply to you anymore, that was literally the worst of the worst. That was people that literally engaged in the Civil War against the United States, and even they were allowed to hold office. And so but
hold on, but they had this amendment. They could have repealed this amendment if they thought it was bad. They didn't think it was bad. For purposes of Reconstruction, right. Congress passed a law that allowed people that had engaged in insurrection to be remedied of the injury that was applied by this constitutional amendment. We could do the same thing today. But they didn't get rid of, they didn't repeal the amendment. They didn't get rid of it
because they still thought that it should apply in situations like the Civil War. They still thought it should apply which is
situations where people engage in insurrection.
What you won't be able to. So again, what you'll have to rely on is that you understand how broad this is, and that thousands of things would have met this definition, and they just chose to never charge it for 100 years.
I don't think we're not talking about a charge right now. Right now, we're talking about a constitutional amendment. Okay.
And they chose to never bring to bear the execution of what the amendment suggests for over 100 years.
They did. You literally are bringing up examples of them remedying an injury. This is part of the amendment. This is Section 5 of the 14th Amendment. Is that the Congress, or I'm sorry, this is in Section 3 actually of that. It's at the end of that Section 3 clause saying that if Congress chooses, they can remedy this injury by passing legislation to grant clemency or whatever. I don't know the exact words. We can look it up.
No, that's part of the amendment. They haven't used Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to keep anyone off a ballot. When's the last time they've done it?
When's the last time someone engaged in insurrection?
According to your definition, thousands of times.
Okay, well, we can go through one if you want and see if it meets all the criteria.
We will. So we're still going through. We're still going through your definition. So when it says,
we're never gonna. I don't think we're gonna agree on it. If you're trying to make the argument that coercion and compelling of a group of people by force, that you think that anybody historically meant that to mean protesters, we're not gonna agree on the words of any of those. I don't even think you truly. I don't think you even think that's true. You're giving me like a ridiculous.
That's not true whatsoever. In fact, we could go and they say, for example, it can be compelling by force to just have large numbers. Some of the authors
when you're gathered there for the purpose of engaging in intimidation. Yes.
No. It says that large numbers themselves are intimidating. So you agree?
No. Wait.
Wait. You disagree with that?
Yes. I don't think that they would. I don't think that that's what they consider intimidation.
So just to be clear, if I could find an example, I just want to be clear. If I could find an example from these court cases that you say there's historical that says that engage groups of large people that outnumber police that are there protesting itself, those large numbers, even without weapons, could be an act of intimidation, then you'd be willing to concede that this would mean thousands upon thousands of things have been insurrections in this country. You concede that?
I just want to point out a difference. Number one, that when I allowed you to give me your ahistorical, not researched, and totally unfounded definition of insurrection, at no point was I ever trying to trap you by saying, if you agree to this one thing, you realize everything's wrong. I said over and over again, you can amend your definition, we can go back and change things. I'm just trying to figure out a thing, okay? Just number one. So I just want to point out the different standard of treatment here. Number one. Number two, you also played a very funny weasel there where you amended your speech in the middle of, if I could find an example where protesters gathered could be seen as intimidation. That's my definition. You can't throw that at me and pretend to fight against me with my own definition. Because I agree with that. A large amount of protesters could be amounting to intimidation. But I'm pretty sure for it to count as intimidation in any sort of sense of like the furtherance of a crime or something like that, you probably need some intent aspect there, or at least some actors for some action that they're engaging in. I don't think just having 10,000 people protesting in an area necessarily counts as intimidation in like a violent sense. I don't believe that's the case. But if you can show me an example right now if you want, and we can go through it, and maybe I'll say, oh, well, maybe this changes my mind then. So if you want, give me an example.
Okay, well, look, I thought I read this in a court case previously, so we'll see if I can find this here. But I just want to be clear, if the case says that large numbers of people themselves can be intimidating, you keep conflating words there. You're saying like intimidation to use violence. That's not what's necessary.
You're saying like intimidating, like what, like spooky or scary? I don't know what that means when you say intimidating.
That's your definition. Your definition says it doesn't need to be force. It could just be intimidation. Correct?
Intimidation of force, meaning a bunch of people can show up who are very rowdy. They might have weapons on them, right? They might be saying things like, we're going to kill you, hang Mike Pence. They're not necessarily engaging in violence, but the intimidation sure is there. Yeah, of course. Just a bunch of people showing up to protest?
This is from the amicus brief. We'll get to point. We haven't finished with point 2 yet. We'll get to point 4 from your author Graber, right? This is what he says. Point 4. Through the use of violence.
Wait. Okay, wait. What page is this?
Shit. Again, I don't.
No, wait. That's fine. Okay.
Pisco
okay, you said through the use of violence. Wait, what's the quote?
I don't know what paper this is from. It's I think it's from the amicus on the Coy Griffin case, but it says through the use of violence, force, or intimidation by numbers.
Through the use of violence.
1622 TR 226 1 through 5. So this is from Graber's testimony on 8/16/22. Transcript, page 26, lines 1 through 5. Graber, from the very court trial that you've got this definition from. Graber's the person who created this definition in the Coy Griffin trial. Let me read again what he says here. Ready? Through the use.
Can you paste me real quick what you're reading to so I can see it, read it along?
Yes. And again, this was sent to me by your cohort, Pisco.
Okay.
As what he was using, which I assume he helped you with. So
nope. To be clear, Pisco did not help me with this. Well, okay, I read through this amicus brief on my own, and I read through all of Baud and Paulson's paper on my own, and I read through a couple of these court cases on my own. Pisco has like linked me things to look up, but Pisco did not help me in the preparation for anything. I did all of my prep on stream. I read this whole thing on stream. Everybody watch me do it on stream. Just
okay, I'm being a little tongue in cheek. Pisco's never helped anyone, so we get that. You know.
Damn.
Did that shit send to you before? Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Okay, hold on. Let me open this. So I can read.
Now, can I read, just so I can read to the audience, section 4. We're not here yet, but just so 4. Through the use of violence, force, or intimidation by numbers. Not, you said, it means intimidation of violence. No. It specifically says intimidation by numbers. Which the clear implication here is what he's saying is if 1 million people show up and they're protesting the law, the fact that there are so many people that overwhelm the...
Rob, what do you think intimidation means?
It could mean... It means... Let me think of, without looking up what I would say intimidation means. It means...
What do you think it means to intimidate?
To scare someone through your presence.
Yeah, and how are you scary through your presence? Is if they think what's going to happen.
But it could be a lot of things.
Probably violence.
Not necessarily, but let's say that is the case. Let's say I concede that. And it's not that they have to think violence will occur. They could think that if violence did occur, this group is so intimidating. And we know that they are, quote, levying war if they're intimidating. And they are trying to get a law changed. Trying to challenge the executive on something. So if a mob of 1 million people show up at a 1 million-man march and they're saying things like no justice, no peace, and they want significant changes to the way laws are applied, that would by its very nature be intimidation by numbers, which is exactly
I'm curious. Do you want to read through the Graber case where it brings up intimidation? We can see what they're talking about.
Yeah, let's
case
do it.
of Fries. Graber, was this a Supreme Court case or a district court case? Graber. Oh fuck! It's citing this fucking brief. Okay. See also, e.g., case of Fries. 9F. Okay, I'm looking for case of Fries. Okay, this was in 1800. The year is 1800. This is a court case. I think this is a federal case. Correct. It's in the circuit court. So this is in the First Court of Appeals for the District of Pennsylvania, a federal case. Okay. Now I'm looking for intimidation by numbers. Control F. Intimidation. Okay. There are 13 hits in this document for intimidation. Let's see what we have. What can we find? Okay. I'm just going to read sentences around when I find intimidation, okay?
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh, they write long sentences. Holy shit. An act to lay and collect a direct tax within the United States on the 7th day of March in the year of our Lord 1799 in the country, in the county of Northampton in the state, blah, 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 blah. 7th day of March, oh my God, in the said state district, to a great number to the number of 100 persons and upwards, armed and arrayed in a warlike manner, that is to say, with guns, swords, and other warlike weapons, as well offensive and defensive, being then and there unlawfully and traitorously assembled, did traitorously assemble and combine against the said United States, and then and there with force and arms, wickedly and traitorously, and with the wicked and traitorous intention to oppose and prevent, by means of intimidation and violence, the execution of the said laws of the said United States, within the same did array and dispose themselves in a warlike and hostile manner against the said United States, and then and there with force and arms, in pursuance of such their traitorous intention, he, the said John Fries, with the said person so as aforesaid, traitorously assembled, armed, and arrayed in manner aforesaid, wickedly and traitorously did levy war against the said United States. Okay, that was the first of 13. Maybe
can you link me this in Discord so I could look
sure
as well?
Thing. Here you go.
Thank you.
I was on page 2. I'm just Control F, intimidation. Did wickedly and traitorously assemble against the United States with the avowed intention, by force of arms and intimidation, to prevent the execution of said laws of the United States. Let's go with this. In manner outside of the same, wickedly and traitorously to prevent by means of force and intimidation the execution of said laws of the United States, by force of intimidation to prevent execution of said laws, by means of force and intimidation to prevent. Oh, okay. Here we go. He said he should be able to prove that John Price, the prisoner at the bar, did oppose the execution of 2 laws of the United States to effectuate which he was provided with men who, as well as himself, were armed with guns, swords, and other warlike weapons, which, by their numbers and military appearance, were sufficient to accomplish their purpose, which was not only to intimidate the officers of the government appointed to execute the above laws themselves, but to release from the custody of the Marshal of Pennsylvania a number of persons who were held in prison by the said Marshal, and to prevent him executing process upon others. So this is saying that because they were armed with guns, swords, and other warlike weapons, which by their numbers and military appearance were sufficient to accomplish their purpose, even without engaging in violence. Yes, so that sounds intimidating, but not just because there were a lot of people. It was by numbers and military appearance, and because they were armed with guns, swords, and other warlike weapons.
Okay, so that's part.
Okay, let's keep looking for other intimidation. Endeavor by intimidation, express, okay. Again, there can be no distinction as to the kind or nature of the law or the particular object for which the law was passed, since all are alike the acts of the legislature who are sent by the people at large to express their will. Force need not be used to manifest the spirit of rebellion, nor is it necessary that the attempts should have been successful to constitute the crime. The endeavor by intimidation to do the act, whether it be accomplished or not, amounts to treason, provided the object of those concerned in the transaction is of a general nature and not applied to a special or private purpose.
Read that again?
Sure, I'll read this whole paragraph. Mr. Rawl then proceeded, under the direction of the court, to state the law. The treason whereof the prisoner was charged was, quote, levying war against the United States, end quote. When he asked, was levying war against the, what he asked was levying war against the United States, he conceived himself authorized upon good authority to say, levying war did not only consist in open, manifest, and avowed rebellion against the government with the design of overthrowing the Constitution, but it may consist in assembling together in numbers and by actual force or by terror, opposing any particular law or laws, Again, there can be no distinction as to the kind or nature of the law or the particular object for which the law was passed, since all are alike the acts of the legislature who is sent by the people at large to express their will. Force need not be used to manifest the spirit of the rebellion, nor is it necessary that the attempts should have been successful to constitute the crime. The endeavor by intimidation to do the act, whether it be accomplished or not, amounts to treason, provided that the object of those concerned in the transaction is of a general nature and not applied to a special or private purpose. In order to effect the object of those embarked in crimes of this high nature, it is well known that various means are necessarily employed. Various acts may be perpetrated to accomplish the main end. They may proceed by the execution of some enormous crimes, as burglary, arson, robbery, or murder, either or all of them. But even if one of those crimes were committed, or all of those crimes were committed, except the purpose should be of a general nature, they may form distinct and heinous offenses, but the perpetrators may not be guilty of treason. A particular friend of the party should have been in custody of the marshal. Okay.
Okay.
So this is basically saying that, by
it says
the endeavor,
force
by
isn't
intimidation,
necessary, and it talks specifically about a collection of numbers. Correct?
Yes. To
Now I'm looking at this. Go to page 10. Here's the top quote. As he stated.
Wait.
Page 10.
Page 10 at the top. Okay.
Okay. As he stated before, Mr. Rawls said levying war in the United States against the United States was a crime defined by the Constitution in relation to the Republican form of government existing among.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I can't find where you're at. Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You said page 10?
Yes. Maybe I'm looking at something.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, wait. You're right in the middle. No, go. You're good. Go ahead.
Yeah. Levying war in the United States against the United States was a crime defined by the Constitution in relation to the Republican form of government existing among us now. It can only consist in an opposition of the will of society, which we're all members, declared and established by a majority. In short, an opposition to the acts of Congress, in whole or in part, as to prevent their execution, either by collecting numbers, by a display of force, or by exhibiting that degree of intimidation which should operate in either way upon those charged with the execution of law, either in the United States or any part thereof. This is saying specifically, notice the term or there, either by collecting numbers, by a display of force, or by exhibiting a degree of intimidation which should operate. So this is Rawls clearly saying that a collection of numbers is enough to generate the term levying of war.
Okay. Let's assume, for sake of the argument, let's say that, let's just ask ourselves this question. Do you think that at this time in the United States of America, do you think that these people are talking about if any number of people gathered to protest a law, that counts as levying war against the United States?
Yes,
you think
that is what it seems. That is as broad as what they're suggesting. Now let's go to page.
Okay, I can't. Okay, wait. In that case, we can't. We're at an impasse. We'll never agree because you don't exist inside of any kind of like historical understanding or inside of like any kind of legislative or judicial understanding of the history of the United States. You're like on an alternative history for the U.S.
It's what I think they're saying. What I think they're saying, as is quite evidenced, is that they're talking specifically about things such as like Civil War, such as the Whiskey Rebellion, such as governors being overthrown in a massacre of 150 black people by radical white supremacists in the state of whatever state that was, Tennessee or whatever.
Or by like resisting the peaceful transfer or execution of like the electoral vote. Yeah.
I just want to be clear. What we're doing here is going through the cases of the very definition that you've derived from. We're using your definition and the court cases, and we're going through the exact words that they're saying. The words that you're using to claim that January 6th was an insurrection, that people that support Donald Trump are fucking around and finding out if they happen to get shot.
You don't have to jump all the way to the end of this. I understand.
But what I'm saying is this is where you derive your definition from. So as soon as
but you're not. The problem is you're reading this. You're like cutting. You're using dictionary definitions and then doing ChatGPT to try to cut out like your hyper-specific definitions instead of reading this as like a reasonably minded person who can contextualize the information again. Like if we read this case, if I read what you just said, as he stated before, Mr. Rawls said, levying war in the United States against the United States was a crime defined by the Constitution in relation to the Republican form of government existing among us. It could only consist in an opposition to the will of the society of which we are all members, declared and established by a majority. In short, an opposition to the acts of Congress in whole or in part, so as to prevent their execution, either by collecting numbers, by a display of force, or by exhibiting that degree of intimidation which should operate in either way upon those charged with the execution of the law, either throughout the United States or in any part thereof, to procure a repeal or a suspension of the law by rendering it impracticable to carry such law or laws into effect in the place so opposing or in any other part. This offense he considered to be strictly treason against the United States. It is unfathomable to me that a reasonable human being with an understanding of the English language and any common parlance, any historical understanding of words, would read this and go, oh yeah, he meant that like protesters could definitely be this if there was enough of them. Absolutely
That is exactly what they're saying. We'll continue. Again, like I'm using the actual words from the court case that you're saying. In fact, when you bring up the insurrections, the first two insurrections that people say are Whiskey Rebellion, Fry's Rebellion. This is the court case that it came from. Let's go to page 14. All right, you there?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to start third sentence down. It is the opinion. Okay, this is going to be a little lengthy, so I'll try to be articulate. It is the opinion.
Okay, I can read it. It is the opinion of the court.
No, wait. Why do you get to read it? You'll read it faster and glaze over shit. I have a more soothing voice. Let me read it. You ready?
Okay.
It is the opinion of the court that any insurrection or rising of any body of the people within the United States to attain or effect by force or violence any object of a great public nature or of a public and general concern is levying war against the United States within the contemplation and construction of the Constitution. On this general position, the court are of the opinion that any such insurrection or rising to resist or to prevent by force or violence the execution of any statute of the United States for levying or collecting taxes, duties, imposts, or excises, or for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union, or for any other object of a general nature or a national concern, under any pretense, as the statute was unjust, burthensome, oppressive, or unconstitutional, is levying war against the United States within the contemplation and construction of the Constitution. The reason for this opinion is that an insurrection to resist or prevent by force the execution of any statute of the United States has a direct tendency to dissolve all the bands of society, to destroy all order and all laws, and also all security for the lives, liberties, and properties of the citizens of the United States. The court are of the opinion that military weapons, such as guns and swords mentioned in the indictment, are not necessary to make such insurrection or rising to an amount to levying war, because numbers may supply the want of military weapons, and other instruments may effect the intended mischief. The legal guilt of levying war may be incurred without the use of weapons or military array. The court are of the opinion that the assembling bodies of men armed and arrayed in a warlike manner for the purposes of only a private nature is not treason, although the judges or other peace officers should be insulted or resisted, or even great outrage is committed to the persons or the property of our citizens. So this is saying specifically, you don't need weapons. Numbers alone may supply for the want of military weapons. So
Rob, are you serious?
Yes, I am serious. The court are of the opinion that military weapons are not necessary to make such an insurrection or rising to levying war, because numbers may supply the want of military weapons and other instruments may affect the intended mischief. The legal guilt of levying war may be incurred with...
or I guess we're going to ignore the fact that literally the entirety of this is talking about engaging in a warlike manner, okay, is preventing by force or violence, over and over and over again is brought up, okay? We have, and in this part, the court are of the opinion that military weapons are not necessary to make such insurrection or rising amount to a levying of war, because numbers may supply the want of military weapons, and other instruments may effect the intended mischief. Is intended mischief here? Is that just protesting?
Yes, protesting and actual, because what they're saying...
How about, we can just read in the next sentence. What do they mean by intended mischief? The legal guilt of levying war may be incurred without the use of military weapons or military array. The court are of the opinion that the assembling bodies of men armed and arrayed in a warlike manner for purposes of a private nature is not treason. This is for purpose of a private nature, okay? None of this is talking about a simple protest.
No, what it's talking about is...
What it's talking about, it's funny, it's so, what are these, okay, I do agree with you, these people were fucking retarded. They're writing for people like you who would look at a group of people that are showing up clearly to like start shit and do an insurrection, and then somebody like Rob comes along and goes, well, actually, they didn't have any weapons, so it was safe. And the judge would look at you and go, well, obviously, these people are assembled in such a way that they're here to intimidate, threat of force. Even if they don't have a weapon on them, they're here to fight. But what they didn't preempt is you might be saying, oh, wait, so you're saying that all people that are assembled in large numbers that are protesting are now engaged in insurrection? It's such an unbelievable, like, I'll give you the kill shot to your question. Can you find me a single court case, even around this time in the entire history of the United States, where somebody was prosecuted for insurrection or treason for a peaceful protest? Did this ever happen ever? If this was truly their understanding at the time, that a large group of people, they're just protesting, but they could be insurrection. Was that ever a court case ever in the history of the entire United States, ever?
How could this be a response to what I'll say to you is, if you're right that things like that the definition that you're given, and we could see dozens upon dozens, probably thousands of examples in the past 100 years, and it's never been tried. What your argument to that is, just because they didn't bring court cases, this is what you said in the debate with Andrew, doesn't mean that that's not what they intended. Wasn't that your argument, Dan?
I said that just because you don't criminally charge somebody with a crime doesn't mean the thing itself actually happened. The thing itself happening, an insurrection happening, that actually has been determined. It's been determined by the Colorado Supreme Court. It was determined by a Mexican court. Or not a Mexican, New Mexican court, it was. And it was determined by the House and the Senate. They're not a legal body, but they made that political determination. So there's three very high bodies that have never been contradicted by any higher body of law that did determine that what happened on January 6th was an insurrection. So if you want to go that argument, I win by default.
So what this is saying is, it's saying specifically that any insurrection, what it's talking about is groups of people that gather that are pissed off about a law. They want to change something. This is levying war. They're real clear on what levying war is.
Why would you think, Rob?
Let me now listen. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. No. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to leave you continue to just yell over me. I'm not some fucking random bitch that you brought on. If you want to talk, fine. You have to let me talk. Right? What it's saying is, it's talking specifically about levying war, are people that are going against, using violence, intimidation, force, etc., execution of laws, or even specific individual laws. So, for example, on page 14, what we're reading here, any insurrection rising the body of the people within the United States to and attain or affect by force, violence, or any object of great public nature, or public and general national concern, is levying war against the United States, with the contemplation and construction. So what it's saying is, for example, a bunch of people that are pissed off about any law that you could think that would have existed back in this time, whether it be the end of slavery, whether it be taxation laws, any of these things. If a large group of people came, it was through intimidation or force, and were protesting one of these laws, that would be considered levying war against the United States. It then goes on to specifically say military weapons, etc., are not. Let me finish.
No, I just want to. So I understood you. You're saying that any protest against a law of any of the state or federal government back then would have been considered levying war against the United States if there were enough people?
If there were enough people that showed up to an event to protest at that point, it seems to be what they're suggesting. Because it says...
Is there a single time of that ever being prosecuted, or that ever being a thing?
Is there a single person that was prosecuted for insurrection on January 6th?
I already gave you examples of courts declaring this Colorado Supreme Court decided that an insurrection existed on January 6th. The House and the Senate decided that an insurrection existed on January 6th.
I'll ask a yes, no will suffice. Was there a single person charged with insurrection?
No, but I've never made the claim there was.
Thank you. Okay, so then when you say, can you show me a person that's been charged with this? No, I can't, because I don't have direct access to the entire library of the United States court decisions. So could there be a case that says that? Yes. I don't have it in front of me. What I do have in front of me, is the actual court cases that you've brought to bear from the guy who created your definition. What it's talking about is, when numbers supply, you don't need military weapons. Because it could affect
because the violent nature and intent of the crowd is clear. Yes.
No. Again, violence isn't necessary. They're quite specific in all of this.
Because intimidation. Yeah, you don't have to engage in violence.
And they're saying that numbers alone can be intimidation.
They could be. Yes.
Right.
If they're assembled in such a way that they're trying to prevent the execution of the law, so that they're trying to, that they're assembled in a warlike manner. That's why the next sentence literally says, assembling bodies of men armed and arrayed in a warlike manner.
The next sentence, what you're reading, is differentiating public purpose versus private purpose, right? So it's saying, even if, now it's giving the hardest case scenario. Even if
No, that's just saying what it would consider to be like a riot versus or a private thing versus what would be considered insurrection. But it's saying, but this is all applying to the same thing. The only differentiator isn't the assembled bodies of men; it's that it's of a private versus public nature. But every single thing you're reading in here is about violence. All of it is about
it is
violence.
not. And we already read specifically that it says violence isn't necessary. In fact, in the very amicus brief that we're leading, this reflected the common understanding that an insurrection need not rise to the level trying to overthrow the government or secede from resisting the government's authority to execute a single law sufficed. We have, like, all through what we were reading earlier, talked about how violence isn't necessary. It even said force wasn't necessary, right? Is what it was saying earlier. And again, what you're doing here, this next sentence, what it's saying, it's like, okay, it's saying, okay, we're looking at what an insurrection could be. Well, it's the levying of war against the United States. And it could be people using weapons and shit, but it doesn't have to be that. It could just be people that are doing intimidating. And it doesn't have to be that they're armed. It could just be that by their very numbers, it should suggest a want for weapons. That, holy shit, there's so many. They're here. They're protesting this specific law right now at this location, right? And then it says, now let's go the opposite direction. Let's say that we have a private military, people armed that are private in a warlike manner, but it's for a private nature. No, that doesn't qualify as treason. That's what it's not saying these things are necessary, that you have to be arrayed in a warlike manner and have armed men in order for it to be an insurrection. They're saying even if they are military people armed, if they're there for a private purpose, that's still not an insurrection. So you're just misreading what this is suggesting.
There's no way. Yeah, you're completely out to lunch on this.
And again, I just want to make it clear.
Just to be clear, hold on. What you're asserting is that at this point in time in the history of the United States, it was illegal to have large protests against the federal government.
What
Do you
I'm
agree
saying
that that's
is-
what you're saying?
I
No,
am saying-
don't do this. What I'm saying, blah, blah, blah. I'm asking you a very simple yes or no question. You can say no and then explain why. But I'm asking you very clearly. You're telling me that at this point in the 1800s, early 1800s of the United States government, that it was illegal, it would have been seen as treason to protest in large numbers against the federal government.
Yes, that's what your court cases that you're basing on what levying war against the United States.
No, not my court case. It's
yes,
saying that's
yes,
what that's
yes,
what the Chief Justice
yes,
did, or that's what the
yes.
Justice. Okay.
Do you have any
Okay.
evidence to
All
the
right, that's
counter?
good.
So
Okay.
you're saying that this court case is
Yes,
erroneous?
of course. I've got the First Amendment. Yeah, the Bill of Rights. I've got the entire history of the United States. I've got the fact that no court case has ever been prosecuted like this ever. This has never happened. It is very obvious and plain in the plain reading of the language of this court case that nobody here is talking about just a group of men showing up and protesting a law. Obviously, in the context of this entire court case, it's about violently resisting or through threat of intimidation resisting a particular thing. And they're saying, yeah, if 1,000 people show up, even if they don't necessarily have guns or whatever, but if it's obvious that the intention of the crowd is for one through violence or intimidation, that this is and you can even show that through huge numbers, no sane human being is reading this unless you're the most partisan hack-fuck brain in the universe is trying to read this going, oh my God, this definition applies to every single protest against the federal government. But you already said that, yes, in Rob's world, Rob thinks that in the year 1800, large protests against the federal government were illegal in the United States of America. You're
spurging out, dude. I wonder why. Again, your amicus brief from Graber, who we're told is the standard legal definition, and he says, he makes it a point. This is his interpretation after reading several court cases, what he says. The use of violence, force, or intimidation by numbers. Then he cites Fry's. Then he cites the grand jury by the court in 1861. The charge of the grand jury in 1861. Right? So he cites 3 cases, not just this. So we go to the first court case. It says exactly, again, this isn't my words. This is what he's implying. He says specifically intimidation by numbers. And he uses the word or. He doesn't say and. He says there could be violence, there could be force, or there could be intimidation by numbers. So in other words, if you are you're swearing in Justice Kavanaugh and tens of thousands of people show up, yes, that could be intimidation by numbers. They're all screaming. They're outraged. Absolutely, that could be considered intimidation by numbers. There were other cases, which I remember reading this. It's been a while since I debated this, but I remember this vaguely talking about the civil rights movement, where there were cases, I think, in abortion. Was one year we were talking about it, where they said that intimidation by numbers could include people outside of abortion clinics that were gathered in mass. That they included that as intimidation by numbers, even if they weren't shouting profanities, even if they weren't shouting threats. The mere fact that women are going into these abortion clinics and there's 50 people standing outside was considered intimidation by numbers. Several court cases, I believe, if I remember correctly, ruled that alone. They didn't have to have weapons. Most of them are holding signs that talk about God and stuff like that, and that was deemed intimidation by numbers. So when I'm using your definition,
we'll do this. Let me ask one more time. You think that in the year 1800, 1,000 people protesting against the law in the federal government was treason? Just to be clear, yes. Yes or no, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then also, can you link me that court case that you're talking about? We can go read that. Okay, I'm curious. I just want to see that. Yeah, the intimidation by numbers.
Shit, dude. This is like having to go back to my debate files in like 2006. I will try to get that to you at some point. I don't but what I'm telling you is, right, what they were doing was they were looking at specific things. It was written, it's like how we write the code for like disorderly conduct. Like, I don't know what it's like where you're at, but I could bring up the code for disorderly conduct in Pennsylvania. One time I got arrested at this fucking concert, this metal show, and I got charged with drunken public and disorderly conduct. I ended up getting the charge dropped because the cop that was in the drunk tank with me and the chart, like, filed everything. He told me to fight it and I won. But I was like, I didn't commit disorderly conduct. He's like, yeah, you did. Look at the statute. And the statute in Pennsylvania, basically like disorderly conduct's like anyone who engages in activity that could be considered a nuisance or annoyance. And he's like, having an argument with your girlfriend a little too loud, disorderly conduct. Music playing a little too loud in your car, disorderly conduct. It's written that way intentionally as a catch-all. What I'm telling you is this was broadly interpreted, but was only used in the most severe of cases. So they were using it with things like the Whiskey Rebellion. They were using it with things like lynching or the murdering of 150 black men and the overthrowing of a governor. They're using it in the case of the Civil War. But yes, the excuse of how they're using it, and it's using the term levying war, was so broad that a reasonable reading of it would be if 1,000 people showed up at a state courthouse to protest some new tax, yes, that would be intimidation by numbers and could be charged. Now, they wouldn't have charged it, but they absolutely could have. And the fact that, and again, you keep saying, but show me the court case, show me the court case. This goes in line with what I'm saying. We're only on halfway through section 2, and already you can see how fucking ridiculously broad this could be applied. They chose not to apply it to more significant, obvious insurrections, things like the Chaz Zone, and the only time they decided to apply it was to Donald Trump and to politicians that were running for office, this Coy Griffin guy, one guy. That's it. That's the only time in over 100 years. That's the only fucking time that they've applied it. And it was one court case that got overruled in Colorado that said it was an insurrection. That's it.
To be clear, that court case in Colorado didn't get overruled on the terms of it being an insurrection.
That's true.
We didn't comment on that. As it stands right now, the highest courts that have reviewed that event and the Congress have decided that it was an insurrection. So you're absolutely wrong on that. But
no, that's not true. Just because they didn't rule, they overruled
what part of that?
Case.
Wait. What I said was that the highest court that has overviewed the case has determined that it was an insurrection. Nobody has rejected that finding, and no higher court has rejected that finding.
The fact that do you think this was this is skipping to the end, but you think this was an obvious insurrection, correct?
Oh, beyond obvious, yeah.
Okay, it was obvious, right? And you think, and so then you think that there's a lot of states that don't particularly like Donald Trump, and if this is so obvious, they would have filed these same court cases, correct? Like California?
It's a totally different question.
Why? It was fair. Didn't you just ask me to provide court cases that met my definition of what I'm interpreting?
I gave you a state Supreme Court case.
Wasn't
there one other state that also kicked?
Now listen, you gave me one, but your argument is this is beyond obvious. Well, it's clear that there are states that have, there's clear that there are states that clearly don't like Donald Trump and would have no interest in protecting him. So why was it just Colorado? And given that, do you think
maybe other states were waiting for the Colorado one to finish because these are all going to be probably joint cases anyways? No.
Well,
also, I think there was at least one other state that did it. It might have been Maine as well.
What happened there?
I don't know. I thought
did they rule it was an insurrection? You brought it up.
What?
I was unaware. I know there were states that were trying. I was unaware that any of them came to trial. Did Maine rule it was an insurrection?
I don't know if it made it far enough before the Supreme Court basically got rid of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment.
Do you think the FBI is in the bag for Trump, or it's been protecting Trump supporters?
Not relevant in any way, size, shape,
Sure,
or
it's
form
relevant. Again, you're the person who brought up, well, then show me the court cases that have been brought. And if there weren't court cases, that impugns sort of my reading of
There
this.
have already been, to be clear, you don't have any higher court than Pennsylvania's Supreme Court that declared this was an insurrection, and you don't have any higher political body than the House and the Senate that also agreed that it was an insurrection. Nobody has overruled either of those two things. And there were, I think, 11 or 13 people convicted of seditious conspiracy, which is a ton of overlap with insurrection as well. Like, all of these things are true. You have no counter to any of these other than to like play the most ridiculous war games I've ever seen anybody play in my entire life.
It's not true. What we're being told, we can see that the FBI, this is the largest FBI investigation in history. It is clear that they have an axe to grind, even continuing to go after people for section, 1513, the Fisher case overruled. They're still attempting in some ways to hold out for that. They charge people with the most insane, even nonviolent people with the most insane charges, kept them in solitary confinement. They were literally going after these people as hard as possible. They were
I can't have you like commenting other cases, because if I read through them, I'm probably going to disagree with your interpretation of all these, so there's no point in like opining on 50 other cases.
What I'm saying is, for some reason, of thousands of people there, and this wasn't just a wishy-washy, according to you. It wasn't like maybe it's an insurrection or not. You're like, it's super obvious. But no other states brought these other than Colorado. No, the FBI didn't bring any charges of insurrection. Why? Is there a massive conspiracy?
You don't need charges of insurrection for a thing to be an insurrection. For instance, if I were to look at during the Kenosha riots, right? Do you know if anybody was even charged with the crime of rioting?
I have no clue. I don't even know if there is a specific...
But you know what? Hold on. Not only do I not know that, even if not a single person was charged with a crime, do you agree that we wouldn't need anybody to be charged with a crime to know that those were riots?
No, absolutely agree with you. Now, let me turn the question...
You saw the car dealership in the background on fire. That was arson. I don't know if anybody was charged with arson. I don't care if anybody was charged with arson. I know that it was arson, right? So just because an event happens doesn't mean that you need a criminal charge associated with that event to know that happened, especially when the highest court that's reviewed it, the Colorado Supreme Court, and the Congress, in the form of impeachment, also agreed it was an insurrection. So I don't need like an individual charge of insurrection against an individual person.
Allow me to retort, since you want to go on. So first, let's start with this. You're the one. You open this line of questioning by saying, well, Rob, if you're correct in reading, which looks directly from your author, who says violence, force, or intimidation by numbers, then he cites this Fry case, which is clear that it's saying you don't need weapons of war or anything like that. If you just have enough people...
It's not clear. Your reading of this demonstrates a shocking lack of common sense.
Okay, you could say that, right? And your
I do,
answer,
and I'm back by the historical record.
One of
there's
the
not
things,
a single case, and it
there
wouldn't
you
make
go.
Sense that it's illegal to protest in the United States in the year 1800.
And so what do you go to? And what do you go to prove it? You say, aha! Then show me a court case. Show me a court case that's done that. Now, I already explained why there wouldn't be a court case, because they wrote this broadly, but we're only going after the most severe actors, right? So then for you to be like
broadly.
So they wrote what they were defining as levying of war and treason very broadly, but only went after the worst of people. Now allow me to finish. I give you a chance to speak. I don't agree that it was wrote broadly, but go ahead. Yeah. Okay, right. But that's my interpretation of what's going on. So now
that's great, but your interpretation is your own personal one. I'm going by historical and legal interpretations. But go ahead.
You realize it's disadvantageous to continue to be interrupted and keep your train of thought. I'm trying to be polite and not do it as much to you. So let me get back to the thought I was at. So when you specifically say, then the fact that you can't point to me a court case that shows that proves that somehow some sort of proof. Then you have the exact opposite turn when it comes to like, well, can you show me one case where someone was charged with insurrection? No. Can you show me one case other than Colorado where they even tried to use Section 3 of the 14th Amendment? No. And yet you agree that this is super obvious, right? Yeah. And there's states that really...
I'm not making wait. This isn't the same. I'm not making the claim that an individual engaged in insurrection. I'm saying that it was an insurrection. Much the same that I'm not saying that, like, if I was arguing that, like, I think that these two guys are 100%, they engaged in insurrection. Then you can say, were they charged with the crime? Are you talking about the crime of insurrection? That'd be different. Just like when I say that XYZ was a riot, you wouldn't be able to come back and say, is there a court case of being charged with a riot? No, I don't know.
Again, this is nonsensical, right? So that's number one, why me could bring up, you've opened the line to, well, if you can't present a court case, then that somehow shows a problematic interpretation. I turn that to you, and you immediately say, just because there's not a court case doesn't mean that's number one.
Hold on. Rob, I've won that challenge and you failed.
No, that's not true.
Hold on. You claimed that, according to this, protesting against the United States with enough people was levying war against the U.S. And I said, has there ever been somebody charged with that? Or has there ever been like that declaration ever of that, like this crime is just protesting? Has anybody ever declared that ever, that this was an insurrection or a rebellion when it was just, here, I'll expand it for you. It doesn't even have to be a court case. It could literally be like somebody writing, this was an insurrection, some kind of like legal figure, whatever. You can't provide a single example of that. Then when you turn to me and you go, well, can you provide a legal example? Yes. The Colorado Supreme Court engaged in an analysis of January 6th, they decided that it was an insurrection. New Mexico engaged in an analysis of January 6th, and they disbarred somebody from office because they decided it was an insurrection. In the Congress, there was an impeachment held of Donald Trump, and the House and the Senate both agreed that it was an insurrection. So in all the court cases, I've won. Now you're asking me the hyper-specific question of was an individual charged with the crime of insurrection? No, but I'm not sitting here arguing over the individual crime of insurrection. I'm arguing that it was an insurrection. Those are two fundamentally different things.
Now,
that's why
again,
you failed your court threshold, and I've
it's-
exceedingly won mine. It was the state Supreme Court.
You did not. The spurging out does nothing, right? The fact that Colorado, again, it's not that the Supreme Court upheld either the New Mexico or
the Supreme
Colorado
Court literally refused to hear the appeal on the New Mexico court case. So yes, they did uphold that essentially decision.
They did not say that they determined it was an insurrection. They did not. They said they weren't going to hear.
No, but that's why he was disbarred from office.
And again, I'll finish my point. And so they refused to hear the New Mexico case, and in the Colorado case specifically, they overruled it, though they didn't weigh in on whether or not it was an insurrection. So again, if this was such an obvious insurrection, you have no argument as to why more states wouldn't have brought these charges. For example, we know there were. Let me finish. We know there were an awful lot of people that were there that had been state or local elected officials, which, as you know, Section 14 or Section 3 of the 14th Amendment says that those people then can no longer hold office. An awful lot of them came from states that are blue states that would have reason to prevent those people from being in office.
Name a couple. Who?
So, like, there were tons of officials that were there. You want me to find elected officials? There were
just one or two. Yeah, you said there are tons. Just name one or two. Who's a couple?
So,
I'm curious. What blue politicians showed up that nobody?
Blue? Who said that?
You said that they were
politicians
from
blue states. So, for example, I know several. I believe, just off the top of my head, state politicians in Pennsylvania. I believe Russ Diamond was there. Was a person that I'm familiar with that's done my radio show. I believe that
you said Russ Diamond?
I think Russ Diamond was someone who was a state legislator that's there. There were all sorts of reports of people that were legislators or police officers. Because remember, this is any official. So any police officer that worked at a town. I mean, I don't have the specific names. Are you really denying this though? Would it satisfy you if I look up like some local elected officials or government employees?
I just like to look in and see the exact thing.
Okay.
So
again, I'll send you some specific officials that were there. There's probably even some that have been charged with crimes that weren't then kept off of the ballot. So we'll see that, but it's clearly an insurrection, and that's the other problem, right? Like the riot case, the things you're saying about that, the difference is this. We could see shadowy people rioting and say, okay, or a building burning down and say, okay, no one was charged with arson, no one was charged with rioting. But what you're saying is something quite different. You're saying that this event where we have thousands upon thousands of hours of video footage, where we have the FBI that's literally putting people's face out there. We have insurrection hunters that's going through these videos with a fine-tooth comb, finding anyone that did anything little, making it like this big, one of the biggest things at the FBI, and just people that aren't even in the FBI that are going through these videos doing it. And you're saying this was an obvious insurrection. They're right there. We see the people. We see their faces. Some of them are being charged with crimes, and yet none of them have been kept off a ballot using the 14th Amendment. None of them.
You're telling me there have been people that were charged with crimes even that have been kept off a ballot? Or that haven't been kept off a ballot?
Correct.
Was this guy, hold on, was this Russ Diamond guy even at January 6th?
I thought he was. I thought that he told me that he was.
Okay, I'm looking and I feel like I don't see him actually showing up there.
Well, what do you mean? I don't think he was charged with a crime.
No, I mean, was he even like at the protest?
I thought that there was, I thought that's who it was. But I could be wrong. I might be talking out my ass. I interviewed someone.
This guy's a Republican, so I don't know why we would assume that.
The point is, it doesn't. I'm saying that yes, almost everyone that. Can we agree with this? Almost everyone that was there was a Republican.
That doesn't nothing to do with my argument. You're running back to this like who was charged with the crime of insurrection.
What are you talking about? You just said also he was a Republican. Why does that matter? You're the one who brought it up.
Oh, because it sounded like you were implying that he was like from, I guess, like a blue legislature, or he would have been like kicked off the ballot because like Democrats would do this or whatever.
Right.
But if he was a Republican, is the Pennsylvania legislature Republican? Are they blue or?
I don't know what the makeup is right now, but it wouldn't matter. It would be the courts.
Well, that was a central part of your. What do you mean?
No, it would be the courts that are enforcing the 14th Amendment. It would be prosecutors in the courts that would be adjudicating it. Congress.
Hold on. To be clear, I don't think it would be the courts. I think it would be whoever's in charge of the election stuff.
Who
In
brought the
fact,
Colorado?
that might actually be why the Pennsylvania court and Maine might have been the only people that took it to court, is because they might have been the only states that had the procedural disbarring of people off of primary things instead of general election things. That might have been why those were the states that brought it up first, is because other states didn't address the shall be on a fucking ballot until the primary because they didn't adjudicate.
That's different. You're talking specifically about Donald Trump. I'm not talking about just
But you were asking me over again, why is Pennsylvania and Maine the only two states that brought it up?
It wasn't, first off, you're getting confused. It wasn't Pennsylvania, it was Colorado.
I'm sorry, Colorado.
Yeah, just in case anyone's listening.
But it might have been because Colorado and Maine might have been the only two states that at that point in time even had the ability to strike somebody from a ballot because they were primary ballots. But without
that's again, I made the point quite clear that belaboring it seems irrelevant at this point. There were
I don't know how that's irrelevant when the procedure here is paramount. It's literally the central way of how this happens.
I just want to be clear. You're saying if there's a state level official in Colorado right now, and Colorado's already ruled it's an insurrection, and that state level official, we have pictures of them, video of them at the January 6th insurrection. That proves that they engaged in the insurrection. You say it's clear cut, absolute clear cut. So the only hypothetical here is that we see video of that person there. So you have to grant me that hypothetical. But other than that, you say it's clear cut insurrection, no doubt. Colorado's already ruled it's an insurrection. So why didn't they charge anyone else and keep them off the ballot? Why only Donald Trump?
Charging. Here, I
why
agree,
didn't they keep them off the ballot?
I assume they would. That would be my assumption. I would have a lot of questions that they didn't. You're telling me that in Colorado, there are people that went to January 6th and engaged in insurrection or whatever, or it provided aid or whatever, and Colorado didn't strike them from any ballots?
Yes. I'm saying that's almost certain.
Okay, can you give me an example of who that was? Or are you just assuming that?
I am just assuming that.
Okay, then I can't. Well, you win. I can't disprove your baseless assumption. What am I even supposed to say?
No person, Section 3, quote, no person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president and vice president or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as any member of state legislature or an executive or judicial officer of any state to support the Constitution of the United States. So that means that anyone, it's not just an elected official, it's anyone involved in any sort of government bureaucracy. Right?
That's not true. It tells you explicitly who it is there. Anybody who would have basically, I think anybody who would have taken an oath, which might encompass a lot of, or maybe even all of government office, but it's whoever takes the oaths, yeah.
Okay, so anyone who takes an oath. And so I'm just I don't have it in front of me. I have seen elected officials that were there, state level people, township level people. I've seen that. I've seen them talk about it. I've interviewed people on my show. I don't have the specific names right in front of me.
People from Colorado?
No. I haven't interviewed anyone.
But we were talking about Colorado and Maine. I think were the only two states that engaged in that analysis to call it an insurrection.
Okay, so I would almost guarantee that there were people in Colorado and Maine that would have met that criteria. And New Mexico.
How can I argue against it? The burden is on you to find these people. You can't just say I assume these people exist and they defeat your argument. Well, fuck me, I guess.
If you had to guess, I understand that. That's fair. But if you had to guess, would you say there's most likely from the states of Colorado, Maine, or New Mexico, those people?
My guess would be no. From those three states, I would be very surprised if any previous office holders were clearly on video that were engaged in insurrection that also ran for offices again in these states and weren't kicked off a ballot. I would be surprised at that.
So that's one with those states. Then in addition to any state that has prosecutors, that would be a blue state that would have blue courts or blue prosecutors, right? Which would be an awful lot of states.
I don't know what prosecutors wouldn't be involved yet. That would only be if it was challenged in court, because keeping somebody off a ballot is the job of whatever the state electoral body is.
Then why does it go to the court?
Well, if somebody challenges it, it would go to a court.
Okay, so then I don't know if that's true. I think, for example, if I'm remembering.
Hold on, just to be clear, courts don't choose what they look at. They choose cases that are brought to them.
Right, but let me finish my point. If I remember, maybe I'm misremembering this. Was it legislators in Colorado that were the ones that brought the challenge to the court that kept Trump off, or was it a non-government affiliated group?
I thought it was Trump. I thought that isn't that case Trump v. Anderson? I don't know.
But who brought it to the court? So it was the legislators kicked him off the ballot first, and then Trump challenged it in court? I don't believe that's what happened, right?
We can check. Wait, no, don't do. Hold on.
What's wrong?
I was just answering a question. It was state electors.
So state electors kept them up. Okay. So then any state we could say that had electors is what he said. So that would imply any state, that could be any state then, right? Because you're going to have Democrat electors everywhere, correct? Like even in a red state, Texas is going to have Democrat electors. They could challenge it and force it to court, correct? You there? Hello? Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Okay, we're not getting Pisco sidetracked. Okay.
Okay,
hold
so
on.
what, if that's, go ahead.
Reading the thing. Okay, so it says a group of Colorado voters contends that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution prohibits former President Donald J. Trump, who seeks the presidential nomination of the Republican Party in this year's election, from becoming president again. The Colorado Supreme Court agreed with that contention. So it sounds like it was a group of Colorado voters that initially did this in court.
So you don't think that every state has a bunch of Democrat voters? Even states that are red states are going to have 30 to 40% Democrat voters. So that means every state would have been able to bring this court case. And here's the thing.
The reality is, Rob, that the answer isn't as clear. And if I try to explain this to you, your fucking head is going to explode because you're incapable of wanting to understand any legal argument.
That's not true.
Okay? The challenge to this is going to be procedural at first. So insofar as who has standing to even bring this case, that could very well vary from case to case. In some case, a state court might decide, oh, a voter has standing. He's been injured by this particular decision, so we are going to hear this case. But it's totally conceivable that in another state, they would say, nah, as an individual voter, you don't have standing here. Maybe the candidate himself might have standing to bring the case, but you don't. I would not just assume that, oh yeah, for sure, every single voter in every single state could have standing to bring the case. I wouldn't just assume that. And I know you don't know the legal argument there, so no, I'm not even going to grant you that assumption. There could be a whole different mess of like processes and procedures in every state for excluding people from the ballot. I wouldn't just assume that every voter in every state has the standing to bring this case to a court.
I think that it's obvious that if this.
I know, but what do you mean? You think it's obvious that 100 people in the year 1800 couldn't protest against the federal government without it being a fucking levying war against the United States? Your opinion means nothing here.
I'm using your sources. That's what I'm using. The crafted.
You're not. No, you're misreading.
We'll get to
you're misreading all my sources.
I'm not misreading. So then, and lastly, I think that it's obvious that there would have been enough if this insurrection was so obvious, and you see thousands of people that were engaged in it, thousands, and not just that. Remember, this is people that engaged in an insurrection. Do you think Donald Trump engaged in an insurrection?
I would say absolutely yes.
What and how so? How did he engage in it?
By aiding and abetting it.
How?
I think in the Jack Smith indictments, I think it was probably in encouraging people to partake. It was probably in withholding National Guard assistance to the Capitol grounds.
So the Colorado case specifically says that inaction is not engagement. Specifically says that. So saying
inaction is not engagement, but
correct.
I mean, I'm sure it would depend on the type of inaction that we're talking about, right? If Trump was tasked with the responsibility of calling the National Guard and he enacted there, that's different than just like watching something happen.
No, that's
right.
Number
one, but also number two, probably just the speech on the 6th itself, I would argue aids and abets in the insurrection, and all of the calls to pressure and bully the state, all of the elected officials to overturn the election, and all of the attacks that he made against Michael Pence, saying that he can do it, and all of the calls to the crowd saying we have to fight like hell, we've got to hold Pence responsible, saying the election was rigged, knowingly, falsely providing that information over and over again, telling people that, yeah, I would say this easily counts as like aiding and abetting an insurrection.
It has nothing to do with aiding and abetting an insurrection, right? He's allowed to say all of those things. That's perfectly fine. He wasn't aware that they were going to commit acts of violence. He had no awareness whatsoever. He was allowed to think those things. He was allowed to say those things. You might
you're
think
not in conjunction with like another crime. No, you're not allowed to.
Absolutely, that's insurrection. Again, entails a use of violence, force, or intimidation by numbers. So for him to have engaged in it, he would have had to known that they were going to commit an insurrection. For example,
he knew. For example, he was told multiple times that like.
Let me finish. So this would be no different than if you saw people say, I'm outraged at what happened to George Floyd. We need to take it to the streets. And then people took it to the streets and engaged in what we consider an insurrection. Would you say, oh, those people that said take it to the streets, if I could convince you that these actual BLM actions were tantamount to an insurrection, would you say, oh, yep, that means that all the politicians that said take it to the streets engaged in insurrection? Would you say that?
No, because I don't know if all the BLM marches even were insurrections, number one. And take it to the streets,
if they were,
I think is way too vague and way too broad to ever sound like you need to fight in order to like do violent acts. I think that can literally just be protesting.
Cool. Tell me what Trump said to tell people to fight and commit violent acts. Go ahead.
Sure. When Trump says, but I said something's wrong here and something is really wrong, it can never happen. And we fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Yep.
That politicians say fight like hell all the time, say we need to fight for our country. That's not a call to violence.
Republicans are constantly fighting like a boxer with his hands tied behind his back. It's like a boxer. We have to be so nice. We have to be so respectful of everybody, including bad people. We're going to have to fight much harder.
Keep going. Finish that quote.
This is all I quoted from this here.
Does he talk about McConnell?
He talks about him in other parts. For years, Democrats have gotten away with election fraud and weak Republicans, and that's what they are. There are so many weak Republicans. We have great ones. Jim Jordan and some of these guys, they're out there fighting. The House guys are fighting, but it's incredible. Many of the Republicans, I helped them get in. I helped them get elected. I helped Mitch get elected. He should talk to McConnell a lot of this, yeah?
Wait a minute. So he says Jim Jordan's fighting. So if he means by fighting literally picking up your fist and punching people, so he was saying Jim Jordan was literally punching people, correct?
No, when he says Jim Jordan is fighting, he means that Jim Jordan is assisting him with his coup in the House.
Oh,
when
so
Jim Jordan is trying to decertify the vote.
Oh, so what you mean is when he used the word fighting with Jim Jordan, he wasn't talking about physical violence?
For Jim Jordan, no, it doesn't sound like it.
But wait a minute, didn't you get that quote directly from the Colorado case?
No, I listened to the entire speech and I wrote down quotes that I thought were surprising to me. Do you think that the people he's saying need to fight like hell can fight like Jim Jordan? Is he telling all of them to go to the House and become elected members of the House and vote?
I'm saying that your interpretation is absurd because we could see over and over politicians that have constantly said the need to fight for our country, the need to fight like hell, etc. And never once have we considered that them actual calling for physical violence. We all understand.
You know that
Please let me finish. Never once have we called that sort of thing. Then you're saying no. Trust me. When Trump uses the word fight, he literally means physical violence. And then one of the very quotes you give talks about Jim Jordan, which it's easy to dispense with. He's clearly not talking about physical violence. When he's saying you need to fight for your country, it doesn't mean physical violence. He means it in the same way when AOC says fight for your country, the same way when Chuck Schumer says fight for your country. And you could bring up a litany of quotes from Democrats that have said this.
Do you think why is it that when he told them to fight like hell, why did they march down to the Capitol, riot, break into the building, and delay the official certification of the vote? Is it just a coincidence that happened?
Yes.
After he gave a speech?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. The idea that because
all right, give me final. Wait. Give me five. I gotta shout it out. Give me final wrap ups on this.
Okay. Well, just to be clear, because we didn't get to the part that I even want to talk. This is all just dealing with the definition of insurrection, but that's fine. Let me.
What is the final part that you wanted to talk about, or what else? Or we can talk about something else. We can move on with this. But
I just want to say this real quick on the definition. Any one law, correct? That's the last part of your definition. One or more law.
It could be a singular law, sure.
Okay, so taking into conjunction, what we have is a group of people together. That's pretty much every protest. You would agree with that, right?
No, I wouldn't. I believe that when they talk about an assemblage of people, it's like an assemblage explicitly for a common purpose. So, like, if a bunch of people were at an area and they started to protest or something happened, but they weren't assembled, I don't know if that would count as like an assemblage. Okay. That would be more of a spontaneous thing. I think an assemblage implies that it's not spontaneous. But go ahead.
I don't necessarily know that that's the case, but often a great many of protests are people coming together to point at the same thing with the same goal. Agreed?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Which was probably the majority of the BLM protests and riots.
Acting to prevent the execution of one or more federal laws. So it only has to be one federal law. We've gotten to the idea of what preventing the execution means. For public purpose, that just means it's not for private. It'd be like challenging basically any law. Through the use of violence, force, or intimidation by numbers. Anything that meets those four criteria is an insurrection.
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. I would argue that that's literally thousands of events that have occurred in this country. Let me ask you a hypothetical.
Okay, give me one. Give me one.
But before I do, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say hypothetically right?
Mm-hmm.
That there was a person who decides by himself, not a collective, doesn't like, say, mail delivery. And he says, fuck
Okay.
this, I don't like mail delivery. And he sabotages a mail truck because his stated purpose is to prevent the U.S. Postal Service. Okay? Is that an insurrection?
No.
Okay, because there's only one of him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said execution of law means, it doesn't mean preventing police and stuff like that. So, if then a group of his friends got together to prevent him from being arrested by that, is it now an insurrection?
I'm not aware of anything historically that allows like the intent to carry over like that. I'm not aware of that. So I would say probably not. So like for instance, if one guy engaged in, let's say January 6th was one dude with an assault rifle, and let's say that after that he ran home and the federal authorities came to arrest him and charge him with the crime of insurrection, that everybody else rising up to defend him, I don't know if I would consider that like an insurrection. I don't think so. I haven't seen anything historically.
Do you
that
think
points to
that would be too broad if that was the case?
I don't use your word too broad. I don't, because your understanding of all that is wacky as fuck. I don't think that would encompass. I don't know if the intent is like transferred there. That by helping one guy obstruct justice,
But
I don't know if
thought
that would
these
count as insurrection. I'm not sure.
What's confusing to me is it seems that the argument that you all are making is like this is the like obvious standard legal definition of the term insurrection, correct? So there shouldn't.
I
be
am,
much
but you're giving. Hold on, stop. Hold on. Jesus Christ, you're so bad faith. Okay. I'm telling you that there is an obvious legal definition, and you're just telling me that, oh, well, my definition must not be obvious because you're challenging it by giving me the most like edge case possible thing imaginable, that one person could engage in like an insurrection and then an organized group of people could come together to defend him only from the cops, but they didn't aid or abet him in any other way before that. Maybe that would be, but you're talking like edge cases here. I'm not sure if that would be or not. I don't know.
Last question before I get to the gotcha here. Your definition came from this Graber guy. What trial was that he gave this definition in? There's a New Mexico Coy Griffin trial, correct?
No, the definition of insurrection, I don't believe, is just one court case. It has to do with a ton of debate and conversation around the time of both lawmakers that were passing the 14th Amendment in Congress and going back to the contemporaneous and the judicial views.
You're literally reading a definition that a scholar who has looked at this and compiled many court cases, presented this definition. I don't think you'll find anywhere, going back to all of these cases, this definition outlined in the exact way you did. So the way you outlined it and got it was from this guy Graber, who testified at the Coy Griffin case.
To be clear, that wasn't the first guy that I got it from. This is the amicus curiae, I think, that was filed for that Trump v. Anderson case. The first paper that I read on it was by Paulson and Baud, or by Baud and Paulson, those two scholars. Those are the people that outlined what they thought was an insurrection, and then the Gaber guy, whatever the fuck, I think he gives his thing for insurrection, and then I borrowed the 4 points from him. But Paulson and Baud have a much more comprehensive paper on this.
Okay, so the Coy Griffin, the one case where someone has basically been kicked off a ballot for insurrection, here's what their judge said, this edge case. Here's what the
Hold
judge
on, I need you to link me before you read it, and and we have to find the original thing because I know you asked ChatGPT for it, so I need to find the original thing that we can read first, okay?
This is from, oh shit, wait, I already have the photo. I didn't ask ChatGPT for shit. Let's see here. No.
You did.
Okay, I think this is it. And then if I remember, I'll actually send you. This is from the Coy Griffin case, directly from the case. Let me find this for you. I think it's. I hope it's this one.
Okay, hold on.
No.
Do you know what paper or case or anything this is from?
Yeah, I think it's from the Coy Griffin decision.
Okay.
So
Coy Griffin.
I'm sending it to you right now. I think it's from this one. Okay. Now this is the edge case that we talked about here. Let me read this.
Wait, hold on. I have to find this case because I don't like to read images.
Page 2 of the link I sent you.
Okay, this is the state of New Mexico v. Coy Griffin, who is the defendant.
Let me read. Ready?
Okay. Wait. What is this case? What are we doing here?
Coy
Do you know
Griffin.
if any
Yes,
idea
this
what
is the
case is about?
decision. Coy Griffin was this guy in New Mexico that this guy Graver.
I'm aware, but like when I'm asking for this case, is this him being charged with a crime? Is this him like fighting a particular decision? What is this?
This is
What are
him
we?
fighting the decision to keep him off the ballot using Section 3 of the 14th Amendment in New Mexico. The case that you brought up previously, the case that your author that directly gave you the exact quote for what the definition of insurrection is testified at and gave this definition at that trial. Okay? Now let me read.
Okay, it sounds like you don't understand what this case was.
I do understand
What
what
about. Okay, well, because Coy Griffin is put as the defendant, and you just made it sound like he was the complaint
He
or the
challenged
plaintiff,
being removed from the ballot. He was removed from the ballot, then he took it to court.
Wouldn't that make him the plaintiff then?
Or, I'm
Wouldn't
sorry,
he be going to court against?
They took him to court to remove him from the ballot. Then
Okay, there we go.
filed
Okay.
filed to the Supreme Court to hear the case, which they didn't. So page 2, last paragraph. Ready? The government of the United States has enacted laws designed, first, to protect itself and its authority as government, and secondly, to control over those agencies for which, under the Constitution and laws, it extends governmental regulation. For the former purpose, namely to protect itself and its authority as a government, it has been enacted that every person who incites, sets on foot, assists, or engage in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid and comfort thereto, and any two or more persons in any state or territory who conspire to overthrow, put down, or destroy by force the government of the United States, or to levy war against them, or to oppose by force the authority of thereof, or by force to prevent, hinder, or delay the execution of any law of the United States contrary to the authority thereof, shall be visited with the certain penalties therein named. Insurrection is a rising against civil or political authority, the open and active opposition of a number of persons to the execution of a law in a city or state. Now, the laws of the United States forbid, under penalty, any person from obstructing or retarding the passage of the mail, and make the duty of the officers to arrest such offenders, and bring them before the court. If, therefore, it shall appear to you that any person or persons have willfully obstructed or retarded the mails, and that their attempted arrest for such offense has been opposed by such a number of persons as would constitute a general uprising in that particular locality, then the fact of an insurrection within the meaning of the law has been established. And he who by speech, writing, or other inducement insists in setting it on foot, or carrying it along, or gives it aid or comfort, is guilty of a violation of a law. It is not necessary that there be bloodshed. It is not necessary that its dimension should be so pretentious or portentous as to inspire probable success, to constitute an insurrection. It is necessary, however, the rising should be in opposition to the executions of the laws. It should be so formidable for to defy the authority of the United States. Literally, the judge to the grand jury, in the case that you could cite as the only case where someone was found guilty of insurrection to be kept off the ballot, he literally uses the fucking edge test case that you said wouldn't constitute an insurrection in your opinion.
Hold on. If it was an edge case, why would I say it wouldn't constitute it? That would make it not an edge case. When I said it was an edge case, what I mean is, I don't know, this would test the edges of the boundary. It sounds like in this particular case, I'm guessing if we read through this, they put forth an argument for why they think that would be considered engaging in or aiding in abetting an insurrection, which is fine. I might think that. That's why I said it was an edge case. Do you know what an edge case means?
No. You did say it was an edge case, but you also said previous to that, in your interpretation, no, that would not be an insurrection. You were quite clear.
That would be my interpretation.
Right.
Rob, when I'm analyzing these things, okay, I'm engaging in epistemic humility, meaning I can't pretend to know how a judge or a jury or a law professor would argue about a particular thing. I've never read about people helping others to engage in insurrection in the form of like resisting arrest. I haven't read about that. So when you ask me the question, my answer is, I don't know. This sounds like an edge case. I don't know how it would go. I wouldn't pretend to be able to give you the definitive legal ruling on it. I would probably appeal to a court case. I'd probably read, in fact, a case like this.
Okay, so just to be clear, right? So the part of, do you think that meets the purpose of for a public purpose? Protecting someone who question the mail, an individual that we would say if he engaged in a group would have been an insurrection because it would be preventing the mail would be against a public purpose, right? But this person does that by himself, which you agreed wouldn't be an insurrection because it's only one purpose. But then a collection of people try to prevent him from being arrested. Do you think that's for a public purpose?
That's what it sounds like. Yeah, that's what they argued. Yeah.
How is that the case?
Because I guess the argument here is that the intent would be transferred then. That was the question that I said is I don't know if you would transfer the intent of engaging in insurrection by defending somebody who'd engaged in insurrection. That's what I said. I wasn't sure if you didn't transfer the intent here, but that sounds like that's essentially what they're working on here. Yes, is that if you're aiding or abetting in somebody, because as the language of all the prior historical stuff goes, you don't like so much, when you help somebody that's engaged in insurrection, you are engaging in insurrection in any way, size, shape, or form. So if they consider helping somebody like this to be like engaging in insurrection by helping the person that you know is engaged in insurrection, then they would consider engaging in insurrection as well. It sounds like that's the argument that they used. I wasn't sure of the answer to this. I've also asked a question on a stream: would it count as like aiding, like a conspiracy to kill somebody? If you kill somebody, I'll bail you out of prison. I don't know if that would count because bailing somebody out of prison is legal. But if you tell them as part of a criminal plot to kill them, I don't know if it would be. I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know all matters of law. I can only read things and recite what other people before me have said. Yeah.
So you're saying that there's this obvious standard legal definition of the term insurrection. Can you name me the two cases that have sought to define insurrection? The Coy Griffin case. What was the other case? You already talked about it. Colorado, right? The keeping Trump off the ballot. Do you know? Are you aware of any others?
No, hold on. Wait. Mm-hmm. Those are not cases I cited to define insurrection. I said those are the ones that was part of their case, but these are the cases that have utilized their definition.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Right. So
okay.
That's for the past 100 years. That's the only two you're aware of, correct?
For anybody else who's been engaged, like seditious conspiracy, I think so.
Okay. Now, your argument is that there's this standard legal definition. Did the Colorado case use the same definition as the court case in Arizona or New Mexico?
I think the Colorado case actually used a 3-prong test when I read, because I read through that one, but it was a while ago. But I think they use a 3-prong test for insurrection. So obviously it's not the same.
Right. I'll concede to you that New Mexico uses the definition you used, right? That's the definition they use, the exact one you're using in the New Mexico case. But if
I don't know if that's the exact one that where do they say? Do they have the 4 parts here listed outright?
Yeah, that amicus brief I was reading from, that's from that case. Graber specifically outlines that. It's cited by him specifically. That's where...
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on. An amicus brief is when somebody that's an uninvolved party writes in to make an argument in favor of one party or the other. They're not necessarily involved in the case. I don't understand what you just told me.
I'll have to find specifically, I don't know if it's from the amicus brief or what, but it's from that court. That, to my understanding, is the definition that they used. That's the definition that court case used. Colorado...
Hold on, wait. Graber in this amicus, right, this amicus brief is not just citing to New Mexico. He's citing to way more. He's citing to all the historical language at the time.
I understand that, but I'm saying this is the definition that the court in New Mexico ended up going with to determine that, yes, actually, Coy Griffin engaged in an insurrection. Do you agree with that? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he didn't point to other court cases.
Yeah, they might have. Yeah, maybe this is what... Yeah, sure.
What was the definition?
They actually cite... They do cite to Graber multiple times. It seems
yes.
Yes.
Okay. What was the definition? If this is the obvious legal definition of insurrection, what was the definition that the Colorado case went with?
I don't remember. I know they used a 3-prong test.
I know what
the 4-prong test was.
I know what the definition they used. You want to know what it was? They chose to not accept a definition. That's what they did. They said, we're not even going to define it. What they said was, here's one possible, they cited like 3 possible definitions of insurrection. And then they said, but we're not going to pick any of those. We're just going to say, based on any definition, we think what happened on January 6th was an insurrection. But my question...
You're telling me, you're telling me that in the Colorado Supreme Court case,
yes,
they didn't list out criteria by which they think that
They gave definitions of insurrection, including a contemporary definition from like some dictionary back in like 1820. Then they gave like a couple more definitions, and then they expressly said, we're not picking a definition. We're not. My question to you is, if this is the...
wait. One quick thing, and then you can ask your question.
Sure.
You acknowledge that the Supreme Court rejected Griffin's appeal on this case, correct?
Correct, and so...
So that ruling is standing, basically.
So the Supreme Court was interested in keeping Trump off the ballot because they saw federal implications. The Supreme Court refuses to hear cases all the time. It doesn't mean they agree with the way the case was adjudicated. They thought keeping this one guy of a small office off a ballot wasn't worth them wading into. Okay? So again, my question is,
okay, but I'm just saying that this particular thing that was basically given as like, well, here's how we define an insurrection. This is a court now that's decided this. Is a federal court, right? And this court has decided this, and that's been basically upheld by the Supreme Court, right? They didn't, no, that's incorrect. It's not upheld. That the Supreme Court didn't hear this on appeal at the very least, right?
Yeah, they didn't hear it on appeal. And so if there's a standard legal definition, why didn't Colorado just cite the obvious legal definition that New Mexico did? If this is the obvious standard definition.
I don't know. Hold on. I don't know if I ever said this is the obvious definition. What I said was that January 6th obviously is an insurrection as per this definition. In terms of how you define insurrection, I'm sure you could theoretically make some separate arguments, but they're all probably going to be pretty similar to the one that Graber made. As I've said over and over again, I'm pretty sure for Pennsylvania, I think they use a 3-pronged definition, and they don't use the 4-prong one.
You get Pennsylvania.
So that's a different. So they're doing it, but if we read what the Supreme Court for Colorado did, it's pretty similar. It probably maps onto almost all of. We can try and find this. I think this is Trump v. Anderson. Fuck. Let me find the original. It would be Colorado. It would be the Colorado Supreme Court decision.
Colorado decision, the reason they didn't settle on a specific definition was they had questions of threshold, basically. How far do you have to go with these
Hold on.
things?
You have to show me that I don't trust, after you telling me that you think that protests in the year 1800 would be illegal in the United States, you understand I can't trust your, that is what you said, that a protest of 100 people would count as would be illegal in the United States in the year 1800.
What I said was a protest, what I was saying, and you kept demanding yes, no answers, what I was saying in this circumstance, a protest of 100 people at a specific event where the numbers were deemed great enough to cause intimidation would have been considered illegal if they were protesting legislative or executive actions. Yes, that is the letter of the law. That is the letter of the law as it was written.
Okay, sure.
That is the
I understand
letter
that's what
of
you
the law as it
believe.
was written.
Yes, I understand what you believe. Yes.
So again,
I'm saying that because you believe that, I won't trust your summary of anything ever. That's why I need to see the thing itself.
That's fine, Destiny. That's absolutely fine. Now, the point is,
let's find. Wait. Let's find.
How long do you got? We could look it up. We could look it up.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's look it up. Yeah, let's look it up. Okay. The Colorado Supreme Court decision, Trump ballot. Okay, we should be able to find their writings on the original case. I don't want to read the Supreme Court summary of it. Opinions of the Colorado Supreme Court are available. Okay, this is the Colorado Supreme Court is the highest court in Colorado, correct? Let me just double, triple, I'm 99% sure it is. Some states are really fucking weird. Okay, Colorado Supreme Court is the highest court in the state of Colorado. Okay.
Did you find the Colorado case yet?
Oh yeah, here, let me link it to you. 1 second. Dissent.
Okay, go to page 97. Page 97.
No, I'm not doing that.
They define that's where they define insurrection.
I'm going to read through some of this so I can understand what this is, rather than you getting either an image or a chat GPT answer. I just want to just get a bearing of what's going on, okay?
You keep accusing me of chat GPT. You don't even know what your own fucking sources talk about.
Okay, Rob.
I'm serious. You're like, again, I'm going to, you're linking me shit. I'm looking at the shit you're linking. You're like, well, you're going to chat GPT. It's literally shit that you're sending me in Discord. I've happened to have read the entire way through this Colorado court case before. I knew
Rob,
that
when I've asked you for sources on things, I can post exactly what you're sending me pictures.
No, I sent you one picture.
Rob, do you know how to count? If I'm looking at what you've sent me 4 pictures so far. Can you count, or do you not acknowledge you've sent me 4 pictures yet?
And ChatGPT? How many were ChatGPT?
I'm pretty sure these first 2 that you sent me were some sort of AI bot.
Yeah,
yes.
Okay, and then we went.
Isn't that ChatGPT?
Well, no. What I'm saying is, I said I've done 1. That's what I said.
Okay,
and what that
so
did
you
was,
sent me 4
now, let me
pictures.
finish.
2 were ChatGPT, and the other were pictures of papers.
Let me finish. Right. I'll explain why that occurred and what's going on. Because when I initially was talking to Pisco with having this debate to him, he sent me some files, which I took pictures from, and then literally I was at work for 10 days straight, work or vacation, and I didn't have time to process or do any of this, and I said, sure, as soon as I get off work, I'll debate you on this, okay? I took pictures at the time of the things that I thought were important so I could go back and type those search terms into the links that Pisco sent me.
And that's
the
totally
chat
fine.
GPT, the chat GPT thing, the one time I used it, we literally went to the Paulson article that it was talking about and found that it was accurate. That's exactly what happened.
But I'm saying this is why I'm want to read the original thing and not just go zip zoom to a super quick section, because I don't know if you read these whole things because you're sending me pictures. The first two that you sent me were ChatGPT, so I don't know. That's all I'm saying. You should have no problem with this. Rob, if I'm saying I want to see the original, okay, then chill the fuck out. I don't know why you're freaking the fuck out. I just want to read the thing. Okay, chill.
So you're going to read 200 pages of this. You want me
I'm not reading it. I just want to skim it. It's interesting to me. If you're telling me the first time that they engage with insurrection is on page 97, that's halfway through this. That's interesting. I just want to skim through it. I'll get to that part. Give me like 2 minutes. Take it back through. Right. Go get a Coke, whatever you want to do, okay? I'm just skimming real quick.
I'm not.
Jesus.
Drinking a Coke. This shit's bad for you. So your audience doesn't have to hear me. I'll talk to my audience while
Yeah, sure thing.
Okay. Let me find out a mute here. Yeah, I mean, we didn't get to, by the way, remember what I said was what I wanted to talk about. For me, what I was interested in talking about was examples of the left engaging in violent insurrections that Destiny ignored or he supported, et cetera, et cetera. We haven't even got into that conversation. We're still talking about the definition of it. This entire 4 hours and chunk debate has literally been talking about the issues that Destiny wants to talk about. That's it. Right? That's it. And he can't defend his definition. We go to the actual court cases that his scholar defined it. I mean, I can't make it more clear. His author literally says intimidation could be just by numbers. Then he cites the court cases, which we go to, that says, yeah, it could be just by numbers. No, that can't be what they meant. And what I'm saying is that's my argument. My argument is that they made it so broad so that they could go after the real people that they thought were a real threat. But if it was true that Destiny's definition was accurate, then we would have seen over the last 100 years thousands of insurrections. And yet not only were they not charged as insurrection, no one even calls them. For example, Vietnam War protest. Protesting executive action and legislative action of being involved in the Vietnam War, right? They were gathered together for a common person. Yep. It was a public cause, right? Yep. Used violence and intimidation all sorts of times. And yet we know that there were dozens upon dozens of elected officials that supported the Vietnam War protest.
Music while I read, guys. Here you go.
Right? We know that. That was an insurrection. And not just one insurrection, but over and over when those protests. Same with Iraq War protests. Same with people that are protesting ICE facilities. Same with Black Lives Matter protests. Same with Chaz protests. Hell, the judge in the case of this New Mexico case that he cites to literally says that one dude trying to prevent a mail truck and then his buddies coming together to prevent him from being arrested is a fucking insurrection. That's what the judge in this case said. If that's an insurrection, what isn't? Hey, Hemi, you can stop spamming the same shit. I don't mind if people want to disagree with me. I don't even mind if Victor's calling me fat. That's fine. You've been spamming the exact same post over and over. So you spam it again, you're banned. Oh, what to tell you?
Bye.
Yeah, we're gonna. If we don't do it today, we'll do it tomorrow. Dave Timmerman. Again, what we're talking about is equal. Let me explain for all of you what Dave Timmerman's saying. Dave Timmerman would be the guy that's looking at like a Jim Crow South where there is a corrupt police department. And that police department sits there and it only arrests black people for speeding, or we'll say jaywalking. Constantly is arresting black people for jaywalking. So you sit there one day and you see, okay, this town's 50% white, 50% black. No white person's ever arrested for jaywalking. But every week, dozens of blacks are arrested for jaywalking. So you sit there and you take note that you see the cops sitting there and watching white people jaywalk over and over and over again. They choose not to arrest them. But anytime a black guy does, they arrest him. Dave Timmerman's sitting there going, did those black people jaywalk? Was that jaywalking? And you're like, yeah, I guess it was jaywalking. That's what aboutism, to bring anything else up then. That's what aboutism. That's it. But wait a minute, they're clearly an unequal application of the law, and it's clear. That's whataboutism. That's whataboutism. We can't focus on that. That's Dave Timmerman.
Seems like the first part of this case is just basically deciding whether or not the courts can adjudicate this decision, and then who has like standing and can prove that they have like a actual claim here that's justiciable.
Right. So it was like the
Stop. I'm just sorry. I thought you were muted. I'm just reading through because I'm skimming through this real quick. Page 28. Okay.
Right.
Talking about Trump wanting to expedite the claim. Trump's initial argument was a lack of jurisdiction over the electors section. Oh, okay, interesting. I didn't know this.
I don't know how.
I just want to see this form.
Maybe I'm just gonna tell him like, "Hey man, I'll come back on a different day." I'm not gonna sit here and leave him fucking. I mean, it's pretty ridiculous to think that I'm just gonna sit here and leave him read for 20 minutes. Like again, this is a dude. I just want to be clear here to all you Destiny stands that are here. This is a court case that he relies heavily on. This in the New Mexico. He hasn't fucking read through these cases. He hasn't read through them. He's just getting to this now. This is literally, he's writing a fucking dossier on the January 6th insurrection. He hasn't got to this? How can that be? How do I know more what this says than him? Isn't that fucking odd?
Oh, okay. So this is where so when you file this form to run for office in Colorado, you're attesting to, I intend to run for office state above and solemnly affirm that I meet all qualifications for the office prescribed by law. So this is where they're getting their basis for this part here. No party in this case challenge the Secretary's authority to require a presidential candidate to confirm on the required statement of intent form that he or she meets the Article 2 requirements of age, residency, and citizenship. This comes from...
Kane says I didn't read most of what I sourced. That's not true at all. I did read. The only thing I didn't read was the Baden-Paulson ChatGPT where I looked up what did they say about state insurrections. That's the only thing I didn't have a chance to read. Everything else I read. Every single thing. I read it and screenshotted it as I read it so I would have a reference to go back when I got to my computer because I was at fucking work and this isn't a full-time job of mine. So as I'm sitting there at 1 a.m. at work, I'm fucking reading articles on my phone. I take a screenshot so when I get home, I could bookmark these sources and actually be able to read the entirety of them on my computer. So by having the screenshot, I'm able to then type in 1 or 2 sentences, search it, find the article easily. That was the purpose. What didn't I read? Someone tell me what I didn't read. Go ahead. What did I cite that I didn't read? Other than that, the only things I've been citing are the fucking things that he's provided, which I'm reading in real time. I didn't say that I didn't use ChatGPT. I told him right out of the gate that I use Claude. That's what I told him. I said, yeah, that's what it is. I used Claude. 1 time. I then said the second time, yeah, I used it once. He said, everything you sent me has been screenshots of ChatGPT. I said, that's not true. This always happens.
All of this, I think, is just going over like they're arguing for the standard of review, I guess.
Hey man, I'm not trying to be a dick, but I'm gonna I don't know, maybe we should resume this conversation another time. I mean, I don't know if I'm just...
fine, give me your, hold on. Control F. What do you want me, which page?
Okay, 1 second. We're looking at page 97, though it's gonna show up as 98 on the... So type 98 at the top there. Then you'll see down where it defines insurrection. Number 2.
Dictionaries, both old and new. The district court's order and the briefing by the parties in the amicus curiae suggests several definitions of the word insurrection. For example, Noah Webster's dictionary from 1860 defined insurrection as, and then they give this definition. Noah Webster in American United States. Okay, then they do other this. In light of these and other proffered definitions, the district court concluded that an insurrection is used in Section 3 as 1, a public use of force or threat of force, 2, by a group of people, and 3, to hinder or prevent execution of the Constitution of the United States.
Can I stop you real quick? That's
sure.
So this is the lower court. That's the definition they used. Got it? That's the district court. Okay, you proceed. I'll note that that's not the same definition that you've used.
Okay, hold on. What do you mean by lower court?
The district court. So the Supreme Court, the district court ruled on this. Then it got challenged to the Supreme Court of Colorado. So what you're reading now is the Supreme Court's decision. Right? You understand? There's lower court in Colorado that ruled on this. Then it got appealed to the Supreme Court. So far we have 3 court cases.
Hold on. We're reading this is the Colorado Supreme Court's opinion, right?
Correct.
District court implies federal court, doesn't it?
No.
You have district, then circuit, then Supreme Court.
No.
Can you have district Colorado courts?
There are state district courts as well, yes. So there could be district courts, superior court. Supreme Court is always the...
Section 3. Okay, fine. This might be... Okay, this is the definition they use. Okay, yeah. Okay, fine, sure, okay. I don't remember they're referring to a different thing here, but... Okay, sure, yeah. I'm just double checking. Go ahead.
So the part... We need to get down to, if you go to the bottom of page 99, the last paragraph, it says, although we acknowledge that these definitions vary, and some are arguably broader than others, for the purpose of deciding this case, we need not adopt a single all-encompassing definition of the word insurrection. Rather, it suffices for us to conclude that any definition of insurrection for purposes of Section 3 would encompass a concerted and public use of force, threat by a group of people...
Wait. Hold on, wait. I'm sorry, reread. You said, finally we noted that at oral argument, President Trump's counsel, is that what you started reading at?
No, the paragraph below that. It starts with 184. Although we acknowledge...
Definition variants are arguably broader than others. For purposes of the case, we need not adopt a single all-encompassing definition of the word insurrection. Rather, it suffices for us to conclude that any definition of insurrection for purposes of Section 3 would encompass a concerted and public use of force or threat of force by a group of people to hinder or prevent the U.S. government from taking the actions necessary to accomplish peaceful transfer of power in this country. Okay.
So what I'm saying is, so now we had 2 cases, if you count the district case 3. The Colorado case, the New Mexico case, and then the district Colorado case. If it's true that the definition of insurrection is so obvious, why do all 3 use different definitions?
I'm sorry. Can you read this paragraph 184 and can you tell me what you think they're saying?
Yeah, they're saying there is
read it and then tell me what you think they're saying.
Okay, although we acknowledge that these definitions vary and some are arguably broader than others, for purposes of deciding this case, we need not adopt a single all-encompassing definition of the word insurrection. Rather, it suffices for us to conclude that any definition of insurrection for purposes of Section 3 would encompass a concerted and public use of force or threat of force by a group of people to hinder or prevent the United States...
Okay.
Now, you want me to tell you what that says?
Yeah, what are they saying here?
Okay, what they're saying is there's a lot of legal definitions for the term insurrection, and we're not going to choose to take one of them to define the term insurrection. But we think that all definitions of insurrections would include public use of force by a group of people to hinder the U.S. government, and we think that's what January 6th was.
Or why? For what? Why are they defining it in this way? For purposes
Amendment?
of deciding this case.
Right.
What they're saying is that, because courts typically try not to decide more than what for them, for the purpose of deciding this case, they don't need to adopt they don't have to rule out what the all-encompassing definition of insurrection is.
No.
Right?
I understand that. That's my argument. My argument is that you and other people like you that have said it's so clear what the definition of the term insurrection is. It's clear that this is a standard. It seems to be belied by the fact that we've only had 2 cases in the past 100 years, and they couldn't even agree on what the definition of the word insurrection is.
That's not true. They're not trying to agree. What's happening here is they're saying that Colorado Supreme Court doesn't have to sketch out an all-encompassing definition. The Supreme Court is literally, hold on, just to be clear, the Supreme Court is literally repeating almost exactly what I told you earlier, which was that whatever definition of an insurrection exists, January 6th was clearly an insurrection. That's literally what they're saying here. They're saying, we acknowledge that there are definitions that are, there's some vary, some are broader than others, some are whatever, but for the purposes of deciding this case, we don't need to figure out like the every single all-encompassing definition of the word insurrection. Rather, it's good enough to say that, at least for purposes of Section 3, it encompasses a concerted and public use of force or threat of force by a group of people to hinder or prevent the U.S. government from taking the actions necessary to accomplish a peaceful transfer of power in this country. That basically maps onto the 4 points that I'm using. You understand that, right?
Right. So you just repeated what I told you at the outset that this said, that they chose specifically not to adapt a definition of the term insurrection and just said, we think any definition of the term insurrection would encompass what happened on January 6th. So congratulations, you got to exactly where I said. The point of me bringing this up was they haven't charged these sorts of things for over 100 years.
None of that. Why do you keep?
Let me finish.
You have no idea. No. I'm not going to let you keep saying the same thing about charging a crime when you've already agreed it's a bad argument. You agree that a riot can happen? Hold on. Do you agree that a riot can happen without somebody being charged with a riot?
Yes.
Do you agree that an arson can happen without somebody being charged with arson?
Yes.
Do you agree that an insurrection can happen without somebody being charged with insurrection?
Yes.
Then why do you keep saying they haven't charged an individual with insurrection?
Because the fact that we could see that your definition and some of these definitions as well would have meant there were thousands of insurrections over the past 100 years. It beggars belief to say that of all those thousands of insurrections, they never even had one court case. Not even one.
You can't give me a single example.
Sure. Vietnam War protest.
Okay, which one?
Dozens. Any that had any
Give me one of them, Rob. That's how legal questions work. You have to give me one protest.
Okay, so any protest, I don't have the fucking dates in front of me. Okay,
Okay,
how about we do
hold on.
how about we do this?
You
How
have
about we do
no
this?
idea.
I can give
Rob,
you
you're
I can
just trying
give
to
you
give me a legal example, and you don't know the facts of any of the cases.
That's
You're
not
not prepared
true.
to discuss
That's
this.
not
Why
true.
would you bring this
That's
as an
not-
example if you don't
That's
even know?
not true. That's not true. What you're asking me to be like, June 17th, 1968, exactly at the GPS location of longitude 117.13.
Do you think that's the same as me asking? Can you give me one example of a protest?
Let me ask you this, Destiny. Are you aware of were there Vietnam protests where there was violence?
I'm not aware of there being people that were brought together to all go and I don't know, to...
What do you think they were doing?
What
do you think every Vietnam protest?
Prevent Congress from voting on? I'm not sure. I'm not aware of any of those. No, I don't know any of those.
It wasn't a matter. It was they were against the executive and legislative policies that entered us into the Vietnam War.
You're allowed to protest. Yes.
Right. And if they engaged in violence while they're at the protest, that's a fucking insurrection. It meets all four criteria.
Only if they thought that through that violence they could circumvent or compel or change or coerce lawmakers into changing a law.
What do you think
that might have happened, Rob? I'm telling you,
what do you
it might
think
have
they
happened.
were
Give me an
doing?
example.
What do you think they were doing when they were there protesting? They were trying to put pressure on Congress to pull out of Vietnam. Yes?
You're allowed to protest.
That's right. Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. And yet, according to your definition, that fits all four criteria. All four criteria.
Rob, you haven't given me anything that fits all four criteria.
A Vietnam protest.
Okay, which one? Name one.
We're speaking in the abstract here. Then I guess
no,
we'll say
you can't speak in the abstract about a particular thing like this.
I absolutely can, right? Because what I could do is we'll just say that it was a hypothetical. And if you want to make the argument, nope, there were no Vietnam protests where violence ever broke out. If you want to make that argument, that's fine. You're absolutely right that I can't tell you. In Portland in 1966, on March 13th, starting at 8:03, a bunch of protesters showed up.
You're making it sound like this is so ridiculous to ask you for a... Hold on. Can you acknowledge that you're being a massive piece of shit by bringing up what could have encompassed thousands of protests and then concluding that I have to accept that there was an insurrection by my definition here when you don't know of a single example, a single specific example? You understand that you're being in insanely bad faith there, right?
It's not bad faith. Everyone's aware of the fact that we've seen video of it, of Vietnam protests that got a hand. You had organizations like the Black Panthers that were routinely there. There were we've seen the video, we've seen the tape. I don't have this.
There's so much. Then do you want to? Can we look one up and you can find me one? You're telling me there's video footage of the Black Panthers saying we're going to gather at this particular place and engage in violent action so we can get these congressmen to change their mind or some shit. You can show me, because by the way, if you can show me something like that, I'd probably say like, oh, this kind of looks like an
Notice how
insurrection.
you change it. Where does any of that entail Where the hell does any of that entail what your definition? All your definition says, let me remind you of what it doesn't say, we're going to engage in violence so that we could change. None of that's necessary. You were very clear. It's
by
an assemblage.
force or intimidation.
Let me finish. An assemblage of persons, well, almost any Vietnam protest would be that, acting to prevent the execution of one or more federal laws, preventing the lawful declaration of war in Vietnam for a public purpose, clearly a public purpose, and the only thing that you would quibble about is through the use of violence, force, or intimidation. Well, if they were there armed, or if they were there to clash with police, you've already said, well, that's clear cut. If they were clashing with them, especially if they had any sort of weapons, well, that's proof.
Show me.
Okay.
I never said it was just weapons, but show me. Give me one, and we can look at it. We can analyze it.
You understand you're being insanely bad faith by refusing to acknowledge that there were clearly Vietnam protests that got violent and demanding a specific date for them.
I
So
don't
let's
know,
go.
Rob, the fact that you can't name one shows that it's obviously not as obvious as you seem to believe. I don't know what the extent was of violence that occurred during Vietnam protests to try to prevent people from voting for war. I don't know that. I don't know the answer. And you clearly don't either, because you can't think of a single fucking example. And you're trying to pretend that me asking for just one example of this, or you even saying, well, hold on, let me go and look. I know that there were protests around here at this time, or whatever. You like acting like it's insane for me. That's is evidence of bad faith in and of itself. It's not insane for me when I'm giving you a particular definition. And when we're talking about a particular event like January 6th, it's not insane for, and when we go through particular court cases, it's not insane for me to ask for, okay, give me one example of one of these marches.
Sure.
I'm going to look for more. I feel like the closest thing might be this October 21st, 1967 Pentagon riot. Maybe this would count. Let's see if we can find it. More information.
Let's see. TVD. I want that. Are you looking on Wikipedia? Is that where you...
Well, no, initially I found this on the usmarshals.gov, and then I looked on Wikipedia for more information, but it seems like they have even less information.
I got...
And usmarshals.gov, I've got, no one knew what the form the anti-war protest would take, whether peaceful or violent. The picnic mood at the Lincoln Memorial changed during the long day of speeches and demonstrations. At 5:40 p.m., a determined crowd of 35,000 people headed for the Pentagon. A smaller segment of the front stormed forward, scaled the walls, and forced their way into the Pentagon. The deputies and soldiers were taunted and assaulted with vegetables, rocks, and bottles. The troops inside the Pentagon rushed outside as the violence escalated. A full-scale riot erupted. The riot lasted the night. The deputy marshals, acting as the civil authority of the federal government, made all the arrests. As soon as they were arrested, many of the demonstrators simply collapsed, forcing the deputies to drag them to the waiting prison vans, while the other deputies pushed and shoved recalcitrant demonstrators aboard. This is probably the close. Unless, is there any other event that happened during all these protesters that would be different, or would this be the one we're looking for?
The Vietnam Day March, May 2nd, 1965 at Berkeley. There were tons of these protests that occurred.
No, you're not allowed to say tons. I'm asking for particulars.
No, Destiny,
Stop.
Destiny.
You're
I'm allowed to say whatever the fuck I want. You don't control what I can say. And I understand that you want to be intentionally obtuse about this. Yes.
I'm being intentionally obtuse when you think it was illegal for 1,000 people to protest a federal law in the year 1800?
You wanted one. You just got it. Okay. Insurrection or not?
I don't know. I would need more information about this.
Okay. Well, why don't you keep looking, keep reading? You're clearly interested in this. You take insurrections to be very seriously.
Rob, you understand that I've written like 10,000 words on my research for this document, for the January 6th stuff, of which I have way more information, right? You understand that like the level of work I put into this, and then to give me, by the way, I had to find this. You didn't even know this. That for me to find this and read 2 paragraphs and go, oh yeah, I think that this definitely meets or exceeds my, I don't know. I would have to do more research into this. This is your example. I had to find this for you, Rob. You didn't even know about this one. I found this for you. So I don't know how to include this or not. I'm not sure.
I knew in general there were protests of
No, you don't. You didn't know anything. You tried to pretend that me asking you for a particular one.
That's not true. That's not true. I knew in general there were protests against the Vietnam War that got violent. I knew that, and I knew that that would meet the definition of insurrection you provided. And I will allow me to finish. Allow me to finish. I find it ironic as you're talking about the 10,000 pages that you've gone through at January 6th. Apparently, you never got around to that fucking Colorado court case that you like to cite all the time that says as an example.
You realize that I originally told you that they use a 3-point test, and that when we went and read it, they used the 3-point test. I literally summarized it. And Rob, you know that, by the way, you hadn't read that case before, because after you read those 3 points, you thought you had a gotcha, and you said, oh, and it kind of looks like they're not even using your test. Like you completely forgot that I had said multiple times at the beginning of our conversation, I think the Colorado court uses a 3-point test. Do you remember any of this happening at all?
Yes, I remember, and I remember specifically saying, as you said that and before that this is exactly what they did. My entire argument, and I've had this debate with Pisco before, was I was shocked because I'm interested in the obvious double standard of how these things are applied, that the Colorado court case refused to determine what insurrection was, because they knew if they used like such as the definitions that they were using previously from the 1860s, that Black Lives Matter would have met that definition of insurrections many times over.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
You just don't know. You don't understand anything about what these courts do. The court is supposed to decide, ideally, the case before it, and the court isn't generally supposed to venture beyond the case before it. So when a definition of something like insurrection, is offered to talk about a particular event, the court generally isn't expected to step outside of the bounds of deciding that case. So you trying to say that the Colorado Supreme Court saying that, well, in order to decide this case, they don't have to decide exactly what an all-encompassing definition of insurrection is, proves that there is no definition. It shows you don't understand what you read, because they said just for purposes of deciding this case, and you don't understand what the function of a court is.
Again,
which isn't to give definitions for the entirety of everything.
I do understand the function of court. I also understand the interest of spurging out when you know you're getting blown the fuck out in a debate, which you're prone to do. So what I'm saying is, yes, I understand that this selective court, much like many of the courts that have engaged in selective lawfare that we've seen over the years, it is true that in theory they're only supposed to decide the case in front of them. I knew that this was a convenient way. The fact that the Colorado court, nor any court in this country, declared any of the actions of Black Lives Matter, Antifa, etc. as insurrections was very interesting. And I knew the fact that they were unwilling, even when they're citing definitions of insurrections, to just say, yeah, shit, this is the definition we're going with, that it would be used by people like you to say, well, technically they didn't even decide what insurrection was, so, you can't really then go back and say that Black Lives Matter is an insurrection. I understand that the court was not there to determine whether or not Black Lives Matter was an insurrection. I found it very convenient that they cited several definitions that would have meant that it was clear that Black Lives Matter were over and over again insurrections.
What does this have to do with Black Lives Matter? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
The court didn't have anything before it about BLM. Are you implying that the reason why the court didn't give a more narrow definition that wouldn't have even been needed to decide the case because they were afraid of implicating Black Lives Matter?
I'm not saying that's specifically what their only intent was, but I'm saying it had the convenient after effect of that. So if we looked at the definitions that they used this is exactly how this came about, right? I read this part, I'm skimming through this, I read the part of insurrection. I'm debating with Pisco on Twitter, right? I'm like, Jesus, if we look at the definition they used for insurrection, which was, quote, a rising against civil or political authority, the open and active opposition of a number of persons to the execution of law in a city or a state. It's like, shit, that's basically what all defund the police were. Every movement that said defund the police based on this definition, it is a rising against civil or political authority, the open and active opposition to a number of persons to the execution of a law in a city or state. They're literally protesting the police. Clear cut. Almost by definition, the stated definition of Black Lives Matter would make it then an organization engaged in insurrections. Pisco then correctly says, but Rob, notice that that's not the definition that they end up using. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is the definition that we should use. It's from the 1860s. This is from right around contemporaneously the time that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment was created, so why wouldn't we use this? He goes, no. They just said, here are possible definitions, but they chose not to pick one specifically. So you saying that Black Lives Matter meets that definition, maybe not, but that's not the definition that the court used. So that's how then I was like, okay, now I got to read exactly what this whole so this was months and months before the Supreme Court even weighed in that I read this entire fucking Colorado decision, which is why I said, okay, I know exactly what they're talking about now. They're like, here's several definitions of insurrection, but we ain't going to choose one. We're not going to choose one, which then allows people that want to defend the double standard to say, well, they didn't choose one. They didn't specifically choose one. So you can't look at the one from 1860 and say, clearly this means that basically the entire organization of Black Lives Matter is an organization. Even though it meets that definition.
Wait, you could use that one though.
Okay.
Because they didn't tell you what to choose. So you could use that. If anything, this court case arguably leaves open even more BLM stuff to be challenged in the courts because they didn't give you a more narrow construction of what an insurrection would be. That would exclude all of BLM. So what are you talking about? The fact that they say for the purposes of this case, we don't have to hone in on one. How does that protect BLM?
It protects BLM because the fact that if they would have used that specific case, and I'm not saying they did it intentionally, what I'm saying is may have factored in, but it certainly was exploited.
It didn't. You're wrong. That's not how any of this works.
How the fuck do you know? How do you know? How do you know?
Because I know how courts work. What do you mean? Nothing in here prevents you.
Oh, so you know. So I just want to be clear. You know the intent of the members of the Colorado Supreme Court and why they chose to not take a specific definition. That's your argument.
I'm saying that the one that they've offered makes sense, so I'll take them at their word for it. The one that you're offering doesn't make sense. Yes, they did.
No, they didn't. They specifically said they're not offering an all-encompassing definition of the term
insurrection. I said the explanation for that. What was the explanation that they gave for that?
The explanation was that they thought that that this would have met any definition of insurrection. And you're literally repeating. And again, so two things. One, you're just repeating what I said at the outset of it. And second, it gets to the broader point, as someone who's fucking researched this so heavily and talks about this case often as, oh, well, there was a case where they ruled this was insurrection. There was the New Mexico case and there was the Colorado case. You didn't even fucking read the court decision, man. You didn't even read it.
I literally told you like 20 times that they use a three-pronged thing for their decision of insurrection in this case. How many times did you not?
So you did read it before. That's what you're saying.
A long time ago, yes.
Okay.
Or at the very least, an executive summary. I'm pretty sure I read the case, yes.
You read it before, but you were unaware that they specifically said we're not giving an actual definition of the term insurrection.
The way that you're phrasing this is not accurate. What did they say, Rob? Are you even capable of phrasing what they said?
Yes, I've done it like 5 times. Are you capable of
Phrase what they said. Phrase
right.
what they said.
There is a lot of varying definitions of the term insurrection, but we're not going to settle on one actual definition of insurrection because we think that whatever definition of insurrection we would use, January 6th meets it.
There you go. Correct.
Wow. Now, do you want me to say? Now, this is very indicative of the style of debate that you do. It's why you want to have debates on the definition of insurrection. We haven't even got to the second part. We're just broaching it now. It's because what you want to do is just to try to get these little narrow focused talking points that can then define what the debate becomes. So then you could walk away and say, oh, January 6th, by definition, we could say was an insurrection. Now, fuck around and find out if you were those Trump supporters. Maybe Trump deserved to die, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, in the past, you've literally given the rationale for why you defend insurrections, saying that they're the other side of the coin of voting. And it's the same thing here. If you think that, I guess if your audience isn't so bright, if you have me keep repeating the point that I initially fucking made and told you what they said, that somehow that proves something, it proves nothing. I told you what they said. My entire point of bringing this up was we haven't had any fucking court cases for over 100 years, even though there would have been obvious examples under your definition of the term insurrection. No court cases brought in the past 100 years. Then we have 3. If the definition of insurrection is so fucking obvious based on the legal standard, why do we have 3 fucking different definitions or attempts at definitions given in 3 separate court cases? If the definition's so obvious, they should all give the same definition, but they didn't. It's almost like something changed in the past 100 years. It's almost like they were like, we no longer view insurrection as the same way we did around the time of the Civil War, which is why no one brought up the term even suggesting Black Lives Matter, or suggesting things like the Vietnam War protests, or suggesting things like the attacks on ICE facilities, or any other number of things, even the Chaz Zone. None of it was brought up. And you know why. Did I lose you? I did. He booted me? Wow. Really? A rage quit for the Destiny Miser. Wow. Ah. Now again, we got to talk about 10 minutes of what I wanted to talk about, and 5 hours of what he wanted to. There he is, Mr. Rage Quit.